What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to another Bangkok Strange live stream. Our first Saturday live stream. Glad to have you here with us, guys. I am Dana Blue, and as always, joined by my co-host, Mike Jason Bourne Somerville.
Greetings and aloha. What's going on? I have 2 passports. Oh my God, I'm awesome. Just ask me.
He's working on number 3 right now as well. We just don't know where it's going to be.
Actually, interestingly enough, I do have a total of 3 valid passports. I have 2 U.S. passports.
Yeah. Everyone has 2 U.S. passports.
Oh, yeah? What's a second valid passport, Mike?
So actually, I've got to carry, so I don't have 2 valid ones right now.
One of them has an old visa.
My old Chinese visa.
Yeah, same with me.
And so I have a 10-year business visa for China. I have to keep my old passport with me. But that is besides the point. Guys, thank you again for joining us. Do not forget to subscribe to Bangkok Strange, iTunes, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, TuneIn, iHeartRadio.
We are number 1.
Number 1 if you search Bangkok on iHeartRadio.
Just actually, it'll catch it again. So
don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And of course, YouTube. Do not forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel if you are not a subscriber already. We are so close to 100. Like Bodie said to Johnny Utah when they're in the plane, you can taste it. It's like acid in your mouth.
Wow. That was an interesting reference. Plus, the impression was dead on.
Spot on.
Spot on. Yeah,
I actually had an acting audition yesterday. I went to.
Penicillin needed afterwards, or what's? I mean, you had a little. You've been itching since I walked in.
I walked in. There was 12 lady boys and a leather couch. I think.
And you didn't tell. Son of a bitch, we're not friends.
So you know how this went down is Bear hooked me up. Bear Williams, guest on the friend of the show. Bear Williams. He tagged me in a message on Facebook, which I don't check every day, but I was on Facebook and I went to sign on and it said, Bear tagged you and something. So I checked it and said, Dana Bluen, I'm sorry, but you're welcome. I'm like, and then like LOL. And so I scroll up and it says, looking to one of the casting directors looking for a Caucasian male, 30s or 40s, chubby, big beard, funny face.
And didn't you say that last time? You're like, on my bio, it's like chubby, fat white guy.
That was the last thing I went to. The character was described as fat white dude.
That's pretty awesome. So what was it about? I mean, were you like, did you have to stay there and basically lose weight the whole time?
No, so it's a commercial. So it's a so I went there and it's just a commercial audition. So
weight loss?
No, it's for beer.
For beer,
Chinese beer.
Oh, very good.
So like they film you, like you do a few things, you say your name, height, dimensions.
Okay.
And then I'm sure they have a couple hundred people come, but man, the casting people are so nice.
That's awesome.
Like and they remembered me from Hard Target 6 years ago.
Okay, nice.
So I was in Hard Target 2. They remember me like, oh yeah, you were on Hard Target. And yeah. So it was really cool. And they're nice people. And they're like, oh, you live here? Like, yeah, like, oh, so we could call you for other stuff. Yeah,
what's it like in comparison to the U.S.? Because I've done that in the U.S., basically been an extra. And you have to sign all this nonsense just to basically get $100 at the end of the day. Like, how does it work here?
So, yeah, it's I've never been an extra. Like, I've always been like
actor.
Like a part, a small part, but a part.
Uh-huh.
Like we're like supporting actor or featured extra, I guess maybe like either have a speaking role or have like lines or have just like prominent action.
Yeah.
But yeah, you still have to sign a bunch of stuff and you get a couple $100. Maybe.
Did they do it yesterday or was yesterday just that may call you back?
Yeah, they like call you in for casting, like you're trying out for that role.
Would you have to read something?
Yeah, so and actually I didn't even have lines, right? So it's just like these are the things you'll do in the commercial.
Drink a shitload of beer.
Yeah, it's like
pretend you're Chinese.
It's like open a beer and then like it turns into snow and like like you're blown away. And then
so they need your reaction.
Yeah.
Like how would you? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I love China.
The snow is amazing.
Is this is this beer made in China? Yeah,
kind of like that.
There
so the typical stuff. So let's go through who we have on deck already. Joe P.
Should we mention the environment we got going on right now with these epic friggin' mugs, guys?
Straight from shop.bangkokstrange.com.
If you want to be as cool
vinyl
as this
sticker
guy.
Here on the old laptop.
Oh my God.
So we got Joe P in the section. How you doing, Joe?
Hey, Joe. Good to see you, man.
Doorman Doorman, when you
Todd.
leaving? He's on countdown mode, right?
I actually have it in my calendar. I think that he I put it in my calendar. Was it
Oh no, bad news but good news. We'll get to that, Doorman.
Dude.
Oh.
I mean, again, a lot of things are pretty damn fluid right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have just so you know, Todd, so I have you arrive at 7:25 a.m. September
Tuesday.
29th.
Nice.
Yeah.
In Cambodia or in Thailand?
I believe Cambodia, and then I was away, but I'm not completely sure on
Okay.
that. So we can have Todd interject with that. And again, Todd, thank you so much for always sending info and like updates and that sort of thing about what's going on in Thailand.
Mango sticky rice. What is going on? Hugh, how are you doing, man? Hugh has been amazing, sending us some great information on email. Hugh, I've got your last two that you basically sent back to back. So I've got to get back to you, but thank you so far. Some great information. He's been a big help on the Hill Tribe project and the solar, and he knows a bunch about that, more than Mike and I. So it's just been super helpful. Thank you so much, Hugh.
I was reading through his email. He's like, well, you could use Unistrut, but basically it's going to be too expensive. So here's what I was just like, this is friggin' awesome.
He's telling us all the stuff. Yeah, and I sent them some of the photos. We've sent a message to the teacher to get more information.
Yeah,
because I believe 3 of the panels are broken, or at least they were when I was there. They have cracks in them, or stuff has smashed them.
I'll do the PayPal link at the bottom.
Okay, yeah, I'll get that in a minute. Suburban Bear, Josh, what is going on?
99 cents.
Yeah, he's got a new drop coming on his shop.
Okay,
and he's a penny shopper.
Mm-hmm.
And they have these glitches that will generate pennies. He made a dope shirt that says "Glitch better have my penny," like instead of "Bitch better have my money."
There you go.
Classic Josh. Andy Egger, what's going on, man? Who else is in the house? Mr. Mitch. Right at the end there, I get to catch him. All right. Bad news. I didn't get my elite visa affixed, but they are working on it.
Yeah.
Working on it for Monday, but it may not failure. You have to remember, I am one of the first new members.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Now, when you say affixed, Todd, does that mean you're going to stick around and have it affixed in New York City, or you're going to come over and have it affixed in Phnom Penh? Didn't he just hear me? Why didn't he answer immediately? Don't we have like dual vision audio going on right now? Mother of God. You think us engineers would be able to fix? Well, Hugh hasn't helped us. That's the main reason why. Anyway,
you helped us. Steve, hello guys. Hey Steve, how's it going?
So we want to talk about
the honeymoon, the rose-colored glasses. You guys like that 30-second Photoshop job I did on the thumbnail? If you can't tell, I've got a template. I just swap out different.
I love it, dude. I think it's great. Well, it's continuous branding. People see that, they're like, "Oh yeah, we don't really care what the words are, but we know it's Bangkok Strange."
These two dudes with hair. We know that's a live stream. They're actual bald.
Yeah.
Then we know that it's a show.
It's a show. I'm actually watching it live.
So, yeah, is the honeymoon over? And this is so. I've been here 7, going 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
Mike's been here about a year, and so you will meet people inevitably that live here, choose to live here, and then constantly complain about how much they hate living here.
Yeah.
For them, the honeymoon was over before they got here. I've been here, like I said, going on 8 years, and it has only gotten better with time. So for me, I mean, some people might say I'm too positive.
Yeah. Trust me,
it.
I get accused of that a lot. Yeah.
But like, it's your mindset. So a big part of this is your mindset and the approach you take to it. If you hate where you live now, and you think that moving somewhere is going to change your, unless you live in Cleveland, because I lived in Cleveland, it was pretty rough.
I was going to ask you about that because obviously you lived in places that weren't certainly nice.
Yeah, I mean,
overall.
So like I never hated living in Cleveland. Yeah. I like it there.
But you wouldn't like post on social media, let's say for the sake of argument, if social media was around back then.
Yeah.
All of the bad things that you wouldn't purposely go to blogs called like
I hate Cleveland.
ClevelandVisa.com or something. I mean, no judgment. You like that? How I slid that right in
I like
there?
that. I knew when you said blog, that's where you were going. No, so everywhere's got negatives. Like I grew up in Rhode Island. I actively dislike Rhode Island as a place to live, but there are things I like about Rhode Island, and when I am there, those are the things I focus on.
Right. Yes, that's the point, right? Yeah. I mean, look, here's the deal. You can find traffic in any major city. Yeah. You can find homeless people in any major city.
I'll tell you what. Well, Cleveland does not have a ton of traffic.
That's okay. That's fair. Yeah,
there are big negatives related to that issue, but
there's a reason why.
On the upside, there's not a ton of traffic in Cleveland.
Nor Detroit any longer, as it turns out. Yeah,
some great pierogies. You like starch filled with cheese,
dipped in butter, all day long. Welcome to the Midwest, baby.
So no, I mean, look, there's amazing things anywhere. I mean, North Carolina, when I lived in North Carolina, probably the one place I have the least positives about.
Really? Okay.
But overall, man, it is what you make of it. And Bangkok is the same way. Now, the things that grind on you here can be tough. Right. And
depends what they are.
Yeah. I mean, so the whole visa situation, like we've been talking about that the last couple
it's imperfect. I have to jump through hoops just like everybody else.
And and me too. Like it's 8 years. It's every year's been, had its challenges visa wise. But you just expect that. You prepare for that. And
for those of you outside of the United States that are trying to get a US visa, you want to talk about painintheass.com.
Yeah. Literally, they give you the good old two finger.
Yeah. And one could argue, yes, they do all this background check because, of course, the damn visa is good for 10 years. They never check up on you, and they never have record of you essentially leaving the country, whereas you stamp in and you stamp out here. But, to get to get a U.S. tourist visa, especially if you're from a country that, it basically has to get a visa.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're on the whole, stamp in visa exempt kind of thing to be a tourist in the United States, well, then that's easy, right?
Yeah.
If you're from Canada, I mean, next finish.
You can just drive in, right?
Like Mexico, so not so good.
Jib has never gone to America specifically for the fact that she does not want to deal with the visa process. So it's a whole day of going to the U.S. Embassy.
Yeah, but it's good for 10 years. I mean, that's the point.
If you get it. So most people get rejected their first time, and then that's 10,000 baht wasted.
So so to be fair, I'm not going to dispute that statement because I don't know, and obviously my experience with Gracie is she did get denied the first time, but that's simply because the U.S. Embassy in Manila is friggin' incompetent. When she came here to Thailand, they absolutely welcomed her with open arms, gave her a bottle of water, escorted her through the entire embassy. I mean, they treated her like she was already a guest in the United States.
So, I mean, I've seen like the people, if you ever go to the embassy, like after the morning, so I think they open for Thai applicants like at 10 a.m.
At 9 to noon is traditionally when they will accept. Yeah.
So, but you see them queued up all the way down the sidewalk, and then you go inside. So we go into the U.S. Embassy. This is kind of funny. You go into the U.S. Embassy as an American, you have a little waiting area and air conditioned. They have like CNN or something on 24/7, some type of like embassy news network.
Right.
And it's got like feeds from everything. Like crazy air conditioning in this room. And then there's 3 windows you wait for, and then if you need legal counsel, they have a separate private room for that.
Okay.
I don't know if you've been or not.
No, I haven't been in this one. No, only the one in Mexico.
So not a bad setup. But the Thais go in, they have like an outdoor waiting area where they queue up. And there's obviously, I think there's twice as many windows for them because
there's because obviously
super high volume.
Foreign,
And so, but then like I was always like, oh, they don't even give like the locals like the aircon room. But then I'm thinking like after being here for a while, you're like, yeah, no, they don't want to wait in this room for sure.
Well, and that's funny you should say that because Gracie, when it was in September, through 2 years ago. And you got to make an appointment, right? I mean, you can't, and even if you're an American, you can't just show up.
No, I saw a guy he came from like Hoi Hin or something stupid. And he was just fighting with the embassy. He's like,
that's
I drove all the way here from Hoi. I'm like, it says on the website, don't show up without.
He's having a debate with. Just so you know, the people that protect the U.S. Embassy are U.S. Marines.
Yeah.
Well, no, to be fair, they're
the guy at the front counter is Thai.
Yeah, the greeters. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Secure. So they have U.S. Marines and they have local security forces.
Right. And I didn't realize this. They're going to actually put in a new consulate up in Chiang Mai. I read about this morning.
Oh wow.
70% of the people that are work there will be locals, right? They're going to have 500 new jobs at this thing.
Nice.
And I'm thinking that's a significant amount of people if we're going to allow less people into the United States, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously there's relations that the U.S. has with other, so that was sort of encouraging. But I'll tell you this, here's the thing, is that I think you and I, again, we gel for a number of reasons, not the least of which so this morning I get up and I think to myself, I feel like a bagel. So I put in bagels in my,
this is a good story.
Maps. And it says, okay, there's this place called BKK Bagel. And it's like, off Chitlom. So it's about 30 minutes basically from my place,
tucked into that parking lot,
right into the side of it. But it's like literally right next to the Chitlum stop, right? So I think, okay, cool.
At the stairs.
Yeah, right at the bottom. So I'm like, all right, cool. I can cruise up there. I can grab myself a bagel, and then I can come back to Dana's or whatever. So I get there, and I really wasn't thinking about anything. But right on the glass on the front, it says, I heart BKK.
Yep.
And I knew that you and I were going to be talking about the positive reasons and how we always talk about the fact that Bangkok is the best friggin' city in the whole entire world. So I take a picture of this thing and I send it to him. And what did you say to me?
It's my spot in Chitlum.
Exactly. I get to his house and I'm like, oh yes, I went to this bagel place. He's like, no, dude, remember when you asked me about bagels and I said like we should go there? I don't remember that. So where we don't gel actually is the fact that I don't remember a lot of things and you remember things that occur. But the point is that like this is just one of the things. It's like if I'm going to go, I end up going to places where you're like, oh yeah, I like that place too, right? Yeah. So we have, I mean, again, that's how you, exactly. That's how you go from acquaintanceship to friendship and then that sort of thing. Okay,
into Bangkok Strange.
Yeah, and then into Bangkok Strange, and neither of us wear pants.
Yeah.
So
clearly, that's the transition here.
So we have arguably a positive attitude, and like you, I mean, I wasn't joking. I mean, I get this on my YouTube channel all the time. Yeah. Why are you so positive? What do you got going on? Your girlfriend's not even there. You must be so alone and all this. And I'm like, look, here are the things that are around me. If how
happy were you when she joined your live stream?
So I was incredibly happy. Yeah. And I really didn't sort of acknowledge the fact that this was like a special treat.
Yeah.
And then when she got off the stream, I was like,
you're saying you were really bummed out when she got off.
Dude, I had no idea.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I got, I'm a human and I got feelings and, sometimes I wear them on my sleeve, as they say, right? But I was like, man, so close and so far.
If you guys don't know, I'm sure everyone here knows, but Mike did a 11
hours and 7 minutes
live stream.
No big whoop. Up top.
No, there's number one.
There you go, baby. 6 more.
Yeah. So 11 days of watch time.
Yeah, that was pretty. And thank you guys, because I know a lot of you guys are over here that came to that one. And thank you so much. There's one specific person that actually just came in. Stuck. Thank you so much for being as gracious as you were. I made the mistake, and in fact, I deleted it because I got really excited about the people that were donating money for this Hill Tribe project, and I showed their names up on there. And I've been a president of at least 3 501c3s and taken money in, and I know better than to basically publicly acknowledge people to make them make the.
So I saw it kind of happening in real time because I saw you about to turn the phone, then I saw his comment, "Don't show my name," and you're like, I'm like.
Yeah. So the good news is that rather than edit that and make it, I just deleted it. But right before I deleted it,
thank you so much, man. We truly appreciate it.
Stuck, Hugh, let's see, Joe Pinto also gave
all you guys.
Almost
$1,000 we raised that one day just for the Hill Tribe project.
Yeah, as of now, I think what did I show you? 32,000 baht, about 31,000.
Yeah, some there was 27. You said there was 3 that you did. You sent the email that you transferred, so I don't know what the new balance is. But,
but anyway, so that was awesome. But the point is that I know better, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so I did this big live stream. Gracie comes on, and but I guess the point to all of this, guys. I mean, if you basically want to stop watching right now, then A, you'd be an idiot. But secondarily, if you just want the summary, it's like no matter where you go,
there's pluses and minuses.
Yes,
this is Josh, Suburban Bear, who comes on here. One of my best friends. We met in Cleveland. Right,
exactly.
Huge positive.
Yeah,
right. Like I said, tons of great things in Cleveland. Tons of negatives. Rhode Island, same thing. But if you focus on the negative. Anywhere, not just Bangkok, anywhere you go, like people who drink 3-in-1 coffee, huge negative,
right?
So
but we joke about this shit. You're not like, man, Mike has no fucking integrity. I don't want him to be within 10 meters of my wife.
Drinks the 3-in-1.
Jesus Christ, why does he just shoot heroin in the goddamn alley?
That's the next step.
Arguably, well, this is a gateway. It's a gateway powder. Actually, is the 3-in-1
for sure. Yeah. It mixes. It mixes with hot water slightly better than heroin.
Yeah, exactly. This is the cocaine of it's a crystal meth. But
so if you focus on the positive, it's your mindset, right? Yeah. And again, so like right now, there's this new long stay visa situation, and a lot of people who are already here dogging the situation when there are people who are doing their damnedest to try to get one of these visas.
Yeah,
and they're posting stuff about there's 27 steps to get a visa, and they'll say no anyway. Don't waste your time.
Yeah.
And why would you want to come here? It's a horrible place to be. And
as they sit here in Thailand, posting this message
from Bangkok.
It's like, dude, you're in bed. You know, you can leave here
anytime
you want. I'll tell you right now, there's plenty of other countries, not the least of which is your home country.
Yeah, Cambodia will take you.
Cambodia will take you, actually. And you know, so to that point, so Dorman, I'm probably going to have him live, not necessarily live, but I'm definitely going to interview him on Live My Ass Off. But we got to bring him here on Bangkok Strange, because again, he's been such a part of the community, and I think a lot that he has. He's I would argue that he's also very positive. Yeah. Because like when stuff goes wrong, like the next stream,
he's rolling with the punches,
sharing with us his solution. Yeah. Right. And so that's the kind of people that we want here at the Strange Table.
Yeah, that's one thing, Dorman, I'll definitely say is that you are always like, all right, this didn't work. What's next? Okay, I got this. Waiting to hear on this. You're never like, oh my God, they're gonna.
And here's the thing about being over here. I've been an expat in Mexico, and I will tell you that there is definitely an expat culture in most Spain, that sort of expat culture in most, and I'm talking about outside of the United States. I can only speak from my experience. Guys from America that go to these other countries. And what's interesting is when they're first here, let's just speak about Thailand. When they're first here, it seems like they are like, oh my God. And they are like waving their arms in the air, trying to convince everybody else, oh my God, you got to come to Thailand. You got to do this. And people are like, well, I don't really like, oh, no, you got to come. This is great. This is great. Yeah. And then so quickly, 180 out of phase. This sucks. They hate traffic, visa situation, money. Yeah. And it's like, dude, like, what were you? I got here. I loved it. And I love different things as I go along the way, you know? And I mean, I will tell you this. A lot of guys, I think, watch a lot of YouTube videos about how cheap it is to live in Thailand. And they think this is the promised land. I'll tell you right now, this first year in Thailand, it's not been free. No. But here's the thing. I'm like front loading, you know, the next 4 to 5 years. So when you see someone and they do a cost of living in Thailand for 800 or even less than 2,000 a month.
Yeah, that's.
Here's the thing. Have a backup, dude. Because if I didn't have, you know, I'm not going to say the amount of money, but if I didn't have several $1,000s, that I could just be like, okay.
Here's the thing. And I know what you've spent for your front load. So, and
not on clothing, clearly.
No, and I'm a positive guy, and I gave you some words of warning on.
Sure.
But I understand why you did it. Yeah. And so like, I can't, and I understand like it's not just you that you're trying to secure a future for here. So
exactly.
I don't know another solution to that.
Other than a B visa with a work permit, even if there is no COVID, I don't know how else to get Gracie over here long term, other than potentially an education visa. Yeah. And let me just say, but I'm not going to get her an education visa unless we're in class learning Thai or learning something. And that's the other thing too, guys. You know, when you hear people bitch about how much of a pain in the ass it is in Thailand to do blah, 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 I would invite you to query them about what they do regularly that breaks the law. Like I can't believe the embassy is not going to give me a letter anymore that I swear that I have the money in the bank. Do you have the money in the bank? No. Well, guess what, bro? Accountability is a bitch. Yeah. You know, and if you don't have the money in the bank, there are other solutions.
Yes, there are.
But don't get pissed off at the embassy because they're not allowing you to lie.
Here, you know, absolutely. Like the embassy gave the embassy. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that up there for a minute. Steve, I 100% agree with you. 100%. You know what's crazy about that, Steve, is a lot of coffee producing countries drink 3-in-1 more than the coffee they produce in country. Right. I don't know how it is in South America if it's the same, but like Africa and Asia, that is the case.
I guess it depends where you go, right? Yeah. Because obviously, so where I got my Buddha, right? One of the reasons that I got this specific one is that the monk at the time, he was drinking the Kona 3-in-1s that I did. Yeah. So I see him drinking this. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. So I go over and I'm like, oh yeah, I like these. And he looks at me like, oh, that's weird. I didn't think Farang liked, you know, shitty coffee. And I'm like, no, I really like the 33% sugar that I'm ingesting. This is giving me more energy than the goddamn caffeine. So the crash will be fun. Yeah. It's just, you know, it's repeatable. But I think in like the villages,
still better than Dunkin' though.
Dude, sucking on this bracelet is better than Dunkin's not horrible.
It's not horrible, but it's not.
I mean, it's on par with lousy ass Starbucks.
Probably a notch above Starbucks quality wise.
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost, which is kind of crazy. But I don't know. I think like I'll tell you right now, just walking here, like for the sake of argument, frou coffee places, because there's no way you need to pay 300 baht for a cup of coffee. Yeah. But you do at the Padang places. Yeah. Right. Arguably. But it's good coffee. But I don't think the average Thai buys it.
So like if I'm gonna pay like expensive coffee, I'll spend like 180 to 220 and go to like Artis on 18 or Gallery at a BACC.
Yeah,
those are my two, and there are a few others that I go to, but those are my two main. Like if I want like a really nice cup of like anabolic processed like Ethiopian,
and you drink it black over. Always, right? Yeah,
only black.
Yeah,
I don't put milk or sugar.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's why I'm with tea, but
yeah. So yeah, it's just like if I'm buying good coffee, I want to taste good coffee.
For sure.
I don't want to.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I don't want a frappuccino.
Yeah, which is exactly. Starbucks doesn't really sell coffee; they sell milkshakes.
Yeah, for the most part. But so anyway, I was in Borneo. I have a good friend who lives in Borneo, works for Nestle. Okay. And I was trying to buy local coffee that they grow up in Mount Kinabalu. Okay. And they roast locally.
Oh, nice.
And I was asking him like, hey, where can I pick some of this up? And he's like, oh, dude, no one drinks that here. Everyone just drinks 3-in-1. And so I asked my other friend who lives in Borneo. She's like, he fucking works for Nestle. Of course he's gonna say that.
Oh, they have a product over there. Yeah. Was it a French company, right, Nestle? Or is it
American?
Really? I don't think so.
I don't know. Maybe.
Anyway,
it doesn't matter.
It's one of the like 7 companies in the world that owns everything. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. We get some good comments coming in, right? Because look, guys, here's the deal. I mean, we were talking about this the other day, and Dana and I regularly actually, make fun of people that we know that we arguably consider certainly colleagues, sometimes friends. And
they're on that cusp of acquaintance to friends.
Well, and the problem is that I would submit that their behavior is pushing them away, certainly from me. I'm like,
as well,
dude, why are you okay? Yeah.
And these are some of the one person in particular. These are some of the concerns I brought up to you originally.
Yes, agreed.
I think you see it now a little bit more than then.
I do, but again, there's the negativity, but then there's also the lack of follow through. I mean, you can be a really positive guy, but you're still like a used car salesman, and you're like only selling me 3 tires, kind of thing. And putting let me just buff that out and everything will be fine. So there's a little bit of, I mean, again, this if you learn nothing in your entire adult life about business, always under promise and over deliver.
Always.
If you do the other and you claim bankruptcy, no shit. Yeah. You should be punished that way.
Absolutely.
Because it's so easy to meet expectations if you set them correctly.
So go more hike. Turkey is safe. Very good country, good coffee, good food.
It does have pretty awesome coffee.
Good food, too. Awesome food.
I didn't like the behavior of the people in the airport. Now, again, people get stressed in American airports, and they're also assholes there. Yeah. So, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of experience like being in a city.
Yeah.
But
Istanbul, great city.
Yeah.
You'll love it. No doubt.
Why do some people respond? Say, well, why would you want to go to Turkey? So many people respond saying, oh, well, it's where East meets West. Have you ever heard that? Anyone say that?
Yeah.
Why did they? Who cares?
Because Istanbul's the border of Europe and Asia.
I understand where it physically is, but why does that make it?
The culture doesn't change when you cross the bridge.
Yeah, and why would that make it more interesting than friggin' Bangkok, for example?
Well, geographically, it's interesting because it's a geographic feature.
Because there's a lot of trade that goes through there.
I mean, geographically, it's interesting because it is literally the split between Europe and Asia,
and so therefore there's a big mix in the populace.
No, it's just geographically a city that like if you're into like geographic spots. Now, culturally, it's an awesome old culture.
But it's the Turkish culture. It's not the Asian. Okay, so it's about as equivalent as the Four Corners in the United States.
Yeah, so it's not like one side of the bridge is France and the other side is Bangkok.
Okay.
No,
all right.
It's a cool city geographically for that reason.
Okay, and reasonably priced, apparently, right?
Yeah. Good value. Those types of people will not be happy anywhere. Joe P, absolutely. And one of the people we were talking about in particular, I'm sure they were unhappy in their previous location, and the one before that, because that's why that is why they keep moving, I think.
But here's the thing is, I mean, it's one thing to try, like if you don't like New Hampshire, or if you don't like Rhode Island, move to Cleveland. If you don't like Cleveland, move to Bangkok or whatever, right? I mean, I liked Boston. It was great growing up, but I didn't like it enough when February showed up. Yeah. So I moved to San Diego, and San Diego was great. Tried out St. Louis, moved back to San Diego. After a while, San Diego wasn't awesome anymore. So I moved to friggin' awesome Thailand. Yeah. And so, but it's a solution thing. And the thing that is really, I have some empathy. It's almost like, I feel sad for these people is that, yeah, they take it with them anywhere and they move. Most of them that I've encountered, they don't move. Yeah. They just sit where they are. They sit in their own shit. Yeah. And I think there's an interesting behavior in people like that. And again, of course, I'm judging and probably making a big stereotype, but it seems like their life will potentially get better, or they think it will, if they try and convince me that it's really lousy around here. Yeah. And then you get two guys that are like, oh yeah, all we're going to do is like the guys in the Muppets. Yeah. Up in
the peanut gallery.
Yeah. And just, complaining about everything. And and then what's funny is that then they seem to be really, they don't understand why no one wants to hang out with them. Yeah. They're like, oh yeah, but I can't really find any other good friends around here either.
You're pushing them away.
I don't.
People who are like that, they've asked me to hang out multiple times. I'm just like, no.
Yeah, I'm busy. I'm like taking a dump that afternoon.
Yeah.
I got plans.
I got to wash my hair.
Yeah. Dude, let me tell you something. I'm going to start double clicking up top. I'm going to start number 2. Yeah, I'm going to start double clicking on that excuse. That'll really, hopefully that'll make the master the painfully obvious. I think I understand where Mike's going with this, but I doubt it.
Yeah, but that, even friends who I want to hang out with, I just sometimes can't, and it's like, yeah. So I'm definitely not going to hang out with someone who makes me feel bad about being around them.
Yeah. And because so here's the thing. I mean, it's kind of joking, but I mean, if you consider all of the things that you can do, I'm walking down the street with a guy the other day. He's been here, a few years, and he's like in his 60s. He's like, well, so what do you do, during the day? I'm like, dude, it's Bangkok. It's 1,000,001 things.
Anything I want.
Yeah. It's like, oh, well, you go get a massage. I said, dude, I got the check boxes of the basic Thai shit in the first year. Yeah. I nailed that, And so now it's like, for example, I'm walking down Sukhumvit the other day because I'm like, I don't feel like taking the MRT. Nobody's around me. Gracie's not with me. I don't need to take a shower. I'll just start sweating and stinking. No big whoop. And I walked down and I looked down this one street. I think it was like Sukhumvit 29 or something like this. I looked down, tons of trees at the end of this thing. And I'm like, oh, I just walk down there. I cruise around. There's some really important house with guards around it or whatever. Just walk down there and walk back. And that was 30, 40 minutes of my life. Yeah. I love being able to do that shit, dude. And they're so available.
It's one of the best things about Bangkok.
Yeah.
Just be able to get out there and do stuff.
And the great thing too, is that I don't know about you, but I've tried to do that sort of thing in cities in the US where I haven't been yet. Yeah. Inevitably there's someone so what are you doing here kind of thing, right? I walk down there, oh hey, oh my god, he's never been here before.
About the time I was in Philly.
No, did this happen to you?
This was
you're exploring.
So I was lost. Okay. So 2000 I think. I was working at Cosmo. Okay. And we had this big bright orange van. We drove from Boston to Philly for the Bike Messenger World Championships. We were all competing, a bunch of us. Nice. And a few of us took the van out. We had stopped at the hotel and we took the van out to go do something. We got lost. And so we're in this neighborhood in Philly just driving around. And I'm looking, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck. Right? And then 2000, right? We don't have GPS.
Google Maps.
We got a map book.
Right. Yeah.
Right? And I'm trying to
Rand McNally, where the fuck do I go?
The spiral bounds. I'm looking up where what street is this? So we pull up, bright orange van with green letters, little running man on the side.
No one notices.
Right, we pull up on this corner, and I'm like, oh, I'll ask these guys, where we're at. I got to get back to the center of the city. So I roll the window down, old crank windows in this cargo van. We got couches in the back of the cargo van. We pimped it out for this trip.
Good job. Yeah, that's good.
Roll it down. I'm like, excuse me, sir. Would you mind to tell me how to get back into this? Whatever the name of the hotel, sure. We're next to a park. How to get back to this park in the center of town? And this guy looks at me from the corner. He's like, "You in the wrong part of town, white boy. You better just keep driving." I'm like, okay, thank you, sir. Have a good day.
I mean, roll
the window back up. Please drive.
But it's look, I actually don't know where they are, but I'm quite certain there are bad areas of Bangkok.
They definitely. But again,
But if we're there as foreigners, they'd be like, no, just.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, like you're just intruding. Like it's like going into like you ever see Training Day where they go into the part where he's like they drive into, I think they call it the jungle. He's like Denzel Washington says to Ethan Hawke, he's like, "Don't you ever come in here without me." You hear me? And so it's like,
okay,
you know, there are neighborhoods like that.
Yeah.
So I used to live in Asok on Soy Paisento, but not far. I could see Klong Toy slums from where I lived.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to go rolling through the Klong Toy slums middle of the night.
No,
like,
but I mean, middle of the day,
I would
they'd be like, whatever.
So I walked by and once it was a shooting. And
really?
Yeah, I was just walking around the neighborhood when I first moved there, and someone got shot.
How far down, or rather, how far off of Sukhumvit are the Klong Toy slums? Because Klong Toy is not a cheap area.
No, so it's the slums are the other side of Rama 4 all the way down 21. So it's not 21 on that side. Whatever 21 turns into.
So basically southwest of Sukhumvit.
Yeah,
Is it west?
I'm really bad with direction, but
so Sukhumvit,
so
right? It
you're
goes
at Asok.
Yep.
So 21 is that main road.
Yep.
The other side of that, follow that all the way down and then cross Rama 4.
Okay, got it.
And so the Klong Toy slums are behind Klong Toy Wet Market all the way back to the river.
Now, define for me like slums, because I mean, if you're from India and you say slums, there you have a picture of that.
Yeah, so it's kind of similar actually.
Okay, so like, I mean, cardboard is making up some homes, or is it pretty much just that like corrugated metal that's like
corrugated metal, and then the sides of the house will have cardboard, or usually they wrap them in vinyl.
Okay.
But some of them they're just built right on top of each other.
Okay.
So it's like it's just wall, whatever they have in the middle. And
is this one of these neighborhoods where, like, you know, right now it may not be worth a lot, but in 10 years as Bangkok expands, they're going to be throwing Sansiri properties?
There's definitely been a few attempts to burn it down.
Really?
Yeah.
And just like get everyone out of there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that happens everywhere in the world, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
like there's been a few fires there that are questionable. And it's the type of place where like you could have a massive loss of life if a fire really broke out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it I mean, is it a lot of drugs? I mean,
I don't know that.
I would have heard.
I'm
guess.
sure like Yaba is like probably. So here's the thing: when you know, it's obvious like when you have slums, there's always drugs or there's heavy alcohol use because those are escapes for people who work.
Sure.
Also, it's like, you know, like I used to paint in the summer when I was younger. And when I was a fighter and I needed money, right? Like, because I wasn't making money as a professional fighter.
Right.
I fight like a couple times a year and make like $1,000. So like I would work as a painter because it got me outside. And then wintertime I would take an IT job.
Yeah.
Like working, like, you know, doing, you know, sysadmin or tech support, whatever.
Yep. And
the guys who are like career painters, not all of them, but a lot of them have like severe alcohol and drug habits.
Yeah.
Mostly. And not to say that they're not addicts in other senses, but a lot of it is to deal with the pain that their body is in for breaking down over the years.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it's one thing when you're 20.
Yeah.
But if you've been painting and you're like 45, 46, or even, you know, it's just like, dude, it's like Jib was saying about the knees, right? I mean, the way that people, it's a little different profession, of course. But.
Yeah. No, so Jib is, so my wife Jib is currently, or TT porn, as you discovered on your.
That was hilarious. Because at first I saw that name and I'm like, crap, it's some chick like trying to troll me. You know, like, where did she get this name?
It is a chick trying to troll you.
Luckily, she's not trying to troll me. She's actually very supportive.
No, but she's like trying to troll you. She's like, I'm going to leave this. This account on so your channel sounds like Pornhub.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, oh yeah, that's really helpful. But no, I get here and I say, you know, standard, hey, how you doing? And she goes, oh, I'm really tired, my knees hurt. And I'm like, what? But because it's the traditional way that Thais sit.
So she's studying
for hours.
She's studying at the Thai Royal Academy of Arts and Crafts, which is inside the palace. And so when they do traditional embroidery, they sit on the ground. They have to wear, their uniform is to wear this long skirt. And so the way Thais sit is legs in front, knees bent to the side.
Yeah, with the feet kind of facing back. You can't face the feet.
Your feet forward. And so, and luckily she gets to use like a cushion. Like, so like I bought her this like fold up cushion from IKEA, not from IKEA, from Muji.
Oh, it's got like a 90, like it's got back support.
It can go flat.
Okay.
And then it can fold up. And it has like a back support. So it's pretty good for her.
She's allowed to, I mean,
they're allowed to use that. Okay. Which is, I mean, game changer.
Well, because again, she can't just like go get a folding chair. They'd be like, no, you can't.
No, but they allowed them to use. So I found this one, and then like all her classmates bought the same thing.
Right, exactly. Well, good.
Yeah,
that's very Thai.
And like I said, she's like the second youngest in her class.
Yeah, right.
And so like a lot of these women, like they're all great, but I mean, they've all like the ones I've met from her class are all awesome. They're older.
Their bodies are wearing out.
Yeah, but like
old.
me, like I can relate. Like I'm only 40.
Do your knee? Is that what? Because you get in and out of these like little song towels, and you're like,
yeah, my knees and my hips are fucked.
Right, man.
But that's from like, so I have a torn meniscus in each knee.
Yeah.
Which like last time I had them checked, the doctor's like, surgery's not going to really help.
Right.
Until it's a problem.
Yeah,
like,
unfortunately.
Don't go in and mess with your knee.
Yeah. Until your arm breaks, unfortunately, we're not going to put it in a cast.
Yeah. So it's like, and like, but by the same token, like I exercise my legs every day, right? I do my stretches just to, to prolong whatever mobility I have. And mobility is a big part of life. So
absolutely.
And so I work on my stretching and things like that just to keep me healthy.
Are you guys like listening to the tone of this conversation too? It's like, okay, I got this stuff going on in my body that basically I'm mildly powerless over.
Yeah.
But here are my solutions for it.
So this is the thing, right? I can't change the fact that I have two torn meniscus.
Right.
But what can I control?
Yeah.
I can control the fact that I can do mobility stretching. I can do exercises to keep me healthy. Right. So I do those things. And like I can't I could have surgery on my knees, but the doctor said it's not a good idea.
There you go.
Right? He said, wait, if you're gonna mess with your joints, wait until you absolutely have to.
Sure.
And so why not?
So let me ask you this: have you? Because I'm trying to think I've probably been in a scenario in Thailand. I'm trying to think of one specifically. Maybe if you say one, then it'll inject one in my brain. Where you've been somewhere and you're like, this is just ridiculous. I'm either waiting too long or they're completely doing it, not just like different than I would do it. This is different than anywhere in the world. And you're just like, because this is pissing me off.
No, well, when I first got here, yes.
For like driver's license, just like administrative.
For anything, right? Like I'm like, but I had this issue that I think a lot of people have when you first move here. You're still in the state of mind of wherever you're from.
Okay.
Right. But what you have to do is get in the state of mind that this is how they do it here. So I can't change that.
Yeah.
I personally am not going to fight the fight against the Thai culture for whatever reason.
Right.
So if you can't beat them, join them.
Yeah. I don't disagree. I just wondered, I'm trying to think if there's anything, because here's what's funny. So I'm like in line at the movies, right? And I'm there with my buddy. Now he's been coming to Thailand by this time at like for 15 years.
Yeah.
And so we're standing there or whatever. And he's like, he has to wait too long to get his ticket or whatever. Because it is kind of odd, right? Like you have to go like choose what you want. And then you have to go pay for it sometimes depending upon the theater. But the point is that you don't just walk up, give them the money, they give you a ticket and you walk in. So sometimes there's an interim process, which once you do it once, then it's like, I'm going to buy my tickets and you just do it. He makes this comment. He goes, oh my God, they would never do this in America.
Not in America.
And I just told him, I said, dude, go fucking home then.
Yeah.
Because if you want, come on. And also that's just so obnoxious.
What did the ticket for the movie cost? $6?
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he had a sofa. Like
I think you can buy a box of candy for $6 at a movie theater in the United States.
Yeah.
You can't get a ticket. That's
definitely
for sure.
Can't get popcorn for $6.
No, absolutely not. No, the markup on that is ridiculous. It's so amazing.
Patrick left a great comment here. Some of the cost of living living in Thailand videos can create unrealistic expectations.
Agreed.
100%.
Yeah.
And I know people who talk, and Patrick, thank you for that comment, man. That is spot on. I know some people who talk about like their cost of living, like they're spending pennies.
Yeah.
Right. And like I would argue, like we're at my place now. You know where I live. I'm deep off Sukhumvit. Not super deep, but
kilometer. Well, 1.4.
1.4. You can walk it. I walk it sometimes.
Me too. I love it.
Yeah, you walk it all the time when it's raining and you wear your unbreathable body condom.
Okay, we're gonna have to start with that. That's good. We can give Mike shit about that. What I'm trying to do right now, I'm not ignoring him, by the way. I'm trying to bring up my cost of living Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And the reason I do this is precisely that, Patrick, because I have a very good friend that wants to move here. And one of the big motivators is the fact that, dude, all of the YouTube videos I watch say I can live like a king for $1,000 a month.
No. And so I would tell you straight off the bat, $1,000 a month living like a king. If you want to live in Patumtani.
So this is like another, you see these check boxes, right? Okay. So basically my cost of living, I don't check like my airline tickets. I don't check, basically going on vacation. But then so every other week. And yeah, exactly. But that's the point, right? In other words, it's like, holy shit, Mike travels every other week.
Yeah.
He must be spending $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a month. And again, yes, it's like, and I'll tell you why I brought this up. So today is the 26th. So far this month, basically my living expenses, $827.
Yeah.
That includes my rent, okay, electricity and cell phone and all of that stuff. But it doesn't include me, and it includes like me getting a bagel this morning and all of that stuff. But my Pattaya trip, even though it was only one night, that was 2,000 baht. My first trip down to Koh Phangan was this last one, 16,000 baht.
Yeah.
But I was there 10 days.
Yeah.
But people are like, wait a minute, you spent 1,600 baht a day? I'm like, yeah.
It's not bad. Well, you were paying what, 700 a day? Well, it's funny because your cost of housing kept going down.
Yeah,
which is the opposite of how it normally goes.
Let me tell you something. It is such a great time.
You got what, 1 free night or 2 free nights?
I got 1 free night. Yeah, and here's what, because you know how like you show up and they're like, okay, well if you book for a week like ahead of time, then obviously, but if you do it like day by day, then obviously.
But why would you ever leave that spot you were in? I mean,
why do you precisely?
Yeah, like,
you see, you get up top. You get me. Every morning I woke up, I went to the front desk. I'm like,
no, you open your front door, it's the beach. It's stupid.
And there are 5 guys raking this beach because there's 97 leaves out there.
Yeah.
So clearly you need a team of 5.
Yeah, obviously. Get employment, man.
Yeah, no, it was good. And after a while, like one of them was like, hey, so hey, so can I have a cup of coffee? Because he sees the 3-in-1s there. Because they only have the individual sticks, like the sugar, and then he's like, 3 Makona. Oh yeah, can I have? Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I'll share 17 cents worth of beverage with you, sweeper man. Yeah. And he's a great guy, Yeah.
No, so here's the thing with the cost of living. A lot of people, like Patrick said, they put these videos out that are completely unrealistic. Like, you can live here for $800 a month and live like a king. Well, if you want to live in like Pathum Thani, like, so when I lived in Pathum Thani when I was at university, my rent was 2,500 baht a month for a small studio on the top floor of a building like in the middle of nowhere.
But that's just your physical place that you live.
Yeah.
Your cost of cruising around and doing other stuff.
But in Pathum Thai, it's just like I would eat like my only options for food were like local Thai options, right? So like I didn't really like, it's tough to exceed. Like I would go to the night market on at the university on like I think it was Wednesdays and like really splurge, like get like whatever I wanted to eat after like my workout, and it was like 80 baht.
Yeah.
Right. Like so it was hard to exceed.
So it's very Thai.
So last night though, like I was really hungry. Jib got home a little late. We didn't want to cook. So I got Grab food. We spent like $30.
Yeah.
Right.
1,000 baht.
Yeah, 1,000 baht. And that's a very expensive day of eating.
Pretty much
for the two of us. Yeah.
And we did a show or something like this. I can't remember. I think we recorded something. And then you're like, I was like, hey, let's go get Mexican food.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, cool. So we go to this Mexican food place.
It was like 2,500 baht.
Just for the food.
Yeah.
And then we grabbed it both ways.
Yeah.
And then of course leaving, we got stuck in the rain.
Yeah.
So the meter's like, but it's just like neither of us were like, holy shit, I'm blowing my budget.
No.
But again, that was an expensive day.
Yeah, no, for sure.
But I mean, again, this stuff happens. And so my point is,
but I think we grabbed it there. It was like less than 200 baht.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. Like, oh no, we were going to go, we took the train halfway back.
That's right.
To go to the post office.
Yeah. It was closed.
And, it was closed.
But here's what's funny about because actually I think the biggest disappointment was that you had to tell Jib.
Yeah.
I didn't mail the package, honey.
Yeah.
Because you're like, no, don't worry about it. Mike and I'll do this.
I'll get it done.
We're gonna go get Mexican food and then we're gonna mail this. I promise.
Yeah. Closed. I was like, I think we took the Grab because it would start pouring out while we're at the Mexican place.
Yeah, that was a smart move.
Deep down Soy 11.
Yeah, for sure.
Like too far to walk.
Totally too far. Yeah. Unless you have the magic yellow bag.
The body condom. So I think we took a Grab from there and it was like surge price. So it was like 300 baht to go to.
Right.
But anyway, not a huge day, but you plan for those types of days. But on average, like my dinner is less than 100 baht.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Because I walk home, I get the chicken, right? With absolutely.
What do you spend, like 50 baht on chicken and sticky rice?
Yeah, like 2 nights. So I get 2 nights worth of food. It's 90 baht.
Yeah.
Because I get 2 pieces of big chicken, 2 pieces of small chicken, 2 things of sticky rice.
Yeah.
And then of course up the street on my way to that, on my way back from the BTS, I get my 25 baht coconut shake.
I was gonna say your coconut smoothies are probably your biggest expense every month.
I mean, they're 25 baht.
Yeah. What were the coconut waters in Koh Phangan? 50?
Oh, you mean so you mean when I would basically think I would be asking for cold water in Thai?
You're getting coconut water.
And she brings this massive coconut. I honestly, I don't even know.
Usually they're like 40 or 50.
Probably something like that. Well, I can tell you right now, like the guys that were like sweeping the sand,
they're picking those coconuts up.
Yeah, one of them's like starts cruising up the coconut tree, and then and I'm like, holy crap!
I love
like
watching those guys climb the trees because they just hook and
yeah.
So
Crazy.
the cost of living, right? So there are other people though who I know who spend stupid amounts of money.
Again, here's the thing. I would argue that the average person, if you will, yes, it is cheaper to live here in Thailand. Okay. But Thailand's a country.
Yeah.
So that's like saying, oh my God, what does it cost to live in the United States? Well, I tell you what, you hang out with me in San Diego, unless you have $7,000 in your pocket every month, then it's going to be uncomfortable because San Diego is ridiculous. But I mean, if you're living in, Cleveland's cheaper.
So when I moved from Rhode Island to Cleveland, I sold my house in Rhode Island and I made money on the sale because I had renovated. I got the house for free, essentially. My grandfather built it. My father lived there before he died.
Nice.
And I renovated it and sold it.
Yeah.
We moved to Cleveland and I bought a bigger house for less money.
Yeah, right.
And on less land, which was like really important to me to not live on 3 acres of land.
Even though the riding lawnmower is fun about once a year.
Well, I still had to have a ride. I ended up on like a half an acre.
Okay.
Right, which I still needed the riding lawnmower for.
Right.
But at the same time, it's way easier to take care of half an acre.
Yeah, for sure.
Take care of 3.
Right.
And not especially without a bunch of trees and stuff around. So
cost of living went down effectively.
Yeah, big time, like by half.
Yeah, right.
So like the house was like 100,000 less than I had sold my Rhode Island house,
and physically bigger,
like almost 50% larger.
So you end up with like what, 3,000 square feet, 3,500 square feet?
Yeah, like closer to 4.
Yeah, that's a large house. Like pretty large house.
4-car garage.
4-bedroom house, 5-bedroom house.
4-bedroom. 4-bedroom and a finished basement, and
then you had a living room and a family room and a dining room.
Yeah, which is like
that's pretty common in that part of the country too.
And then so I actually gutted that house out. So I had all these separate rooms in it, and I gutted it out and made it like a big open concept.
Yeah, nice.
And then when I went to sell it, they're like, "Oh, no, people in the Midwest, they don't like open concept." And the same thing when I renovated my Rhode Island house because it was built in the 50s. It was like all these little rooms.
Yeah,
I blew all the walls out and made it like a big open concept space. And it was a cape, so I dormered it out the top.
Nice,
and made it huge.
Yeah.
And the agent was like, "Oh, I don't know this town." I lived in Lincoln, which is just north of Providence. So, like people like more classic.
Yeah.
I had like Brazilian cherry hardwoods I put in, and I was like, "I don't know, this house is pretty dope." And like literally in a down market in 27 days, I sold for above asking.
Yeah, see, there you go. I mean, everyone's going to have their own desires.
And then the same thing, and they were trying to convince us to change the furniture for the showing in Cleveland.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it was very modern furniture, and I don't want to say not like super modern, but contemporary, right? Okay. Like, and it fit the style of the house, at least in my opinion. And they're like, "Oh, you should put like more classic, like mid-century American furniture, and people will like that more."
Wow,
they'll look stupid though.
Yeah,
like these big chunky couches and chairs in the middle of this open floor space.
Again,
and I didn't do it, and again, it sold in like 40 days for above asking.
That's pretty decent. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I think I sold my house in. I also really wanted to get out of there.
Yeah.
Meaning that I paid the seller's agent and the buyer's agent and like all this. At the end of the day, with all the fees and everything, it basically ended up costing me 10% of the value of the house to get rid of it. But I did it in like a week.
So there was a house.
Southern California. Though.
There's a house I really wanted to buy down the street from the house I bought in Ohio, and it was a beautiful, huge brick home, like 4,900 square feet.
Okay.
Walkout basement into the backyard, but you could see oil pumps in the back, like out the kitchen window.
Really? In Ohio?
Yeah, in Cleveland. Yeah, there's a bunch of these small oil pumps.
The deals that like go like the Texas ones? Okay.
And so it was far enough back, but you could still see it, right? And so, they were asking like way above market. And I was like, I'm not going to pay that.
Yeah,
they're like, "What would you offer for the house?" I'm like, with that view, maybe like 250.
Yeah.
And they were asking like 420.
Come on.
Right.
Yeah, that's insane.
And they were like, the woman's like, "Oh, I'm not even gonna bring that offer to them." I'm like, "That's fine, then don't."
Yeah, I care.
And so I bought a house down the street.
Yeah.
And like that house didn't sell until I moved to Thailand. It sold for like 200 flat.
Years later.
Years
It was like
later.
on the market over 6 months.
Yeah. And like I had a plan. I was like, I'll just plant fast growing bamboo in the back.
Totally.
And block that view.
Right.
Right. Like it'll be blocked in like a year.
Yeah. But I'm not paying for something.
No.
Yeah. No, I get that.
And so I was like, looking at like other houses in the area. I was like, it's way overpriced. It's not even the nicest house in the neighborhood.
Well, and you don't usually want to buy
view
that.
Of Texas.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't have done it. Now here,
for 200, I would have done it.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, if the price is right.
And like I said, I was already thinking, like, all right, plant at the beginning of the spring, bamboo
by the end of by fall.
Yeah,
the second year.
Yeah, the second year, it'll be, you won't be able to see anything.
Right. I mean, here again, you can. It could be potentially difficult to find a place here that you absolutely love. I lucked out in the sense that, I mean, I hadn't stayed in this place.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, well, I hope it's quiet, and I hope all this. But at the end of the day, I'm paying like $350 a month or whatever. And if I hate it enough, then I'll just bail, and whatever I need to pay, I'll pay.
Yeah.
And so that's actually pretty nice thing here, because
you had a different spot your first time, right?
Yes, we were off of on Nut down on, it was a Sansiri property, that entire the base, which is
the base
Sukhumvit 77,
not far from Habito, right?
It is, like, literally that was Habito.
Habito used to be cooler.
Wow, here's the thing too. Talk about Farang. I mean, they had like San Diego prices for food in there, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, they say, oh yeah, we're selling Vietnamese banh mi sandwiches, street food.
Yeah.
For like 400, I'm like, bro, these are literally 65 cents in Vietnam.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, come on, I get it, but it's too hip. It's too friggin' gringo is the way I label it.
Yeah. So like, to Patrick's point though, like there are people who might make 45,000 baht a month living here.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. And then like you could live perfectly fine on 40, like if you're teaching English or doing whatever, making like 45K, you could live perfectly fine if you control your expenses. But you're not going to have a ton of savings.
Whoever the person was that basically said, oh, but hold on, Jib's asking me a question.
Oh, about your visa?
About my visa,
okay.
Yeah. Stand by.
So I'll let you do it. So,
but anyway, I just want to see how much 45,000 is.
Like 1,500?
$1,400.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you could live on that if you live, but you're not going to live like lavishly. So 45,000 baht a month, you could rent a really cheap place. You could eat street food. You might be able to save a little bit of money, right? You take public transportation, you learn how to take the bus, and you could live fine. Is it going to be like an extravagant party life? No. Are you going to live in a desirable part of the city? No.
At 45,000?
Yeah.
I mean, because you figure, okay, so what are you going to spend on rent? 10 grand?
So, it depends on what you want, right? Like, so what's your trade-off, right? Do you want to spend a full 10 grand if you're making 45K?
Which sounds pretty reasonable.
Yeah, but you could live where you're at, right? You spend 12. Yeah.
So and I spend 12, and I have I have 58 square meters.
Yeah.
They absolutely have studio apartments that are like 36 square meters that are 9,000.
So I lived in the northern part of the city, off the train, right? Before I was paying 13 or 12 for my rent.
It was big though.
This is a 1-bedroom. It was like 70 square.
It's big. That's a big living room.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But again, it was a very nice, and I was like the only Farang in my complex. Like,
yeah, I'm one of few, which is pretty good.
Obviously, I'm the only Farang where I live now, basically.
Yeah, and they're starting to get used to seeing me too.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? Like, it takes about 2 weeks or so for like Thais to kind of warm up.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether that's because we're in Bangkok and they're like, well, he's just a foreigner. He's only here for the weekend kind of thing. But like after they see you a while, it's not immediate.
No.
I mean, they smile.
So I don't live far from Mike, but Mike lives closer to the train, right? So I pay a little bit more than Mike, right? So you're paying for location, I'm paying for size.
Absolutely. What do you, 200 square meters?
280.
Yeah, and you've got a 2-story, giant place. And
but this is also my office space. Like I'm not.
Yeah, it's your business.
Yeah, like I'm not living here. Like, well, I live here, but like the whole downstairs, 100 downstairs is bigger than upstairs. I have 150 square downstairs.
Okay. Minus the kitchen, it's like at least 100 for the work area, right?
Yeah, so like the kitchen is like the 50th.
Yeah,
it's probably smaller than 50,
20, probably,
like 10.
Yeah,
right. So the kitchen's like small area, but it's all work area downstairs. Yeah. So then upstairs is like this podcast studio.
Right, exactly.
We have a storage room that's a little bit bigger, but there's no aircon.
Living room where I think this podcast studio should be.
Living room / guest room, and then bedroom. And but I'd have to replace that aircon because it's so loud.
Yeah,
like,
that's true. Right?
Like it's like an engine.
Are you comfortable here right now in this temperature?
Would you change it?
No. I'm just curious.
Is it off?
Is it yes or no question?
Is it off?
No.
Did you change the temperature? On no.
The question is, are you comfortable at this temperature?
I'm okay, a little warm.
Okay, because obviously I'm not wearing a scarf.
Yeah.
I don't have my legs
so
covered.
What did you change?
Literally, I just turned it on low. I put it on low.
Oh, that's fine. If it's on low, it will get colder in here though.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Because sometimes we'll do like a 2 or 3 hour, and maybe that I just start banging up against it. I'm like, oh my god, it's like the friggin' hill tribe.
I was worried that you changed the temperature. No, and then it's just gonna die.
Because I know. Yeah. No, I know to not touch the thermostat because it's an older unit, and I know that it's quite binary.
It took me a few times to get it to work. No, usually I run it on L when I record, right?
Yeah,
it'll be fine. But the problem is it still gets cold because L just.
After a while.
So the thing, it just runs.
And then you just turn it off.
Yeah.
Oh, really? So there's no, okay, got it.
It doesn't turn down and turn on. It just runs.
That's a pretty damn good compressor then.
Yeah. That's why I put the blanket over part of it.
Well, I had to actually last time because I was sitting over there with my bald head and it was like blowing up my back kind of thing.
So food and transport are the big cost of living. So I think that's like the biggest add-on over your rent.
Because a lot of people will get really attracted to the rent over here. Because I mean, in a big city, the rent here is very reasonable.
Very reasonable. But again, like for me, I rent for proximity. I don't rent for anything else.
Well, my number one requirement is, it's actually kind of, but noise level, but also safety. I mean, the two could, I guess comfort is the short answer.
See, I don't think there's really safety issues in Bangkok.
Agreed. But I'm saying like overall, I mean, that's what's nice. It's like no matter where I live, no matter where you or I would ever live, it's going to be safe enough where it's like, because at the end of the day, Gracie stayed here for an entire week by herself getting dental work over near Nana because she always, how come guys like keep talking to me? I'm like, well,
she said because people kept telling her it's a good spot, so she stayed in Nana.
Well, no, it was right next to our dentist, so it was like really cheap. And because like over there, like in basically September, right, low season, it's free over there. In the normal times, so. But the point is that she was like, I'm walking around at night.
Yeah.
By herself.
Yeah.
In Bangkok, dude. You don't do that in Manila.
No, definitely not. I don't even do that in Manila.
Shit.
The Jim and I used to go to jiu-jitsu classes on Soy 11. And like sometimes she would go to night class and I wouldn't.
Right.
And it was fine.
Yeah, whatever.
It's sketchy from the perspective of like there's a bunch of drunk dudes like out trying to get laid. To pay for it.
Yeah, right.
And but again, like you're a sweaty chick walking home from jiu-jitsu. No one's confusing you for a working girl.
Yeah, you don't have heels on.
Yeah,
I get your Nikes.
Yeah, so it's just a normal part of the city. And Soy 11 is not even bad. Bad part of Nana.
And again, that's the thing. I mean, where there's the majority of foreigners. Yeah. I mean, again, say what you will about how the Thai government deals with tourists or whatever, but they realize that it is important to have a good global image.
Yeah.
I mean, the last thing you want is your beach has needles on it. No,
they've spent a lot of money on like soft power.
Yeah.
Right? So like Thai food, Thai culture. Because Thailand knows, like any government knows that they're not going to outspend the U.S. on military. They're not going to, they don't have the economic clout for political leverage. What do they have? Soft power. How do you develop that? You spread your culture through your food, through your martial arts, through your people and your heritage, and that creates goodwill. And I think that overall Thailand has done a very good job with that in general. That's why. In America, you can get really good Thai food along with really bad Thai food.
The majority of it, I would submit, is not good.
Well, it's good until you come here.
Good point.
Yeah, up top.
Yep, there you go.
So,
Number 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed. So I remember I used to go to this place called Jackie's Galaxy in Rhode Island, which I always thought was great Thai food.
Sure.
And like people in my family would be like, "Oh, it's so authentic." Like, none of them have ever been to Thailand, right?
I love when people say that.
It's so authentic. Like never left the country.
Well, it's like Chinese food.
Yeah.
When I was a kid having Chinese food, we would order a poo-poo platter.
Yeah, poo-poo platter.
Right? So you get
General Tao's chicken.
So you get the flames in the middle. Yeah. You get the 4 pieces of pork.
Put your little piece of skewered chicken on top and your pork rib. Yeah.
Freaking high fructose corn syrup over everything, basically, right?
That's why it's good. Well, sometimes I miss like that American Chinese food, like that cornstarch sauce on top. I love MSG.
I know you do. Oh, I was getting. So what is the downside to I mean, does it cause cancer? Is that why?
No, I think there were reports of that, but I think that was them feeding like multiple grams to like a mouse.
Exactly.
Multiple times a day.
I mean, if you see like people at it, I mean, they add like just
Well, I don't know. You see like street food at MSG. It's like the spoonful.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Actually, so there's a place in MBK that does like vegan and non-vegan Chinese style food.
Okay.
And like Jib and I will go there sometimes because we can both order like off different menus. And they add a ton of MSG to the point where like Jib and I will both have like numb spots on our face. Like
numb spots?
Yeah, like my cheeks will go numb and my ears will go numb from the MSG. Jib knows.
Jesus, I had no idea that.
Jib knows the mechanism that I don't know it off the top of my head because Jib was a nutritionist.
Okay,
she knows the mechanism about it. She's like, oh yeah, it's common with MSG that.
Jesus Christ.
So Patrick, yeah, thank you for the comment. Yeah, cost of living. I would say basic breakdown. Like you can live very basically for 1,000 plus, like 1,000 to 1,500. You can live pretty basic. Not like a baller lifestyle, but you can live okay.
No. Yeah, not at all for like 1,000 ball.
No. And like I said, when I had the penthouse, it was $2,000 a month just for rent there.
I think my cheapest month, and it was, because like we were locked down, right?
Yeah.
So of course I was ordering groceries, which arguably the delivery's cheap.
Yeah.
But I was ordering things that I wouldn't normally buy, i.e. American cookies, and that sort of thing.
Fucking Triscuits, like 200 baht for a box of Triscuits.
And Triscuits are fucking amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You know what's also really good? Port wine cheese, that spread. You put that on a Triscuit.
No, what I put Marmite on my Triscuits.
Up top, guy.
Yeah.
Dude, that's epic.
I love Marmite.
Peanut butter. Peanut butter is not cheap here.
No.
Not good peanut butter. You can get shitty.
Yeah, like Jeff, like $10 for a small jar.
I've tried. Yeah. Oh, and then you know what I like? I don't like mayonnaise. I like Miracle Whip. The only place I can find Miracle Whip is Villa Market. Yeah. Which means it's like literally it has to be at least 4 times the cost of it in the United States.
Yeah.
I went over there.
A bag of Fritos, $8.
It really?
Yeah.
Is that how much Fritos are here?
Yeah.
Because I mean, Lay's potato chips are cheap.
Over 200 baht because Lay's are made here.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
But if you buy the American Lay's, same with Pringles. If you buy the Thai Pringles in the skinny tube,
okay,
29 baht.
Yeah, 99.
Yeah, right.
For the
You buy the American tube, 99.
Yeah, for sure. $3, by the way, guys. That's $3 for friggin' Pringles.
$8 for a bag of Fritos.
So, I mean, and to that point, right? I mean, when you were living in the penthouse, many people over there didn't just live in that penthouse. They lived in the penthouse. They drove a Mercedes, which is like, what, 2-3x the cost?
Yeah, 3x.
3x.
Import tax.
Yeah, so you're buying, let's say for the sake of argument, an average, I don't know, 85. I guess you could get one for 60. So over here, you're looking at like about $150,000.
Mercedes is like a slightly expensive car in the U.S. It's not crazy.
No, but I mean, I would say the average price of a Mercedes is probably at least $50,000 in the U.S.
It's like a Camry.
60. Huh?
It's like a Camry, right?
What do you mean? Oh, as far as I mean, the appointments are similar. Obviously, the engineering arguably is a little bit better, and it feels nicer inside. I mean, I drove Acuras, which
nicer finish,
yeah, which means I drove Hondas, with a shitload of extra stuff in it.
So, but I mean, like 50,000-60,000 for a Mercedes, right?
Yeah.
Here, it's over 100K.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and here's what's funny is that like, so I was talking to this Thai guy. I was actually down in Pratt Shop Currycon coffee shop talking to this guy, and he was driving a Mini Cooper, right?
$100,000 car.
Yes.
120.
Yeah. $120,000 for a Mini.
For the base model.
And I'm going, dude, you must really like your car.
It's 200K for the SS here.
But that's what they pay.
Yeah.
But my point is that, so if you think that like you can easily live more expensively here than in the US.
If you want, I mean, you can buy a cheaper car here. It's not a problem. Like
buy one that's made here, Mitsubishi or Toyota.
Nissan March, I think, is like less than $10,000.
Dude, those Nissan Marches are awesome. I think it's the only car sold in Thailand that comes with a kickstand. It's so tiny. It's freaking awesome.
I love it.
Yeah, you can park it anywhere, dude. You throw it in your backpack. You don't need to.
But yeah, like so you can buy a motorbike for like 1,000 plus, like 1,500 baht.
Brand new.
Yeah, like there are people who rent motorbikes like by the month. I think that is the biggest mistake. If you're living here long term, you're basically buying it every year.
Yeah, basically, if you include everything. I mean, basically at month 10, you've pretty much paid for the thing.
Essentially, yeah.
And
so some people rent them to like 5,000 or 6,000 baht a month, right? You get to like month 10, you paid for like a baller bike. Like a 60,000 baht bike.
Well, when I was and if I were like long term, right, kind of thing. But I mean, when I cruise around, You know, I rent, obviously. The
Yeah.
longest time I ever stayed in one location.
Yeah, but you go to Copenhagen, you rent for 10 days.
Yeah,
no big deal.
It's totally different.
Yeah. But like if you live in Bangkok and you drive a bike every day, now it's a pain to register, but you can do
is it?
There are companies that like my Visa guy will do it for me.
Well, wait, when you buy a brand new bike, doesn't the dealership take care of all that stuff for you? They even sell you insurance, right?
Yeah, the first time when they do it, they fill everything up. But when you have to go back and redo your tax every year and stuff, like it's a pain.
Land transportation, is that where you go?
Yeah.
Because I got to tell you, so let me ask you this: do you believe it was a pain, for the lack of a better description, to get your driver's license?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
No.
It was totally
As an
easy.
American, you walk in, I think almost every Western country has an agreement with Thailand where you can convert your license.
Right. Well, you get your international driving permit, and then you can go in with that. Yeah, that's all I had to do, basically.
No, with America, I just showed my U.S. license, and they gave me 2 Thai licenses.
I'm trying, you know what? Because I know I showed mine, and it had M on it, right? So, because the reason he says 2 is because there's a motorbike license and then there's a car license. They don't have the one with just additional letters on it.
I didn't have a motorbike license in America, and they still gave me a motorbike license without taking the test.
Where did you get it?
Petum Tommy.
Okay, yeah. I got mine down in Phetchaburi.
So I went. I went with a girl who brought me, and they asked her like, "Oh, is it okay for him to drive a motorcycle in the U.S. with this?" And she said yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And they gave it to her, and she was like, "I figured it's okay for you, just not okay for the police." I was like, "It's not a bad way to look at it."
But that sort of stuff. I mean, again, I did it. I did a couple of videos after I did it, actually. And here's the thing. It was, if you think about the difficulty delta between you and I, foreigners, going to get our Thai driver's license and potentially certainly don't speak Thai fluently, compared to a Thai person who speaks the same level of English going into the DMV in the United States. Totally impossible. They would not treat them nicely.
We got a ton of comments here.
You missed? Up. Yeah. Okay, good.
No, we're like hours behind now. Patrick. So anyway, Patrick, thank you. 1 for stopping by, 2 for your comment. Yes, cost of living is not crazy, but it's not $800-$600 a month. I just want to touch on how horrible 3-in-1 is again, because Steve left another comment.
Steve is awesome.
No other option. I feel you. I feel you. That is. So here, this is an interesting one. Go more like I like McDonald's coffee. You know, for the price, you're not overpaying.
It's better than Starbucks coffee.
Yeah, it's better than Starbucks. And if I'm in a pinch and I want coffee and I see a McDonald's and a Starbucks next to each other,
no, all day long.
I'm not going to Starbucks.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, no hate on that.
And it's not a cost thing; it's a quality.
Yeah, and like it's also cost to quality too. Like you're getting better value for what you're paying.
You are, but it's also better coffee.
Yeah, it's better coffee. Well, also, I like brewed coffee, and 90% of I like coffee that's like immersion brewed or like drip brewed.
Yeah,
and most of Starbucks is just espresso.
Yeah,
boom, bang.
Right.
So yeah, I Hike. I am 100% with you, man.
McCafe, baby.
Yeah, and Mr. Mitch agrees. Yeah. It was made in the McCafe. Yeah.
See, there you go, baby.
Yeah. So Mr. Mitch is Nestle, he believes, is Swiss.
Swiss, that's right, sweet. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Rupert, the infant formula scandal, is that the one with where they were poisoning kids with like some type of mercury or something in the mix?
Is that or is that fake infant formula that
there was
went
like
into China?
Heroin one that from like Mexico, right?
Was there? Oh boy.
I like Beaker from the Muppets.
Yeah, me too.
No doubt. Yeah.
See how we just did that? Pretty cool, right?
Up top. Startled and Waldorf. I had to look it up. I think at Olden's them now. Great movie. Training Day. Training Day. Great movie. I think he meant Training Day. Yeah.
When did you mention that? That was how low
at the beginning.
It says the time. How late are we on the comments?
9:38, and what are we at? It's so we're like 40 minutes behind.
That's typical for me.
Yeah, basically anything available is used. Taper snacks, corrugated metal pallets.
Mr. I've never been down. Have you been down there? I'd be like, maybe we should go down there.
Yeah, let's take a trip.
I mean, that would be Bangkok strange.
That's very Bangkok strange.
I never knew about the thong lore
tar paper, yeah,
until probably 2 years ago.
Joe P, subscribers to Bangkok Strange now.
Boom.
My man, thank you.
Thank you very much, buddy. That's awesome.
Hey, Mariana.
Mariana, good to see you, buddy. So what does that mean? It is
hardly
5 a.m. in Germany, 6 a.m.
Wow, waking up early.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Mitch, man, do not worry. If it wasn't for spell check, people would think I was illiterate.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm a published writer, and people would think I'm illiterate.
Yeah, well, don't forget, so am I, which means we had publishers. We had editors.
Oh, Hike, thank you, man. He likes Knit by Jib's channel. It's about knit. Yeah, that's her whole business is knitting and craft design.
The hat that she left with this morning, did she knit that? Or is that
no,
that
I bought that at a Japanese resale shop.
Okay,
so it's like a used hat from Japan.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I gotta find some used clothing stores. Are there like vintage clothing stores around here?
Not as big out here.
Yeah, they actually, you know where they had a lot of them? Kopanang.
Really?
I was really well,
that's cool. Yeah, because of hippies.
Yeah, right.
So Bangkokian, 1967. Welcome to the channel. I don't think I've seen you here before, my friend. Just got back from doing my weekly shop at Villa Planchet Center. You know, I try to avoid going into Villa for the simple fact that I feel like it's a tax because I see stuff like I don't normally see.
Yeah, like where can you buy fluff?
Yeah,
other than friggin' right? I mean, are you kidding me, dude?
Top.
I mean, fluffernutter sandwich.
I'll see like
game changer.
I go to like Villa, and even like stuff I don't eat. I'll be like, oh, Jip would like this.
That's like going into Sears. Jip would really like a circular saw.
Yeah, like I'm at Villa. I'm like. Steel cut oats? Yeah, sure. Why not?
I mean, they're steel cut.
Bob's Rental, 600 baht for a bag of steel. Yeah, sure. Why not? Or like, I don't eat meat, right? But Jib does, and I'll be like, oh, grass-fed tomahawk steak, dry aged for 30 days. Jib will love that.
1,700 baht for 100 kilos or 100 grams.
So I've done that before. I'm like, hey, babe, I bought you dry aged beef. She's like, oh, okay.
What am I supposed to?
Yeah, she's like, that's like 10 meals for me, the amount of beef you just bought. I'm like, that's the only cut they had.
Did she get distracted by the price of things sometimes and it enables her? She doesn't have the ability to enjoy it as much?
Yeah.
Same with Gracie.
Yeah, like she won't, like it's funny because like you can tell like she enjoys stuff, but then she's always worried like, oh, it's like 200 baht.
So we get Gracie's visa, right?
Yeah.
And we got it. It's one of those deals where yes, we could have gone to the we could have gone to the U.S. Embassy and gotten it on a Sunday. I had no idea. I realized that afterwards. But what I did is I had it mailed or I had it sent to a post office, right? Yeah. So we go to this post office to pick it up, and then I said, okay, well after this, let's celebrate. Let's go up to one of these like rooftop bar places, right? So we go up there. And unfortunately, the view is amazing. Yeah. But she could not enjoy it at all because it was like 1,100 baht for non-alcohol. Like I had a Diet Coke, which is probably like 350.
Yeah, I went up to a rooftop one time. Yeah, I got a juice.
Distracting, right?
It was like 500 baht.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is not a 500 baht juice.
Yeah.
It's like
I don't know if it removed my ability to enjoy it. It probably did though.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, give me a juice. Like I don't need to think about, you know. But then that was the other thing too. They gave it, and then they gave us the invoice, like the receipt right away. And I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
You just yeah. You know. And so she was like, well, let's get out of here.
I'll show you my favorite rooftop spot. It's a bit pricey, but good views and
I mean that's the point.
It's a bit more chilled.
I mean, they could have the same restaurant in the basement somewhere, and of course, it would be a useless experience.
Yeah,
right.
For sure.
So I mean, you're up there, and it's pretty. Oh, have you been over to Mahanakon? Have you done the what is it, the glass roof tour thingy like that? I mean, it's very touristy, right? But I love that building, Mahanakon.
It's a beautiful building.
Amazing architecture, so cool looking.
Yeah.
There's kind of another one that's pseudo twisted, right? Which is.
So I had an office in Changlangzi when they were building that.
Oh, that must have been
cool. So the company I left driver to start. We had an office over there, and I remember I was able to see them building it, constructing it. It was pretty wild.
That must have been cool.
I remember there was one day I was sitting down at my desk and I was watching as the guys were coming down working on the outside with the slings.
Nice.
And it was just a wild thing to watch. It was so fun.
Did it ever go up and you looked over going, God, they totally screwed that up. What are they thinking? Or
they're missing pieces.
My God, they twist. They're like, wait, they're off by like 25% on that floor. Yeah, that's a gorgeous building, man. That's for sure.
So actually, I want to go to Bangkok and tell us what you got from Villa, if you don't mind.
What the cost was?
Yeah, what are your must gets from Villa? I'm curious.
I'm betting he spent at least 3,000 baht.
It's easy to spend 3K there.
Yeah,
I buy my frozen spinach from there. It's not cheap.
Oh, there you go.
From Australia.
Oh, what's you saying?
So when I moved to Thailand, plan to spend a month or two in BKK to get set up. Too much hustle and bustle though. We'll go to Hoi Hin, Cha Am, Prachuap, Curry Khan.
Yeah, I'm a
for
fan
slower
of that.
pace beaches and good hospitals. Definitely no beaches in Kangen, that's for sure.
I completely endorse that that thing, and I got to tell you, Hugh,
Well,
one of the reasons, one of the reasons that we're, Gracie and I set up here is because it's so easy to get to those places.
Yeah.
Hua Hin, I did not like at all.
I'm not a fan of Hua Hin.
Too many gringos.
Yeah, and like the people who I know who live there, just kind of like the foreigners I know who live there, are just like not all. Obviously, I don't know everyone who lives there. I know a couple people, and I'm just like, it's
Cha Am though, very Thai.
Everyone's telling me Cha Am is like spot on, great spot.
Totally chill. So Spot Trip, Curry.
I'm not a huge beach guy. Like I like to be able to get to the beach, but I don't need to live near it.
I'm a huge beach guy.
I figured.
You think?
Something clued me into that.
Not only do I like it on one side, I like to be in a spot where I'm surrounded by beach.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if it's because the coastline is one thing, the other island, all day long island, dude.
So Hugh, I get that. I mean, if you like beaches, Bangkok is not your spot.
But I will tell you, I understand why people label it hustle and bustle.
Yeah.
But all I had to do for 8 baht is take basically a go-kart from, and I'm here. The minute I start walking, I want to say less than 100 meters off of that main road there. Dude, it is so quiet down here. Yeah. And same with my condo. The minute you get inside, it is quiet, man.
Yeah, I mean, and you live on Sukhumvit.
2-3 blocks, yeah.
So, it depends. Like we both live further out, right? So we're on Bangkok, he's Udom Sok? Punawiti.
You like how I said it like the lady on the BTS does?
Yeah. Just like the recording. So if, it depends on where you want to live. You can avoid the hustle and bustle in Bangkok, but again, you're not going to be at beaches. So
yeah, right, sure.
Like you want to walk out your door and be at the beach, Cha Am is the spot for you.
So you know how there's Bangkok?
Yeah.
Right? That little island kind of thing. Is there any place?
Bang Kachao.
Bang Kachao. Thank you. Sorry. What did I say?
Bangkok is where I live.
That's your, yeah. So Bang Kachao. Yeah. So is there any place there that has even sand? I mean, they have obviously the edge of the...
It's a mangrove.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
It's also the river.
Grows all the way. Well, no, trust me, I wouldn't go swimming, but I was just wondering. Because I mean, and then there's that other one further north that's like totally man-made. Kokret, and that's like much smaller.
Yeah,
right?
all mangrove though.
And you can't even get a car over there, right? You got to do
no cars. There's motors. You can rent bicycles. You can't rent. As far as I know, you cannot rent a motorbike on Kokret.
Okay.
You can rent a bicycle, but they have motorcycle scooter drivers
take you there.
Take you.
Okay.
Like Jim and I did a homestay there once. Which was like a cool house in the mangrove, and like they cooked for you. And so like, oh, what do you want for dinner? I was like whatever vegetables you have, and she like went out to the garden and cut the water mimosa. So that's dope. Jib had chicken, which I think came from the garden as well.
it was swimming in the mangroves just an hour before.
Yeah. So it was a cool experience, and they do pottery and stuff there. I think we'll go there for Bangkok Exchange because it's a cool day trip.
Yeah.
We spent 2 days. It was too much time.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get that. Kind of like Koh Larn. I mean, it's like it's an island, but like literally by day 2, I would like, all right, I've been going back to the same thing and kind of doing it.
If we leave first thing in the morning, go to Kokret, like
hang out,
we'll be done before the afternoon.
Okay, that'll be kind of cool. We should weekend better
we'll go weekday because it'll be quieter.
Okay, because I know like I've been to Bang Kachao on the weekdays. And they don't have the market, right? It's only the week, so it's like it's not so bad on the weekends. Hugh, I would invite you to try, not all the way down, but about halfway down towards Pattaya. If you go to Sriracha and then take the ferry from there, go over to Koh Si Chang. That's a really cool. That's actually the closest island, right, to Bangkok. It's cool, man. It's just really neat. It's chill. It's small.
Again, it depends on the life you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Island life has its own challenges.
Yeah, like lack of stuff.
Yeah. Like 7-Elevens like on Phuket are twice the price of 7-Elevens in Bangkok.
Yeah, not twice the price, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, Koh Phi Phi is twice the price, but Phuket's not.
Yeah, probably.
Phuket's like probably 25%, 30% more expensive for some things. But then some things are the same price. Like the important, like water is the same price.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, like soda is the same price, but it's like other things tend to be more expensive.
Bought or two more, but yeah, I get it.
Let's see.
Koh Si Chang, like food's actually really, really, really reasonable.
Mr. Mitchell, last time I went to a movie theater in the States, I had to get a second mortgage on my house. That's the joke, right? It's
how much is it? Is it like $20, right?
Last time I went to the movies, it was
just like a regular one, not like the couch kind.
Yeah, just like a regular ticket, $16. And like last time I got we got the whole sofa here for 15.
Wednesdays, right?
It was like, yeah, it was a Wednesday price.
Because is that true? Every theater in Thailand on Wednesdays is cheaper.
Oh, Joe P, thank you so much, man. Interview with Dr. Tony Hughes was really good.
Thanks. You actually pinged those guys, and they're going to come back, right?
Oh, that was David.
And Bear.
David and Bear. And I hung out with Tony a few weeks ago. I brought him to pro wrestling, Thai pro wrestling. And hopefully next time he's in Bangkok, he'll come by.
Was he up for just the day, or what was he?
Yeah, he was just up for a couple days doing workout. You were in Copenhagen.
Nice. Yeah. Cool.
So I was like, yeah, man, let's just hang out, go for some wrestling. He really enjoyed it.
He's a good guy, man.
He's a cool dude. I mean, he's very honest, which you've got to respect just in general, very open. Yeah. And
he's not abrasive with his honesty,
he's not.
Right?
And, I mean, like his persona on his videos is just a very amped up version of who he is. Yeah. It's him on steroids.
Yeah, indeed, right?
It's his persona on steroids.
Yeah, which is quite literal.
His real self. I honestly feel like, and Eric, who knows him very well, like Eric was at his birthday party. They're very close friends, right? Kind of like confirms to me that like, yeah, that's who he is in general.
He refers to there as Tony, and then there's Anthony.
Yeah.
Right. Anthony Hughes is his real legal name, and then Tony Hughes, just if you argue his stage name kind of thing. I mean, he's
Dr. Tony Hughes.
Dr. Tony Hughes. Yeah, absolutely. Because he has a JD.
Yeah. Let's see, I'm spending. Oh, here's Bangkok. I'm spending a fortune on fish and chips from the new chip shop on Soy 13 right now.
Fish and chip. I mean, so that's probably like, what do you spend? Probably 600 baht.
Yeah, it's probably not cheap because even like.
Well, because the location too.
Yeah,
right?
Soy 13. Yeah. Yeah, man. Sometimes when you find a spot, like for me, Prime Burger is that spot. Like they said they make the Beyond Burger, but even Giblet like says their beef burger is the best she ever had.
I went to Arno twice now. A buddy of mine took me the other day, and their burgers are excellent. And I mean, again, if a lunch special or something like this, it was like 300 baht all in. It came with a beverage or whatever. But I mean, that's still $10 burger in the United States. I wouldn't get a gourmet one like that.
No, and I'll like I think at Prime for like the triple vegan burger, it's like 400 with fries.
Yeah, and here's the thing. So
all day. I mean, when I splurge, I'll do it.
But, but I mean, there aren't like, so for example, a good pizza in Bangkok probably about twice the price of the one in the U.S.
Joe, 1,600 baht, 51 USD. Woo. What was that for?
Wait, for fish and chips?
No, that was that's Bangkokian who got the fish and chips. What I'm trying to see. Did I miss something that Joe said he was?
I do that all the time. Yeah. I'll scroll down. He probably talks about it later.
Yeah. All right. Where am I? So I missed. I'm sorry if I missed what you were talking about, Joe. Something for 1,600 baht. 13/1, 13/2. In the trendy building.
Oh,
in the trendy building.
Right off of Nana. Yeah, for sure. I know exactly where you are.
You can actually see that building from the BTS, the trendy building.
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's a lot of like legal offices in there too.
There's a fish and chip shop in there.
Oh, wait. Do you mean what's the name of that? The Sportsman or something like that? That place that's like down on the one floor up from the street level? I think I know what you mean. I go to what is it called? It's like a meetup, Bangkok International Travelers meetup or something like that. I think it's the Sportsman.
So, Soy Yamato, where's that? I don't know that one.
So you mean in Pattaya? 13 or 13/1 or 13/2, I think. And the reason they call it that is because like the first place on your right is called Yamato.
Been far too long since I think he's talking about Pattaya. Been far too long since I've been to Pattaya. Been living in Bangkok now nearly 20 years. Man, Bangkok in 20 years. I mean, I'm sure it's more than double me. So he probably has some stories, probably some hints he could share with us.
So he moved over here in 2000. That's when my buddy Eddie started coming here, actually. And it was like, you could maybe text like AAA, BBB, CCC, right? You do that. Don Muang was the only airport, right? They didn't build the new one yet.
Yeah, I believe so. Flew to Songla for a day trip this week and was pleased to see the flight domestic terminal was really busy. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's been busier for sure.
You've been flying a lot, so you're flying tonight, right?
Tomorrow, Sunday. Going out of Krabi. But interestingly enough, so Air Asia now flies out of Suvarnabhumi to go down to Krabi.
Hey, you were telling me that.
Yeah, crazy, right? I guess they got some more money because they're making so much.
Jay Marcus, what's up, man?
Hey, Jake, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming over.
Coming by. I'm looking to have so here's Joe P. I'm looking to have a budget
Oh, dude,
3,500,
you're
4,000 USD per month.
Very comfortable.
Yeah, very comfortable.
Yeah, not distracting at all. You'll save money.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're looking to budget 35 to 4,000 total living expense, you'd be fine. Hit us up, like bangkokstrange@gmail.com if you have any questions. Guys, we're more than happy to share some info.
And topics.
Yeah,
actually, that's another thing. Yeah.
If you have topics you want us to
you
cover.
don't have the PayPal link at the bottom. Anyway, if you guys, we're going to throw up the PayPal link, and that's just simply for the Hill Tribe project. Yeah. We did a video on that more, but again, as Dana said, we're still waiting for data back. It's probably going to take us another month to get like a budget together and a plan, and then.
So we got to get some more info back from the teacher. Like I said, she only has access to internet like when she's in the town at the base of the mountain,
and that's usually when she does the blood transfusions, right? For
yeah,
the kid?
She does that, or she's doing like a supply run.
Okay, nice.
So she'll read our questions next time, and then she'll respond back to us. So Joe P, should I buy or rent a condo? Mm-hmm. So that's actually a very good question, and the economics of it to me work out that depending on how long you're going to be here, but for the most part, it doesn't make sense to buy.
I would completely agree.
Unless you're going to be here for like ever.
And don't buy like you do buy in the US. You buy in the US, you're like, okay, yes, but I'll be able to sell this for ... Don't buy thinking you're ever going to sell it.
Yeah.
And don't buy it thinking that you're going to be able to rent it out or Airbnb it out and make your mortgage payment.
Yeah, a lot of impossible empty places here. Yeah.
And that's the other thing about renting, especially right now. It is a renter's market.
Yeah.
You can go in there and say for 15,000, you could easily say, I'll give you 10,000.
You could easily rent something for like less than half what what a mortgage payment would be.
Yeah.
And
during regular times.
And so like the place I live in now is 18 is my rent, and it would probably cost me, if I took a mortgage on this spot, it'd be like 55 to 60,000 baht a month to pay for this.
And if you can, and you're going to come over here and you're going to live here permanently, if at all possible, do not sign a 1-year lease in December or January.
Yeah,
they got you. It is high season. Come over here April, basically after Songkran, before November 1st.
Yeah,
best time to lock in a lease.
35 to 4,000 a month. You're going to be super comfortable. You can pretty much. Like
100,000 baht.
I rented 120, right?
Well, to the peak, but sure.
So I rented a penthouse for 60,000 baht, 2,000 less than $2,000 in the middle of the city.
Yeah, it's huge.
So you could do the same thing. Yeah, 2 floors, helipad, huge outside garden on the roof. I mean, I'd walk out my front door every morning and see I had a view from Nana to Planchet.
Mm-hmm.
No, Nana to Prampong.
So here's the thing about buying, though. I mean, there are sort of things that you get with it that potentially make your life easier.
Yes.
Not the least of which is in a new complex, it's pretty common to get a 10-year visa with it.
Yeah.
You'll get that through the elite program.
Correct.
So if you're coming over here, you're going to be retired and you're not going to have to want to dick around with anything. I can completely understand why Todd did. I got a buddy of mine, talked to him yesterday. He's like, I finally got my visa situation set. I'm like, what'd you do? He's like, I just got a friggin' 5-year elite visa, 500,000 baht, boom, done. I don't have to do anything about it. Trust me, I'm close.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's like, okay. And again, part of my exploration is going to Changwatana and spending, 2-3 hours. It's not a big deal. I got the time, and I kind of like the interface with people. But if you're one of these people that's like, I hate lines, I don't want to deal with any stuff, even if it's like tolerable, you outsource it to some person every 90 days. I mean, so
I did my 90-day online now. So the first time it's ever worked.
Dude, I'm totally, the first day I can do it, I think is October 2nd.
Yeah. Because
my date is October 15th. So you get 14 days before, 15 days before, 7 days after.
Yeah.
And so there's that, but here's the thing. Just, I think you need to look at it in a different perspective than you would purchasing a piece of real estate in the United States.
If you're doing it for the visa, if it comes with like the 10-year visa, the elite visa, and you want the hassle-free, absolutely. Joe, I don't know what your visa situation is going to be coming over here. That's something like you can figure out if you're buying property, it can work for you, or if you're doing it in some other way. But for me, like, Jib and I are looking to buy a warehouse building. And
you're looking to buy actual real property, though.
Yeah, like something like will house our business. Like we'll move. Ideally for us, what we're looking for is something where we can build. We want to do a complete renovation of something. So buy something where we can have a showroom for our art, a workshop for our design studio, a media center for podcasting and video production, and then live as well.
Yeah.
So everything is kind of, again, because I'm about location, right? My zero commute is the nicest
walking
thing.
downstairs
in
your boxers.
Like half naked to get deliveries. My partner for Dapper Villains, he sends me deliveries from his company for fabric, and the guy will come at like 9 a.m. and sometimes I'm not dressed. I'm just like,
but the guy's like, whatever.
I'm like laying in bed reading the news. I'm like,
what time do you normally get up? Because you go to bed late, dude.
I do. So I try to wake up at 7:30.
Okay.
Is my ideal.
I mean, you don't set an alarm, obviously.
No, I do.
Do you seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you gotta lose that.
No, so
way too work.
Because but it's for me to like start waking up, right?
Okay,
it's
fair
like,
enough.
Like I don't have to be out of bed, but I do set a 7:30 alarm.
Okay.
Most of the times I snooze it and I'll wake up at 8:30.
Okay.
And I read news. I'll put my glasses on and read some news from overnight.
Right.
I don't do emails in the morning. And so like I just want to catch up on what I miss overnight, because that's the big news cycle for the US.
Of course.
I read through that, boom, and then I'll get out of bed. And the other reason is that the aircon in the bedroom is the high efficiency aircon.
So you leave it on all day long.
No, so I just while I'm in the room.
Yeah.
But like I go downstairs, and usually it's cool enough I don't have to run the aircon downstairs until
good point.
until like noon.
Were you at all out this morning at like 6:37? The weather today was amazing until about 9.
I woke up at about 7:30. I got out of bed at 7:30 today. Jib was already up because she was getting ready for embroidery class.
If there wasn't direct sun, dude, out there, I'd be like, we need to do this podcast outside in the shade.
Yeah.
I mean, your patio is probably 250 degrees.
Yeah, and then my
Kelvin.
So the back, there's no direct sun on the back patio, but it's loud as fuck.
Oh, this is the back?
Yeah.
This is
This is the back. So all the air cons for the building behind me are face that patio. Okay. So it's like
and it's hot air.
Yeah.
Right.
But so my front patio, no cover,
direct sun
all day.
And you have a water tank up there,
which is nice because that's how I get that hot water.
I was gonna say,
the bum gun.
that must be
we gotta do a whole bum gun episode. But
and with live streaming video, of course. Indeed, yeah.
The GoPro, shoot it in 5K.
We'll call it the Nutsack episode. It'd be great, man.
But so the water, I have a metal water tank on the front, but it's so like the sun is so strong, it hurts to walk out there barefoot.
I'm sure it does. Yeah,
it's just painful,
and it's not even black. Can you imagine if the top was? I mean, it's like yellow, white, right?
No, it's
because your house is yellow.
The house is yellow, but the roof is like red tile.
Oh, so it's kind of dark.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So it's pulling it in big time.
Like reddish brown.
Let's see if we got any comments. I'm curious from you guys.
So should I buy or rent? I would say rent.
Yeah.
Unless it's a visa situation or there's something else like that. It's so cheap to rent comparatively to buy,
and it's so everywhere too. And then if you've never been like in an area, Joe, I would highly recommend you just like Airbnb something for 2 weeks to a month, because you do not know looking at something the noise that's going to be there. I was on the 40th floor of this place, and at night we heard barking dogs because they had just like this weird sound thing, going on. But yeah, the visa thing could really be helpful.
So do we have a PO box? Actually, Jib has a PO box for her business. I can get that information and share it.
It's like at the post office, right?
Yeah. So she had to move it from Supankwai to Prakanong.
Yeah.
So yeah, we do have one. I'll get the information and put it up there. Joe, hit us up, BangkokStrange@gmail.com. I can get that. Rare to have. Bad time mail on U.S. mainland, 0-2 in Hawaii.
Oh, really?
Wow.
I'm trying to think. I mean, because I've never been to really Oahu other than the airport. I'm a Maui/Kauai guy.
Yeah.
And the Thai food I had actually in Maui, in Lahaina, right downstairs, if you know where the banyan tree is, right? So down there's actually a Thai woman, and she works in a Thai massage place. Right next to it is actually a Thai restaurant
in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Oh.
In a Thai. Yeah. But before last March, I was in Maui, and I was there for probably about 10 days. And right next to it is a Thai restaurant run by a Thai woman. Food there, pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So if you're in Maui, buddy, cruise over to Lahaina and cruise down.
How much is a Harley Davidson Road King? Oh, I don't know. Harleys are expensive.
Do they manufacture them here now?
No, they have a thing where they assemble them. They reassemble them here.
Oh, okay.
So,
but legally, it's none of this like ship the parts to your buddies.
So it used to be gray market only.
Yeah.
I believe there are actual Harley Davidson dealerships now in Thailand. There's a big one on Whippavati, in like the north part of the city.
They're definitely a luxury bike.
Yeah, so
big cash,
over $1 million baht, over 30K
for sure.
But yeah, so they do a thing where they unassemble them in the U.S. They're built full build in the U.S. and then they partially unassemble them.
Yeah,
and then they ship them here, I believe, and then reassemble them. As opposed to like shipping them whole. And like that gives it like so it's not as taxed as like luxury cars.
I will tell you that. I mean, I get the whole. I mean. Look, it depends where you're going to live, but like I would submit driving a big bike like that in Bangkok, that is going to be a pain in the ass.
So I used to have a big sports bike.
How big though?
I've had a few.
No, but like an 1100 here in Bangkok.
No, I never had a liter bike, but I had a 650, and it was too big. Even I had a 250 motard, like a 250 CRF, Honda CRF that was converted to like a motard with like CB 650 wheels on it and like a modified swing arm, and it's just too wide. They're too wide.
Yeah, that's right
for like comfortably riding in Bangkok with the traffic. I'll take a scooter, Joe, all day long over the big bikes. And even for like small trips outside the city, for me, like a 125 is fine. I have they call it a Grom in the US. I have a Honda MSX 125.
I love that little bike.
It's a great bike.
Yeah.
I'm selling it if you want to buy it.
When's the last time you rode it though? I'd be
like a year ago.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You have synthetic motor oil in it? Or is
yeah.
It? Okay, cool. So it's not just regular like petroleum based oil.
No, it's synthetic.
All right, cool. So you could start it up.
Yeah, I could start it up. I started it up like a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay, cool.
I wouldn't mind like almost out of gas.
Well, yeah, but you could just walk down the street,
buy a bottle of it. Yeah,
gas.
So there's I would if you're gonna be in the city,
try it out,
rent something for a couple days.
In fact, the name of the guy that can rent you a Harley here completely makes sense. Fat Boy Rentals.
Okay.
Yeah. So Google Fat Boy Rentals. Try that stuff out because I guarantee you, if you rent a Harley here, it is going to be in excellent condition.
What's the name of the guy who owns Fat Boy Rentals? Do you know?
I don't know his name. I believe I know him from Facebook.
Is it a Thai guy?
I think so.
Yeah.
He also rents cars and he does it, but I believe it's Fat Boy Rentals. Anyway, check that out. Yeah. And again, that's the beauty of Bangkok. You can get anything you need over here, and then like try it out first. Fat Boy, hold on. Anyway,
do you actually know the guy?
No, I do not know the guy, but I know that
you've rented from them before.
Yeah. Fatboymotorbikes.com. 3 locations: Bangkok, Ekamai, Satorn.
Okay.
On Nut.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, give that shot. I believe
see their logo.
There you go. Why? Do you know the guy?
No, I don't know. It's a cool logo.
Yeah, for sure.
Suspenders and a bow tie on a motorbike.
Anytime you see suspenders, you know the guy.
Yeah. Shorts, suspenders with a button-up shirt and a bow tie. I feel like I like this guy's style.
Speaking of button-ups, do you know when my shirts are going to be ready?
No,
my Gay Earth shirt.
We can mesh to the Earth. I think the first one's supposed to be your fitting shirt.
Well, because you took a picture of it, so it's not finished.
No, I think he's gonna do the buttonholes and stuff.
Oh, okay. All right,
I think he does his buttonholes by hand.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good for him.
So expensive to buy a Harley for sure, and maybe too big of a bike. But I mean, if you're in Chiang Mai, if you're gonna live in Chiang Mai, again, 3,500 to 4,000 goes a long way in Chiang Mai.
Man, big time.
And twice as far as it goes in Bangkok, and a Harley would be a great bike to have up in Chiang Mai.
Yeah. If you're out of totally. I mean, if you're doing hills and stuff like that,
not for the city, not for inside Chiang Mai, but if you want to go out and just ride the open road in Chiang Mai or Isan, all day long.
What does the doctor say? ERMD9. He's over in Hawaii, actually.
Okay.
He's an ER guy.
Steve, you're right about Hawaii unless you know where to go, and even then, a variable between dishes.
He's on Oahu, though, yeah. I lucked out, actually, because I was looking for good Thai food.
Weather's original hard candy?
Werther's.
Or Werther's.
Werther's, yeah. Yeah, you can get all that stuff, especially at Villa Market.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure at Villa they have it.
Oh, yeah, big time. Or what is it? Gourmet grocery store that's in the bottom of Terminal 21.
Oh, yeah,
right?
Terminal.
Or no, is it Emporium?
No.
Portier. Yeah, that's where it is.
Joe P, rent a condo until you're sure if you dislike the neighborhood, don't know what a P.O. box is, importing or hardly be expensive, hard to drive and travel. Yeah. So they don't import anymore. They import still, but there's actual dealerships now.
Yeah. Individual humans cannot import vehicles.
Well, so you can, but
gray market. You can sell cocaine 6 feet away from here too.
You can buy a gray market vehicle, like a lot of the Maseratis you see here are all gray market, but you can't insure them.
Oh yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, so you crash it, you just walk away.
Yeah, but I mean, again, if you're stupid enough to, if you're gonna be doing something wrong and something bad happens to you, hopefully you don't expect that you're gonna be treated like the rest of us that obey the law.
Here's Bangkokian 1967. He has just over 3K at Billy. You were right. Got my burger, steak, oven chips, and freeze-dried strawberries, etc.
Freeze-dried strawberries? Couldn't you get really, really good fresh strawberries?
So. Oh, maybe he's adding them to cereal or something. Rehydrating the milk.
Smoothies.
Smoothies.
Oh, dude. We need to go get a smoothie later today.
So Thai strawberries are okay, but I find the imported New Zealand ones are the best.
What's interesting here is I discovered the strawberries that certainly I like, that I think a lot of Americans like, are when they're red, when they're getting ripe. They seem to like them here when they're yellow. Yeah. Have you noticed that? Banca Chow, I noticed that when they were selling them over there.
News just in the U.S. has just bought $8.8 billion for their new consulate in Chiang Mai.
Yeah.
Source the Nation. Chit Chat. What's up, Chit Chat?
Yeah, good to see you. Thanks for coming by, man.
Yeah. Source the Nation. The Nation. Wow. 8.8 billion baht for the consulate in Chiang Mai.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a big building, obviously.
Oh, he lives just off Wireless. That's a nice area, just off Wireless at Planche. Yeah.
That is not cheap.
There's Bangkokian 1967, maybe you know this. There's what the building is. I can't remember the name. It's in Planche, and if you bought one of the condos there, they have a BTS pickup drop-off service where it's a Bentley. So
trying to think if I've walked down there.
If you've got to go, I'm sure you've walked down Wireless. That's where the embassy is.
Yeah.
So if you've got to go to, but it's right at the corner, and they have a Bentley drop-off service for the BTS.
Oh, is it where that giant Rolex is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I know where that. Yeah. And what's funny is it's a super luxury car, and you maybe need to go 500 meters.
Yeah, in traffic.
It's just
for a rainy day, though.
Yeah, that's true. Why not?
He agrees with you. Arnos is good. Red Lion is the fish and chip shop. All right, any of you guys looking for legit fish and chips, Bangkokian 1967 has confirmed Red Lion in Trendy on Soy 13 is the shop to try.
I guess it's got to be on street level then. Maybe. I'll have to check it out.
Chit Chat, been here for almost 40 years and still smiling. My man.
Dude, that is awesome.
All day. Up top for Chit Chat. Boom.
Big time, dude. Baby. Because that's the point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Chit Chat, how many sad guys have you heard talk to? And and you've been here so long, they probably try and convince you that it's shitty. And you're like, dude, I'm on year 31. Yeah. I'm on year 36. Suck my dick.
Yeah.
You just go away.
Listen, I'm 8 years in, and guys who are like, oh, it's so leave. Just
totally.
Yeah, you're here by choice. You can leave by choice.
Yeah.
Why would you go out of your way to move somewhere, hate it, and then stay?
And especially if you're from basically a Western country.
Yeah.
I mean, because if you're from those countries and you cannot make the logical comparison of the quality of medical care here per dollar compared to elsewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah.
Because if you're aging, it's look, I kind of need to be around decent medical care.
Yeah.
And it's free here, basically. Yeah. I mean, we have a word for $2,000 a year health insurance in Southern California.
Yeah.
It's called free.
The Canadians disagree, but I guess it's 50% of their taxes, right?
So the taxes are high for sure, and you have to pay a federal as well as provincial. And what I discovered talking to my dad actually the other day is that the health insurance you get is per province. So imagine if you move from basically, let's say you have Blue Cross, and you move from Providence over to Cleveland. You got to re-register, get a new health, and arguably a lot of people have regional health plans, and you'd have to do that. Well, I mean, I can't get Harvard medical care in Southern California. You got to go Kaiser. I get it.
I'm gonna jump over to Bangkok real quick. So I want to go back to his other comment though, because it's great. But he still love living here and couldn't imagine living here. Exactly. maybe Mike and I are too positive. I love that you guys are just as positive 20 years and 40 years in.
Totally.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I've been here 8, like I'm super happy. You know, business is good, life is good, everything Jib and I do is a blast. I've got great friends.
Up top.
Yeah, here we go.
Did we hit 7 or is that 6?
I think we're on 5.
Fair enough.
Yeah. So like I said, I know Mike just through another contact, and like you meet people who you just jive with, and it's so easy to meet just kind of cool, really fun, interesting friends here. And it's unfortunate it's become kind of a cliche in entrepreneurship circles where people are like, oh, you're the mean of the 7 people you hang around with, right? Like elevate yourself. But
how many billionaires do you know?
Yeah, like if you're not hanging out with Bill Gates, you're a loser.
Yeah, absolutely.
But from the perspective of mindset about where you live, right? If you hang out with if the 5 people or 7 people you hang out with the most are negative assholes, you're gonna start to edge towards that negative assholism. So if you make the concerted effort to find people who are like-minded, who are positive, who are making the most of every situation, you're gonna have that mindset as well. And and that's what I get. Like I see you guys, I'm super stoked that this is what our channel looks like.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. The culture's rad.
Yeah, and that again, like we did a whole episode about like it's Bangkok strange, not because it's weird, because the strange things are the beautiful, awesome things about Bangkok.
I'm seeing some new guys coming in over here. I'm curious what our subscription rate is, because we were at 92, right? Yep. At the beginning of the show. We're trying to get to 100 guys. That would be really awesome.
If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. We'd love to have you subscribe to the channel and help us hit that first benchmark of 100.
95.
My man.
Dude,
boom.
Look at that.
3 more.
Every day, a little bit more.
Thank you, guys.
14 thumbs up. We're rocking it right now. And we got 12 guys watching. Thank you, guys, very, very much. I really appreciate that.
I want to go back to this.
We both do.
But again, the positive mindset. I love that you guys came over and that you guys are just super positive about being here as long as you have, because we are as well. And like, that's what we want this channel to be about, is the beautifully strange things in Bangkok and what makes it in Thailand and what makes it awesome.
Yeah, and I think we're setting a pretty decent foundation for that culture, right? Especially like here indoors.
Yeah.
Guys, we're going to get outdoors big time. And in fact, our goal is to go like from all the way north to all the way south, doing various things along the way.
I'm thinking we should do the buses too. Do the bus routes.
Dude, I love the buses. Yeah. That's the only way to get to Don Muang. I just love the fit.
I'm thinking the open air, no AC.
Oh, no
buses.
AC with the fans?
Yeah.
Those are rad, dude. Absolutely.
So I want to go back to this because I love this. So Bangkok in 1967. I always find it funny when people install bum guns in the UK, they always forget about the difference in water temperature.
Yeah, indeed.
So yeah, so this is the thing. When I lived in Rhode Island and Ohio, the groundwater, right? It's still chilly in the summer. Like you still get cold water out of the tap.
Well, because the pipes have to be 3 feet down. Because they'll freeze if you don't put them.
I can imagine like that bum gun water is not quite the same soothing experience. But I've had times where like for like middle of the day, super sunny, and like 3 o'clock, I'll use the toilet and I'll hit it with the bum gun.
A little too hot.
And that water's just a tad too on the warm side. And you get a quick pucker from the opposite direction. But yeah, having nice warm water all the time.
But dude, here's what's funny. I didn't think about this until I started coming over here regularly. Well, okay, after my first trip here, got home, bam, Home Depot.
Bum gun.
Portable bidet is what they call them. I didn't realize they had them there.
You get cold water out of the tap in San Diego?
I mean, cold is relative, San Diego, not really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's colder for sure than we get here. But I remember installing that going, this thing totally changed my life. And then I remembered back when I was a little kid and I would be like hanging out. For some reason, it only happened then. And there would be women around and dogs would come up and they would shove their nose in the girls. Do you remember that? Yeah. The crotches?
Yeah.
I just thought this is kind of weird. Well, of course, because they're just friggin' wiping shit all over the place. They're not friggin' hosing off. No wonder. He's probably like, oh my God, can't you guys smell that? Because his nose is like a meter long, right? And he's able
super sensitive.
30 feet away. He's like, wow, my God.
Nose deep in there.
Did this lady just come from the jungle? She hasn't taken a shower in 7 weeks.
I remember when I was at AIT in the Army, and we were out on I think we did like a 10-day exercise.
No shower, I'm guessing.
No one showers.
Yeah.
Like, you get the baby wipes and wipe down, but there's a couple women on the training exercise with us. And we came back, And on the truck ride back, right? Like we're all in the back of like these cattle cars riding back, and like everyone's like half asleep. And there's one girl, she must have developed a yeast infection or something like while we were out there.
Oh.
And it's just painfully apparent.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just like overwhelmingly smelly.
You know, I've always wondered about that. Like when I watch, like Survivor and stuff, and there's women on there, and I'm like, they have needs that are different than ours. Like you and I can use leaves, and basically the world is our urinal, first of all. So it's just like, but but with women, I mean, they've got this open sore basically, and it's just like, I mean, you get a little bit of bacteria in there, and you're making quick. You're freaking making bread all day long.
Yeah. So I don't know. This is another show called The Live, where
there's a bunch of
they just drop you off in the middle of nowhere,
right, with an entire camera crew. No,
you film yourself
with a GoPro or whatever.
I don't know what kind of camera they set you up with, but they teach you how to film beforehand.
Really?
And you have to build your shelter, catch your food, everything. You get to pick like 10 items, and you just go until like the last person is left.
I'd like to watch it because I can tell you, like I was working in radio and television when Survivor came out, because it was a CBS thing, and the amount of first of all, they're actors. At the end of the day, they act so well, you think they're not.
Well, so I saw on Joe Rogan's podcast, he had one of the guys who won.
Okay,
and he won at day 78.
Wow.
And actually, like it was like 2 days longer because
you do have to. I mean, you physically endure stuff. I'm not saying it's it's not a sound stage.
This guy had spent he had gone out and like they dropped them off. This was, I think it was in like northern Canada, like up in the Arctic, or like close, and they were on a lake. But he was saying basically they fly you in by helicopter.
Yeah.
They drop you off and then they leave. You've got your camera. You've got a charger.
Not Survivor, but Live is what you're talking about. This place, right?
What's that? It's Alive.
Yeah, but not Survivor.
Yeah, no, not Survivor. Okay. And so you've got like a charging unit.
Really?
And
solar.
You've got a satellite thing that you can message with.
Okay.
But you can't call.
Okay.
So you can send. You're supposed to check in every night before bed, and then every morning. And
if you don't, the helicopter shows up.
The helicopter shows up.
Okay, fair enough.
And the helicopter comes every so many days anyway because they check your BMI.
Okay.
And so if your BMI drops, they pull you. Like a few people get pulled from the show for their BMI going too low.
Potassium and that makes sense.
And you got to build your shelter, and like you got to pick, like, do you want to cross? You want to bring a bow and arrow? Do you want to bring snare wire? Like you have, I think, 10 items you can bring.
I mean, I like that because it's a hell of a lot more realistic, right? I mean, you're living in you're surviving.
Yeah, but he said if you're not like filming enough during the day, like they get like every time they pick up your footage, they're like, yeah, you need to film more. You need to do more.
Okay. How do they do that? Once a day?
Because they come and pick up your like every week or whatever. They come and pick up your.
Really? Though, that you go a whole week?
Yeah. Well, you have to check in daily.
But I mean, as far as reviewing the footage, 7 days. If you don't shoot real well,
I think it's 7 days.
Okay, but the point is he was telling everyone about the reality of it, right? Yeah. Joe Rogan's amazing, in the sense that the quality of his interviews
really good,
really decent, and of course his studio is top notch. Of course, what's Rupert saying?
Rupert saying he loves Bangkok Chit Chat shows. I'm gonna have to check out your channel as well, Bangkok Chit Chat. Obviously,
wait, is it Chit or Chit
Chat?
I thought it was like
so. Obviously, guy who's been here 40 years, still loving it. Checking out the channel. Can you?
So totally. Yeah. Thank you very much. I love it when other channels come here and we get to like potentially collaborate. Bangkok Chit Chat. Would you ever? I tell you what. Send us an email at BangkokStrange@gmail.com, because I would love to potentially get together and do something, because man, 40 years. I mean, all we got to do is pretty much ask him questions from before the first day we got here. Yeah. Like, dude, what was it like? Yeah, what was it like with no friggin' internet?
So you imagine, so 40 years ago, right? So Jib graduated university in the 2000s, and she's just told me about like all the changes she's seen in like the 20 years.
En Route used to be another planet.
Yeah.
Taking the BTS to En Route, it's like, I don't know.
So being here for 40 years, God, you must have like you're like one of those people who can talk about the real-time changes of like basically a real-time time lapse of your memory of Thailand over that many years. So I'll check your channel out after we finish our live today.
He looks like he has really good quality. I actually have watched this before, Chit Chat, before, big time. Yeah, I've watched you guys before. And this is a pet peeve I have. People that have YouTube channels and they don't display the number of subs they have. I just think that's just a pet peeve of mine. I'm not saying you guys.
He doesn't want to make us feel bad, probably.
But he's good. He's getting, several hundred views on all of his videos. Let's see if he's got a Yeah, no, wait, hold on. How often do you do? So once a week you guys do it. He's got, okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, man. Let's, and again, if you want to, I mean, you're here. I'm honored you came by. But yeah, man, Bangkokian, 40 years.
20 years for Bangkokian, 40 years for Chit Chat.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, still Bangkokian. We got to see if he agrees that Paul is the best.
Yeah, so you guys, 40 years and 20 years, Bangkokian and Chit Chat. I argue for me, Paula Pizza in Asok is the best pizza I've ever had on the planet. And I grew up in a place where pizza is pretty good.
Now, New England pizza's decent, yeah.
And so, I mean, where are you guys on your favorite pizza spots in Bangkok since you have considerable experience?
Well, I got to ping Eric because when he was here on the show, he said that he would definitely take care of me and take me to.
Eric,
do you know where he would take me?
Eric likes trash pizza. Don't listen to Eric.
No, he's going to take me to pizza.
Minority Nomad likes trash pizza.
Is he going to take me to like Pizza Club or whatever the name of that place is?
He knows some. Eric, when it comes to food, Eric knows spots.
Does he? Yeah, okay, because I'd be curious. Because you mean
food in general.
You got to remember, like the way I test a place. What kind of pepperoni pizza do they have? And so for you, you're like, I'd never put one of those friggin' things in my mouth. Whereas I take the whole friggin' thing.
Good pepperoni is delicious for sure.
Can you eat it? No, you
cannot.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Or I do not.
I mean, you'd have to hold the back of my head.
I can, but
knee deep into that.
I do not.
Sometimes I dunk it in milk. I know you'd love that too.
Yeah, so Joe Rogan's guests are always it's always a great show. He does great interviews. He's able to get great guests because of the quality of interviews he does.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. And
very comfortable.
You know, it's funny, like people it's a risk for like certain celebrities to go on Joe Rogan's show because it's so casual.
Yeah, for sure.
And you could easily say something that
like whoops
in today's cancel culture, easily something that you're gonna get canceled for.
Yeah, no, totally.
It's
fair weather fans.
I remember at one point he was talking about having Kanye West on, and then he was like, he's like, I just don't think it's the right format for someone like him because Kanye's got bipolar, and he has all these other issues. Like,
is he not taking treatment? He's not getting treatment for it.
Notoriously poor at getting treatment and taking care.
And that's part of it, I guess.
And that's why he goes off on these sort of rants.
Okay.
And Joe's like, he's like, I've had conversations with him on the phone. We've talked about it. He's like, I don't think it's the right format for him.
Enough,
and like because it's it's unedited, it's just put out there. He's like, too many chances for him to get caught up, especially when everyone's looking at him.
Are his shows live? He records them, right?
He used to until they did the he records them and re-release, but they used to do live until they did the Twitter episode with Jack Dorsey.
I don't know who Jack Dorsey is. I mean, I've heard the name.
CEO of Twitter, founder of Twitter.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was gonna say wait for him.
He was CEO, left, came back, type of deal.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. I think he was like a Steve Jobs style.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Steve Jobs story. Yeah,
and Jack's a cool guy, but his Cash App sponsors Joe Rogan's podcast. So a lot of people thought he lobbing softballs at Twitter guys. And Twitter's I like Twitter. It's a weird place though, for sure.
It's interesting if you think about all of the social media that's been out there and almost the hockey stick. Twitter has got this slow, regular growth. They've never like just gone bonkers
their
crazy.
Stock never did that great for me.
Well, that plus the fact that I mean, it's I was going to say it's known worldwide. I don't know if it's known real well in China.
So here's the thing. I mean, I like Twitter, but like, how many people really? Like you really get into a bubble on Twitter. Yeah,
I have friends that use it. The majority of the people that I know that put product out on Twitter, it is just simply one of the many.
Yeah.
Like, for example, when I throw it, I mean, I post on Twitter, I post on LinkedIn, I post on Facebook, I post on, and it's just like, it's just one of the things I just cover.
I love to engage with people on Twitter. My son actually the other day found my Twitter account. He's like, Dad, you have like 17,000 Twitter followers.
Which one? Dana Bloom?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
He's like, WTF.
Do you post to them? Like
I post, like I share stuff, but I engage with like people, like mostly the two communities I engage with on Twitter are like tech entrepreneurs and like fight fans.
Okay.
And and so it's kind of like a weird mix.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, and then like I talk about podcasting on there. I'll engage with other podcasters, but
did you put up our thing there?
Yeah, well, I didn't share the live today because we got started and I got caught up in it, but it's just weird that like a lot of people started following me because of tech stuff. Like like a couple prominent tech people reshared my articles like 10 years ago.
What was your big sort of topic that you were like almost an SME on? Subject matter expert.
Yeah, like IoT.
I was going to say it was IoT, right? And that's sort of, I mean, that was really kind of like that was the new cloud. Like cloud was the sexy noun.
Yeah, like
and then IoT.
9 to 7 years ago. Was
and
like,
now AI and ML.
Yeah.
If you just,
So yeah, and like, IoT, it just happened. Like I was a network engineer and I was big into addressing space. My PhD research focused on like addressing.
How far did you get and why didn't you complete?
It's a long story that we'll tell another time.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
It's complicated, but yeah.
Because my dad did the same thing,
Yeah.
and he's very bright, taught in university, that sort of thing, several patents and stuff. But he loved it. And he just said, I didn't like my, what do you call the guy?
Advisor.
Yeah.
No, I had my first advisor left. I ended up with a different advisor who was fantastic.
Okay.
Great working relationship with him. So it had nothing to do with that. It was a bunch of other things. And when I changed advisors, though, my topic had to change.
Okay.
And that caused some issues.
Because effectively, look, when you do a PhD, you're like, look, I'm going to do what I want to do. You don't just like, oh, I got to take Calc 1. I got to take it. No.
You're not taking classes. But
but
the research you do is actually very much determined by who your advisor is.
Correct. But don't you, you really work together on what it's going to be. It's not like, you're like some guy comes up to you and says, okay, you have to do a PhD on this subject matter.
No, but he's like, no, these are my areas of research.
Or you choose another advisor.
So yeah, exactly. But my advisor went to Australia, and I switched advisors, and he was like, oh, your direction of research isn't. He was the closest to me, but it was still like a big gap.
Okay.
Yeah. Long story. We have pizza responses though.
Oh, good. Okay, that'd be really interesting. I'd like to hear.
So a good way for me to skirt this topic.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I'm just curious because
Soho. A lot of people have told me about Soho, Bangkokian.
Where are they?
Is nice. I believe they're on 11.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So ERMD 96 Bangkokian is at Soho on Soy 11. I believe it is on 11, or I think there's also one in Asok. Soy 11 has excellent Western food, specifically pizza. Limoncello, that's probably where Eric wants to take you.
Okay.
Daniel Tiger Burger, but expensive. The Thai options are much better. So it's funny, like Jib has had Daniel Tiger Burger. She said it's just okay, especially compared to Prime. She said Prime and Easy Burger are the two best.
Easy Burger, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know that they deliver like crazy all over my area.
Always order from Food Panda. Food Panda and Grab are like modern day drug dealers.
And I'll tell you something, man. They are in such competition. Food Panda's like, look, we'll bring you some food, 50% off.
Yeah.
Just get it there, no charge. They're just so looking for customers.
For great Chicago deep dish pizza, I recommend Papa's Deep Dish in Bangkok.
Papa's Deep Dish? Let me see what that
Bangkok, and where is that exactly? Because deep dish I've never even seen Chicago style here in Thailand.
Hopefully it doesn't mean Papa John's.
Yeah. I don't think so. I was shocked at food prices on Soy 11. But yeah, Soy 11 is expensive for sure. Yes, limoncello too. I used to stay at GP Building 3.
Papa's Chicago Pizza or Papa's Kitchen at the Park?
Okay, Bangkokian. There you go. Probably Papa's Chicago Pizza, I would imagine. Because he said Chicago deep dish.
That would make sense.
So used to seeing all the national fast food outlets around the world, but was truly shocked to see Carl's Jr. and Tim Hortons in BKK.
Dude, I went to Tim Hortons immediately after getting my Canadian passport.
Well, they have it in the embassy, right?
Yeah, right.
So how long has that been open?
Tim Hortons or the embassy?
The embassy, the one in the embassy.
Let's see. Probably about 10 years. Because Baker McKenzie's been in that building for a long time. So that building's been there a while.
Because the first public Tim Hortons was opened up in, as far as I know, the first Tim Hortons in Bangkok that I remember was in Samyat Midtown, which just opened last year.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I wonder what they can.
There was Tim Hortons opened in Samyat Midtown. There was a line. You had to wait an hour to get coffee and donuts. But that's how Jib has had their grilled cheese sandwich there. She really likes it. Okay,
that's cool. I mean, their donut was amazing. I was really thrilled. So wait a minute, dude. The Chicago place, is that way north of Bangkok? That seems like it's. I mean, again, I could get there obviously on a Grab. You can get anywhere.
Bangkok in 1967. I had Tim Hortons today at the Planchet Center. Excellent coffee and sandwiches.
Yeah, I mean the coffee's decent.
Yeah, if you just get black coffee, it's again, I like brewed coffee, so it's right down my alley, right up my alley. So yeah,
not right down your alley.
Right
I kind of like that.
Right
you were going European on me on there.
Yeah. Well, in Providence, instead of downtown, they say down city.
Down. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. See, in Massachusetts, if you're like outside of Boston and you're going in Boston, then you're going in
town.
In town.
Yeah.
You're going in town.
Yeah. So Tim, they do have good. I will agree, their coffee is again better than Starbucks and cheaper.
For sure. Plus, what a great way to celebrate my Canadian passport.
I'm a big Joe Rogan fan. Love the new country. Yeah, people hate on that new spaceship looking set of his. And even
how new is it?
He just moved to Texas, so it's like new.
Did he move to Austin?
Yeah.
That is becoming very popular in the U.S. I got some entrepreneurial buddies in there.
He just wanted to get the F out of Dodge in L.A., man.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
L.A.'s a friggin' dump.
He's been hating it for years.
I
think COVID and the fires were just like, pull the trigger.
Well, to be fair, I mean, like, here's the thing with the fires is they happen every year. Yeah. They just don't happen with the locale the same every year. Like in San Diego, I woke up one day, I look above my roof of my house and there's smoke. I go back inside, have a cup of coffee. I come back out and there's red flames over it. I'm like, all right, well, I'm out of here.
So but yeah, with I think I like the new set. I think again it hasn't changed the quality of interviews, but there are even people like dogging his camera. Like there's a YouTuber named Sarah Dietschy. She did a whole thing complaining about Joe Rogan uses video cameras instead of DSLRs for his show because it's so long.
Here's what you know what? That person probably comes to Thailand and bitches about how there's so much goddamn street food in her way.
In her way.
Yeah.
Well, actually, so the street food on the sidewalk, I take issue with. I'm not a fan of blocking the sidewalk.
I love street food.
I love street food, but I want to be able to walk and not get hit by cars. But
it's kind of a challenge.
Yeah,
I kind of like it.
Little obstacle course.
Great way to meet really shitty, cute Asian drivers, though.
Bangkok Ninja Warrior.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely.
But yeah, like great podcast. But yeah, he should be using video cameras. That's the type of camera you use for that type of format show.
See, that's the thing. It's just like, I don't know, man. What talk about? Yeah, let me just talk.
Having access to Tim Hortons and BKK makes the city that much more attractive to
me. Nice, Steve. Steve, are you Canadian?
And so here's the other thing. So Tim Hortons coffee in Bangkok is actually Tim Hortons coffee, whereas Dunkin' Donuts coffee in Bangkok is not Dunkin' Donuts coffee from the U.S.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, would they use Robusta beans here?
No, it's the same coffee, but they only make Thai style as far as I know. Like you can't just get like a brewed.
You can't get a regular?
No, you can't get a regular.
Well, I'm not going to pack that in. Well, he took a lot of this. Oh, I love the design, dude.
Yeah. So are there any good? So here's a question from Mariano directly to you because you're Canadian now.
Of course I am.
Any good poutine places in town?
So what?
Poutine.
I don't know what he means by that. He actually commented on my.
You don't know what? How Canadian? You're Canadian. You don't know what poutine is?
I don't.
Poutine is French fries with cheese curds and gravy on top.
I literally have never had that because if you're Canadian, you put vinegar and salt on your French fries. You don't put anything else on it.
It's a Montreal thing.
Okay, here's the thing. Montreal is not friggin' Canada.
Shop.bangkokstrange.com.
Okay.
New mugs. No, but so it's popular. It's popular all across Canada.
No, false.
But it is. Last time I was
from Quebec.
Last time I was in Toronto, we went out for.
Toronto's very international.
We went out for poutine.
Yeah, no, I've never. Two people actually said that. I had
vegan poutine in Toronto.
No. French fries, you use vinegar and salt.
That's a New England thing.
No. That's very Canadian.
In Rhode Island, it's malt, vinegar, and salt.
Yeah, for sure.
On the thick cut fries.
Do you curl? You ever curled? Curling's amazing.
I've always wanted to.
Oh, it's so difficult.
Yeah,
kidding.
It looks hard.
Yes,
but it's funny because the Olympic teams are all like fat dudes.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to have a whole lot of
athletic prowess.
I mean, not really. It's more skill, really, than it's like, oh, hey, you've been I mean, the weight obviously is. So,
Papa Chicago deep dish is very far away. Have to order it via Lineman, but it's delicious.
I'll cruise up. I don't mind. Going up there. I should do some of that on my channel because we're going to do some pretty regulated things here. I'll have to go like all over the place.
Still going. Imagine that.
Oh, what the live stream? Yeah, I don't think we'll go.
We're only a couple hours in. We're not doing 11 today for sure.
No.
If we get 11 days of watch time, though, it might be worth it.
That was pretty amazing. I mean, and you know what? I mean, again, I was fine deleting it, but I have 433 views. It's not bad.
Yeah.
After less than a day?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Good stuff, man.
Stuck about, oh my God, I know what poutine is.
Yeah.
What kind of Canadian are you?
Well, okay, so I'm trying to think.
If the Canadian embassy hears this, they're coming to like strip you. They send security forces to take away that passport.
I'm trying to think if anyone at the Canadian embassy that I interfaced with is Canadian. I don't think they were.
Doesn't matter. Fatty's bar sells poutine. Yeah, I've got. So my friend, apparently the guy who owns Fatty's does leather work. My buddy Rob knows him, and so like he hooked me up. I got to get leather sheath made from my my scissors I bought from England.
The huge ones, yeah.
And so I got to go down there with Rob and meet the guy who owns Fatty's and talk to him about like making me a sheath.
I was thinking about skating, of course, because I was I was over at Sub-Zero. But what you were telling me about the ice over there, apparently it's really shitty. So I don't know if I want to go skating over there. What do we got going on? What does Steve say now?
So Dana speaks the word. Poutine is Quebec delicacy, but available as far away as Vancouver.
Yeah.
So, Steve, what's funny, my family is actually from Quebec City on my father's side. My grandfather moved to the U.S. from Quebec City and then joined the U.S. Navy.
Nice. Yeah. My relatives came. Well, my grandfather was born in Scotland, and I'm trying to think my grandmother where she was born, but it was, obviously they came over pretty much close to the turn of the century, but yeah, I haven't been in forever.
Yeah, my mother's side of the family, I don't think there's no. They moved to America so far back that there's no like direct like, hey, when they moved there, who was the first? On my father's side, it was my father and my grandfather and my grandmother. But my mother's side of the family is like English, Irish, Greek, and a few other things mixed in there.
Mine pretty much Scottish. Somerville and have our own tartan.
Your own tartan.
Mm-hmm.
Is that this cock piece that covers your
no, that's the spottin.
Oh.
Yeah. No, the tartan is the emblem of your last name, of your family last name.
Oh, vinegar with a little hot sauce. Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Before I had sriracha, I had some type of hot sauce. I don't know what it was. But yeah, we used to mix that in occasionally with vinegar. But, honestly, when I was going to Canada, the last time I was physically I went through Canada was when I left home, basically Boston, and drove to San Diego. So that was 1989.
Yeah.
It was the last time I was physically there.
But now you're Canadian.
So I went to Loblaws, and which is so funny because it's spelled low blows. And God, what else did I do up there? I'm trying to think what are the standard Canadian things. Yeah. I don't really remember.
And so Chit Chat, by the way, guys, we did a video a while back, and Coquette did the complete walk around at a stroll with stops, 2 hours. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's about what Jib and I did it when we went a few years ago. Again, we spent the night. I think that's just way too much time for Coquette.
So walking it, he didn't do the bikes.
Yeah, you could walk it.
I like the bikes on Banca Chow.
Well, on Coquette, it was a little scary when I rode the bike because there are times you're on an elevated wooden walkway.
Wooden, okay,
at least very long stretches.
At least they're concrete in Banca Chow.
Yeah, and you could easily, and they're a little uneven, so you could easily veer off into the mangrove. It's like a 2-meter drop.
Yeah, and there's just gross water, stagnant. Yeah. I'm sure there's mosquitoes everywhere. So when you were staying there overnight, did you go outdoors? Wouldn't there be mosquitoes just everywhere?
Yeah, there were. Actually we had drinks on the porch, on the balcony.
Yeah.
Of the house that night, and there were fireflies in the mangrove.
Oh, I love fireflies. Wild. Those are cool.
So we were sitting there. I forget what we had.
But you wouldn't get chomped by mosquitoes?
I think we were making just having bourbon and Coke out on the patio, and with like some lime, and there was a few mosquitoes.
But you weren't
no, and we had like the spray and like the little thing you burn.
Yeah. Oh, so my last night when I was down in Koh Phangan, where I stayed, by the pool there and everything. I'm the only guy in the resort, kind of thing. So I go around. I got a package because it was 20 baht for 6 of them. And I'm talking about the circular things. If you guys don't know, you set fire to them, and basically it just kind of smokes.
It's like incense.
Yeah. But so I thought, okay, if one's good, two's better. So then I had one lower left, and then the other one over here, and I'm outside and I'm smelling it. I'm like, this shouldn't be too bad. Yeah. I go to bed that night. I wake up the next morning. I'm like, I'm like, I think I ingested a little bit too much secondhand. But I didn't. Clearly, there's no mosquitoes in my lungs ever now. But man, that stuff it worked.
It'll be
very effective. But yeah, a little intense.
Yeah,
a little intense for the kid.
Yeah, so there's definitely a downside to those.
Have you been to Canada?
Yeah, bunch.
What part?
Toronto, Quebec, Vancouver.
And recently, though, in the last 10 years?
Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver. Yeah. Before I came here, I was in Toronto.
Okay.
No, I was in Niagara Falls.
Ugh. Yeah.
And then just north of Niagara Falls in like some Chinatown area.
Gracie wants to go see Niagara Falls. We applied for a visa. I like a silly because we were going to leave my parents' house in Boston, drive up, stay for a few. So of course I gave them the itinerary, and immediately I completely understand I did this wrong. Is they came back and they're like, "Well, we don't believe you're going to leave." Because I said, yeah, we're going to drive in and drive out, and we're going to stay in this hotel.
Yeah.
What I should have done is made a round trip airfare. It's like, oh yeah, we know you're leaving, so it's good. But of course, now that I'm truly Canadian.
Doesn't matter.
Put her in under my luggage. Yeah. It's going to be good. But she wants to go see Niagara Falls, right? And it's the Canadian side looks awesome. The U.S. side looks like shit.
Yeah.
But
Buffalo's a cool town though. Like on your way up.
Yeah, if you drive through it like this. Well, it depends the time of year because it can really smell.
It can be like a cool little city.
Toronto, I want to check out. I've heard Toronto is amazing.
Toronto's a great city.
Yeah.
Montreal's a great city too. Like. I could live in either. I could live in Montreal or Toronto if it wasn't for winter.
Yeah, but I could live in the United States if it wasn't for winter. And I was living in San Diego. It's too cold for me there, man. But I mean, there's so much of Canada that I really didn't experience. I mean, obviously, when my grandparents were alive, we would drive up there at least once a year. Mass Pike, New York State Thruway.
Yeah.
And it was awesome, man. I mean, I loved cruising up there. My grandparents lived right on the top of this hill, and it like overlooked the entire city of Hamilton. And
I've been to Hamilton.
Yeah. So did you go up top? Up a gauge?
Yeah,
did you go on up a gauge?
That was a weird. So Hamilton kind of looks like an industrial city. I mean, you've heard all the smokestacks.
Yeah. So it's got a port, right? That is very industrial. Yeah.
And so I was up there for like a grappling tournament. Like I went 3 or 4 times.
Nice.
Yeah. And stayed up there. It was fun. But you go up to it's weird that there's like an upper level of the city. It's like it's cut into like
yes.
It's almost like you're living in like one of those earth mines, like in Australia, where they just dig the big.
And they just stop. They're like, oh, there's no more gold here. Let's build houses now. Yeah.
Fill in a little bit, and then we'll build.
It's funny. I will tell you though, of all of the like stereotypes of like groups of people and that sort of thing, the Canadians are known globally as just being nice.
I would say
how friggin' great is that?
99% of my experience in Canada is that.
Yeah,
they're just like Thai people and Canadians like out of their way nice.
Yeah. I mean, truly, it's just kind of weird. And so I don't know. I better start, getting my shit together because I got to start being nice to people.
Right? You're going to start ruining that Canadian reputation.
Yeah, that I'm not about to do. That's definitely.
Like, this Mike guy.
I think he's from South Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Detroit.
Baja, Canada. Yeah, Detroit. I mean, that bridge, man. That's
actually South Detroit. What's the song where the guy's like, he's just a young boy from South Detroit? South Detroit is Windsor.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Totally. Yeah. And tons of gambling across the bridge there too. Yeah.
Actually, apparently there's like one guy for like a long time owned like the rights to the bridge or something. I remember I heard it on like NPR.
Huh.
It's like he either owned the rights or he owned like the only gas station or something. And
on the Windsor side,
I think it was the Detroit side.
On the Detroit side. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, Detroit's kind of corrupt.
I remember I heard a story about Windsor once, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we had one shooting here the past 10 years, and it was a guy from Detroit."
Yeah, right, totally. Now Detroit was pretty rough, man, and I remember you telling us the story, or me at least, telling the story about potentially buying a building there.
Yeah, I was before I decided to move here, I was definitely going to quit my job as an engineer because it sucked.
Mm-hmm.
And so, the corporate culture sucked.
You weren't just going to stay and complain about it on social media year after year after year?
No, I was just going to I was going to take action and make something else a reality.
That's what people said. Why the hell did you leave working at a university last November?
Yeah.
Because there's Thailand.
Yeah. So I went to Detroit and I was looking at this building. I could have sold my house and bought like 3 of these.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was huge, like 5 floors, freight elevator.
What area?
In Detroit, in the city.
Like that? Okay.
Yeah. And so there was a bar restaurant thing on the first floor.
Okay.
It looked like it was nice at one time, in the 80s.
Oh, it's abandoned, this building.
No, so that was the only part that was still rented out.
So it's still functioning as a restaurant. Okay, fair enough. So you get revenue.
It looked like it used to be good in the 80s.
Got it. In the 80s.
Yeah. So I don't know. I forget what the rent was, but it wasn't a lot. It wasn't enough to like cover the mortgage if I were to take a mortgage on the building.
Okay. Yeah.
And so I looked at it. I was like, oh, it's a lot of. It would have been I could have bought it really cheap, but I would have spent 2 to 3 times the purchase amount.
Now, floor 2 through 5, is it apartments?
No, it was like rented. So floor 2 and 3, as I remember, was like little office cubes. Like you could rent out like office space.
Okay.
Like kind of like a old like detective movie office space.
Oh, so the wooden doors and then okay, got it. Okay, yeah.
Kind of, I guess like that's like co-working like back in the day.
Yeah, right.
Like, and so it was that, and then there was like store like up on the top floor was just like I think I told you this is like random stuff like you're like, oh, I don't need this chair anymore.
Right.
Throw it up on the 5th floor.
Yeah.
Oh, there's this Murphy bed. Like there was like a Murphy
uninstall
bed.
it, put it up in the
yeah. So there was like all this random stuff. Steve, don't stop believing Journey. Yes, that's it.
Oh,
That's
dude,
song.
absolutely.
South Detroit.
Yeah.
Windsor, Ontario.
There you go.
So yeah, there was just, like the top was just like the top floor was just filled. It was huge, but it was just filled. It looked like the roof was leaking in a few spots.
Yeah,
flat roof,
expensive,
right? And I think I got the quote on the roof was like $110,000.
Yeah, if they had no damage beneath it, right?
So, well, that was to replace all the damaged area.
Okay.
Like that. Apparently, so there's like a membrane, and then they were telling me that roof had no insulation on it.
Okay.
So they would have to rip the membrane off, repair what they could see they could see the underside of the roof from the 5th floor.
Mm-hmm.
There's significant damage.
What was the motivation behind this? You're like, I'm just going to buy a building and then have a stream of income from it or something?
So
you didn't want to live there, did you?
Yeah, I was going to live on the top floor.
Really?
Yeah.
What drew you to Detroit?
Cost of living.
Well, yeah.
So I saw it as like at the time there was a lot of government under the Obama administration. There was a lot of investment in certain technologies in Detroit.
Yeah,
a lot of green technology investment.
Mm-hmm. Quicken made that place. They just did a ton of work there.
Cleveland too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, because
the Quicken Center, the Q in Cleveland.
Yeah, for sure, got it.
So I had so my intent was I'll buy this building, maybe I'll start like an incubator or something to do with that type of technology.
And you would get grants or some funding from it or something like that?
You gotta go, yeah.
How does this fucking thing work? You have the manual for this?
Physics with the
Jesus
cable.
Christ. You think that if I was from Canada, I'd know how to like put on some warm gear.
So yeah, there was that. I would apply for like try to build an incubator, like a green tech incubator.
Oh, that'd be
maybe
cool,
set
dude.
up some other stuff.
Nice.
I was thinking like the same thing, video studio on one floor with podcasting studios, because I was podcasting back then as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had this whole concept, and maybe rent out the ground floor or whatever. And so it was like 110 like minimum to redo the roof, because they'd have to replace all the wood. Then there's like an insulation layer they put down, then a membrane on top of that.
Okay.
And then there's an other type of sealant they put over that.
Sure.
So you I guess you're not allowed to have black roofs anymore.
That makes sense.
Flat, because it ups the heat signature of the city, so they want you to have a reflective one.
Yeah.
And then the heating and cooling all had to be redone.
Oh, really? On every floor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's not.
Not
all in, what would it be, like $1 million?
Yeah, so I would have bought it for like less than 200,000, and like significantly less than 200K.
Yeah.
And I probably would have spent close to $500,000 to 600K
Forget about
in renovations.
Just doze it. Put a new
It's
building
connected to other.
Okay.
Right? I don't know if you can or not. I'm sure.
Well, maybe if there was an accidental fire, your insurance company would have helped you out.
So I went back another time to look at it, and all the windows had been shot out in the restaurant. It was boarded up and closed.
Awesome.
So,
high quality neighborhood.
Yeah, so I was like,
big time.
And I was like, can I get this cheaper now?
Exactly. A fire sale.
Yeah. And then
literally.
Then I kind of had the idea, like, maybe just try Asia. Maybe try Europe or Asia.
Detroit, Asia. I mean, I get it.
I started sending out applications for PhDs.
And there you go.
Yeah, here I am.
How far did you get?
Far.
Yeah. Because, I mean, after I got my master's, a ton of professors were like, you should get a PhD, get a PhD. Because, I mean, they're like, look, dude, 5 years is going to go by anyway. And I'm like, yeah. But I was just
it's a tough 5 years, man.
The research. I was just like, it doesn't interest me. I want to like hang out with people.
So actually, they changed the requirements for a PhD at the university after I left. So I would have breezed through to graduation with the lower requirements.
Remind me, is a PhD much like a bachelor's or a master's? Meaning, if like you do 3 years of it, then you're like, okay, yeah, I still got 100 units. All I got to do is go back and take 20, and then I get my. Because I know there's no units, right?
So like I had to take
start over
a
again.
few classes, like one
at the beginning usually, right.
but they were just like, it's just to build like like I took like a very high level mathematics class where they called it advanced engineering mathematics, but it was like, optimization and mine was the one I took, optimization and linear programming.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
So like very fun stuff I really enjoyed. It's not easy by any means, but it's fun.
Yeah.
And then you take research methodologies classes, which,
that would have been a little dry, I think, for me.
It's actually not so bad. It's really just understanding like how to do ethical, good research.
Okay.
But the problem is a lot of that is often written towards like social science researchers.
Got it.
Because ethics plays a big part
in
their research, whereas when you're ICT or an engineer, you're running simulations.
Yeah, right, exactly.
You don't deal with humans.
It's almost data and fact. Yeah. It's like proposed fact.
It's just like don't fuck with your data.
Right.
It's exactly. Like that could have been the whole semester could have been like that sentence.
How to have integrity.
Don't fuck with your data. Yeah.
So to that point, I mean, I think we've kind of summarized. Like, look, if you come over here and you're in a bad mood or whatever, that's fine. Have a bad day. Take your buddy, go have some pizza. Yeah. But it's like, I mean, it is so easy, I would argue, to find positive things in Bangkok, in Thailand. Yeah. If you don't like cities, dude, get out of Bangkok. Yeah. But like he was saying, beaches within, I mean, what did it cost me? 48 baht on the friggin' train. And I'm at a beach that is very long. So here's the thing, right? If you love beaches, Thailand's a great country. If you love great cities, Thailand's a great country. If you love mountains, Thailand's a great country. If you don't like heat and humidity, this is not the place for you. Not the place for you. Because that's just the reality. Yeah. And I would argue that to come over here and to live in an air-conditioned facility, like very frequently, then you're really missing out. You can do that anywhere in the world. Have you been reading about the U.S. tourist who got arrested recently in Koh Chang over a bad review he posted on TripAdvisor? I have not. Do you have a... Yeah, I mean, I hear about stuff like that happening, right? They're always just isolated. He got arrested over a bad. I know that there's laws in Thailand about there's very strange laws about reviews, right? That negative reviews, like there can be implications if you can't prove it. Yeah, right, exactly. But like I've never heard of anyone getting arrested over it. That's crazy. Yeah. What I've discovered is a lot of times these stories that come up, it ends up being a significant amount of more information. Like the guy was tormenting the people for years. What about Tony Huge? Oh, yeah, I wish it was video. So let me. Oh yeah, absolutely. Trust me. So do we. Yeah. So we had actually intended to film it. We set up my phone to film, but I was using the Filmic Pro app and it crashed. To be fair, we have video, but it's not good. Shitty quality. Yeah. And so but we don't have video of the whole thing. No, it's like the first 2 hours or something. And it didn't record well, and I got some of it on my Huawei, remember? Yeah. It's not great. And real grainy. It's kicking off on Twitter right now about this. All right, Bangkokian, I'm definitely gonna check that out then. Thank you. Do you check that? See that Joe, when we have Tony back, there will be video, and he will be back. Oh yeah. We talked to him. It's gonna happen. That'll be good. Yeah. I stay away from stuff like that. I mean, because it's bad news. It's bad news. It's negative. At the same time, it's interesting to see like the two sides of it, right? Like I read all the news, like good or bad, but like I don't let it. It's like in America, right? If you fucking watch all the news, like you could easily get depressed. Jump off a bridge. But again, like I want to know like why, because to me it sounds like there's got to be more to the story than I wrote a bad review and I got arrested. Having been in the media for enough years, there is always more. Yeah. Okay. And the level of truth that is portrayed, there's a few outlets out there, BBC, Wall Street Journal, NPR, they do a fairly damn good job, at getting to the facts. But even 60 Minutes now is like, it's drama based. I thought they were entertainment, not news. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, they're not Fox, for Christ's sake, but I mean, or CNN, right? News theater. CNN, constant negative news, and it's just so anyway. So I'm very tainted, and I hear it. I'm just like, this is going to add zero value to my life. It's not going to make me any happier at the beach. So therefore, I go to the beach. Like Sunday, I'm not going to get up and read the news. I'm going to get up and go to the beach.
Yeah.
Up top.
There we go. Oh, we're bam over the quota now.
I think so.
So here's the thing with the news. Like, I always read any news with a strong dose of skepticism.
Yeah, right.
Especially when it's like, and it's unfortunate that it's come to this, but like the Thai visa type stuff, or things that have that vibe.
Oh,
like where it's like
I can't even
foreign news reporting on like certain stuff. Like I always have, especially when it's like, you know, foreigner gets arrested in where is it, Ko Chang? Ko Chang for writing bad review. Like, yeah, I'll always have like a big dose of skepticism with that. But by the same token, I see like, you know, president signs a bill and I have a heavy dose of skepticism about it, you know? So it is what it is. I'll read it to find out what the information is, but I'll always try to dive deeper.
What I discovered is like literally paying attention to none of it.
Yeah.
My life's simply better.
Like
if I go back like a couple of years where I paid attention to it, or even at the beginning of this thing, when I would watch the briefings, the daily briefings with Trump and his little buddies. And so, and I'd be like, no value, adds zero value to my life.
The Thai briefings added a ton of value.
Well, yes, because
we live here.
Well, yeah, but I mean, plus the guy that gave him, great personality, perfect English,
great presenter, just in general.
Sure.
He's got a future in the news if he doesn't want to keep working for the government.
Yeah, he was good.
But I have friends who work for media outlets, and one that I used to really like was Vice. I used to really enjoy Vice's content.
Yeah.
And now it's very clear that they are essentially a marketing company.
Yeah.
And like all those China, like the Offo stories and everything they did. And then they obviously they are very one-sided in their reporting now more than they ever were. And that is really upsetting. Vox is another one who I like for the entertainment value, but Vox is, again, it's just a much more polished version of Vice.
The Korean one, actually, I've seen that on YouTube a couple of times. They actually are pretty decent. Japan has some good news outlets. Have you ever watched RT?
Russia Today.
Yeah. It's pretty decent.
It's not bad, but again, strong dose of skepticism.
Sure.
With everything we know about. And so I know other journalists who told me that their organizations won't hire anyone who's worked for RT.
Man, I could see that.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Sure.
There's obviously something. It's like, you know, if you worked for like Chinese state media, like you're gonna have a hard time getting a job with NPR.
Well, and you know the thing about, of course, you know, I was in commercial radio, right? And of course, we always referred, if you're NPR, always referred to us as the dark side.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it's so fucking dark over here. We have 10 times the fucking revenue that you jackasses have. Trust me, I'm dark as hell.
But then look at Gimlet, who spun off from NPR, and those guys sold to Spotify for like.
Yeah,
stupid money.
Lately. I mean, again, I haven't been in it because it just got so disgusting. We made so much money after 9/11. I was like, this is gross.
This is it. So awesome food indeed for fatties. And then of course, so again, I don't know Chit Chat. I'm subscribed now though, so I'm going to be binging some of your videos this week in Chit Chat. I appreciate you stopping by the live stream for sure. I'm excited to check out your videos. So everyone's loving them. I've never been to Fatty's, but then, so guys, I also don't eat, for those of you who are new, I don't eat meat or dairy.
Fatty's bar and dinner or Fatty's German restaurant?
I think it's Fatty's bar.
Okay.
I just want the facts, nothing but the facts, man. Yeah, it's tough to get just the facts these days. Tough to get just the facts.
You could go MRT and then walk to Fatty's, I guess.
Yeah, I believe that's how my buddy Rob goes.
Okay, fair enough. Oops.
So I recorded, there's a podcast called This Strange Life. I did an episode with them.
Okay.
And we recorded up at Billy's at the top of, on Sukhumvit at the top of 90.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I did. It's a bar and they rent like an office space above it.
Good for them.
Yeah, good
That's
guys.
Pretty tight.
I'm actually going to have to reach out to them because I want to get them on this show as well because they're funny.
Dude, I'm psyched. Yeah. That's great.
We're going to get my buddy Mark, who just got out of quarantine.
Where is he living in Bangkok right now?
I think he lives on the river somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
So near where he was quarantining. Yeah. Or was he quarantining where he lives?
No, he quarantined at the hotel.
So the ASQ and then...
I don't think you could quarantine at home.
Yeah, because he's not a Thai citizen, right?
Yeah, well, I think even Thai citizens have to quarantine at somewhere else.
Oh, I know what it is. The difference is they don't have to pay, isn't that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But it's full on state quarantine. I mean, it's like not exactly super luxury, apparently.
Yeah, it's not like, well, apparently the first group, they went to like the Army Hotel in Hoi Hin.
Yeah, and in fact, a lot of guys came into the air or the wing, or what do they call it, air base, whatever, down in Pratt Trap Currycon.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that was all closed off because they had everyone like so you couldn't go in, kind of thing. And so yeah, I mean for a foreigner, I think arguably they're pretty damn expensive. It's like basically about $2,000 and up for 2 weeks. So
yeah, but not horrible.
Again, it's $2,000, but then once you get here, go down to friggin' Koh Phangan and stay at the goddamn beach for
600 baht a night.
Done, dude. DUN done. Love it down there.
So when you had the storm down there, you said 2-meter swells off. How close were the waves getting to your bungalow? I mean,
no closer than the water normally was.
Okay.
Well, because they left at the beach kind of thing, right? And so went.
But I mean, you were like you open your front door and like you see the water.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. The only reason is there was people or bushes. You know, I mean, they had a bunch of trees and everything. But the wind was significant, and obviously, power went out. Yeah. 3 times. Yeah. Actually, no, hold on. During the podcast, it went out once, right? And then I came back. Yeah. And then it went out again.
Yes.
And I'm sitting there going, okay, I should be 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5. Like I go, okay, this is not, and then, but the point is that now that I got the new laptop, which has a pretty decent sound card,
and we'll be putting a video up of Mike's laptop excursion.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So we'll have to do. Because Dana takes great video, and I just basically show
I asked Mike to shoot some B-roll of his laptop and to put at the end, and he sends me like this grainy ass footage. Looks like a snuff film from the 70s.
So weird because it was like 4K, man, and I was just like, this is ridiculous. I gotta actually delete that. I'm like,
can you record it at this frame rate? And this is like, no.
No, I couldn't do it at 4K 60. That's for sure.
Even with the Filmic app, it wouldn't let you do 60.
I didn't know. I didn't ever install it.
I told you to install the Filmic app.
Yeah, but I lost interest. So this is something that I found yesterday walking around this Path Lab place. They're doing COVID-19 tests. Okay. Yeah, right on Sukhumvit. And I've also seen they have a lab over in
What's the test cost there?
Let's see. Hold on, I did take a picture of that. So it's 3,800 baht for the real-time RT-PCR. I'm not sure what that means. Okay. And then 1,200 baht for the antibody test.
Oh, not bad.
Yeah, 1,200 baht. I mean, come on. To allow you to travel to a whole bunch of other countries and potentially come back all day long, dude. All day long. We touched on the topic today. What are we in? 2 hours?
Yeah, we're going 240.
Should we call it a day?
Oh, real quick though, we got Joe P. He said would be easier to get there if I buy. Yes, that's true.
All day long.
Yeah, because some of the places come with a visa.
Yeah.
Like we said, like sometimes you can buy a place and it comes with a 10-year visa. It depends on the cost.
Yeah.
So if that's your goal, then yes, buy.
And don't forget the 10-year visa you're getting, it's effectively an elite visa. Yeah. So therefore, if you were to do the price, I mean the price of it, effectively they're giving you 1 million baht off.
Yep.
Because 800,000 baht, I think, for a 10-year, without all the features and everything like that, right? But I mean, because the 5 years, 500,000 baht. Yeah. So it's a pretty good deal.
If the visa is what you want, then it's the way to go.
Yeah, for sure.
Does anyone know where that statement comes from, or am I that old? He's talking about just the facts, ma'am.
Yeah.
So that was
Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah, it's Dan Aykroyd from it was a detective show or police show, right?
Yeah, I don't believe it was a show. It was a movie, I think. We could what if they're only a global information network?
Doesn't exist.
Where we could
with an index with a website that has everything indexed in the world. Doesn't exist.
In English too? Forget it.
Maybe a Dragnet. Some Bangkok.
Oh, is that Dragnet. Yeah, it was a spoof on Dragnet, right?
Was it a
No, I'm sorry.
TV show or was it a movie?
Dragnet was the original show that did it.
Yeah.
And then a lot of us know it from Dan Aykroyd's the redo of it. It's kind of like the joke on
facts,
that. Right?
Just the facts, man. Was it a spoof or was Dan Aykroyd actually in Dragnet?
No. No. Dragnet was the show. I think it was in black and white, actually. I mean, if I type in just the facts,
Sergeant Joe Friday, yes, Joe Friday.
But Dragnet, I'm trying to think when.
It's called Bangkok Chit Chat. It's called Google. What's this Google?
Nah, I mean, I might if I need something, I'll Bing it.
Yeah.
I'll bang the shit out of it. That's
I might ask
right
Jeeves.
Now. First character appeared June 3rd, 1949 for Joe Friday.
So Bangkok Chit Chat, you probably, I don't know if you were if you checked out the earlier episodes, I told the story of, I was in the .com space, the startup space in the 90s. I worked for an Amazon backed company called Cosmo. But I remember having like sort of like someone was telling me you should buy Google at IPO. It's this like new search engine that's really doing good stuff. And I remember saying like, search, like who's ever going to beat Yahoo?
Yahoo's in charge.
Why would I buy Google stock when Yahoo's running shit?
Plus you look at Google, you're like, dude, they've got one bar.
Yeah.
Like just all you just do is type in stuff. There's no advertising. There's no email.
Yeah.
They don't have email like Yahoo.
Yeah. So yeah, I was like convinced. Obviously, great decision making on my part.
I said to myself, they'll never go over 100. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Oops. Yeah. Big haha for me. Yeah. You look back.
You had any wins though? I've had some couple wins along the way. Stock.
I've had some good wins.
Yeah.
I've had good wins on the startup side for me.
Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah. Good.
Actually, I guess Facebook would have been my biggest win had I not got divorced and had to sell it.
Yeah. That was, I sold too early too.
So I bought it at IPO, bought again when it dropped down to like 18.
I bought it at 20. Yeah.
Like tens of thousands of dollars worth of stock each time.
Yeah. Well, the whole divorce thing, I mean, that just ruins a lot of things.
Big loss on Twitter for me with Twitter stock.
Oh, you bought it at peak or a peak before. Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't buy GoPro at IPO.
Dude, what the hell? We have got to. Here's the thing. I've been trying to order this 9 now for 2 days in a row. Yeah. I go on the website. I put it. I think it probably is my address.
So we're going to figure it out after the show because I have the 9. Yeah. He loves it. If you buy the 9 from the GoPro.com website and get it shipped to Thailand, it's cheaper than buying it here in Thailand, especially if you get the media mod, you get like some of the other accessories, it compounds.
The annual, what do they call it?
The subscription, GoPro Live or whatever.
GoPro, yeah. Now, I read up on that. Obviously, if you do that and then you cancel that, then you got to pay them the money that it would have been to buy this. Yeah. But what about, I don't know if it's after the first year, because day 366, I mean, unlimited storage, that never hurts.
No.
But it's like, where do I have to instantiate it from?
So,
in other words,
I set it up on my camera. What it does is when you turn Wi-Fi on, and it will connect to you have to sync it to your hotspot, to your router.
Okay, easy.
And the camera will connect and just stream everything to the storage.
So I can stream live from that thing,
you can,
without having to go through the app on the phone.
To upload your storage, not to stream.
But to stream live, I got to go to the phone.
I believe it's got to go to the phone.
I got to figure that out, man, because that just would be amazing.
Yeah.
If I can, because if you guys have ever seen my channel, you realize that not only am I caffeinated, clearly I've got, what is that disease called when you shake like this?
Oh, Tourette's?
No, that's the speaking one.
MS, right?
No. Anyway.
Lou Gehrig's disease?
No, that's ALS. But anyway, so I have that clearly.
Joe P had a big win on Netflix. Nice, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've had good for you. I mean, I hope it was a 150 banger for you. But
I had Netflix. I did okay on it. It wasn't a huge win for me. I sold.
I still have.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of Netflix. I got Amazon right now. I mean, I sold a lot and then they had cash and then started buying again. Yeah, I was thinking about that, but I'm trying to remember. Anyway,
so Netflix I did okay with Netflix. wasn't the greatest. Like I said, I should have held. I had some really big losses. My first startup ever in '98, we sold it for over $1 million.
Right, but and
I made nothing.
Yeah, because the guy who
the investor.
That's
just a bad deal for me.
Great learning experience though. If you're ever an investor.
Actually, my first media company, Ground Game, was a probably like business wise, like the best learning experience.
Yeah.
Like, I basically I ran out of pocket for 2 years and just could never get it to the point of profitability. And like looking back, it took me like a few years to be able to look back at those experiences and realize that it was like a lot of it was like my inability to pivot, my inability to
quickly. I mean, for sure.
And my also like my inability to look outside my original. So part of that inability to pivot was my inability to look outside my original vision for the company.
Okay.
And realize what the consumer wanted wasn't what I was producing.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
And
unless you're Steve Jobs and you're like, no, people don't know what they want. I'm going to tell them what they want. That's rare.
Yeah.
It's pretty rare.
It definitely is. And it's, you need, and I still think to like some extent, like Steve Jobs, he had that persona about him, but like he was delivering what people really wanted in some ways, just giving it a design aspect that they didn't know they wanted.
Yes. I mean, but he was like so far, it's like, well, people need headphones. And he would be like, no. people need the experience of being warm and loved and that sort of thing. And we're going to do that, through some kind of it wasn't just like people need a container for their beverage.
Yeah.
He was like, no. People need to be refreshed.
Yeah.
I mean, he was able to, I would submit, get back like a whole extra level.
Yeah.
Which then again, of course, global dominance.
So yeah, hundreds of thousands of dollars lost on ground game.
100, really that much?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was working full time in telecom.
Then they're taking all the money that you made and
dumping it into this.
I've been there.
Employing freelancers.
Yeah.
In the early 2000s, storage space, web storage, and bandwidth.
There you go. Yeah.
So yeah, a lot going into it. But like learning experience, I wouldn't trade it for the world. I ended up selling my next 2 media companies.
Yeah,
small
that's pretty
media.
Nice.
Yeah. So it's not bad.
No. Here's the thing, right? Every experience is a learning experience. Yeah.
Joe still has his Netflix.
So good for you, man. Yeah, that's great. I mean, again, why would you sell, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like they're going to be, it's not like people are going to be watching less stuff online.
I think I told you I ended up making money off the Cosmo, even though Cosmo went out of business. Like 8 years later, like a lawyer contacted me.
You're like, wait, who's this guy?
Yeah, we have cash for you from the liquidation of Cosmo to
twist my arm,
settle your options.
How long ago was that?
So let's see, they went out of business in 01, so it was like 09. Like a lawyer got in touch with me. Yeah,
before you were here.
Yeah, long time.
You're like, I'm taking this. I'm going to either Detroit or Thailand.
No, so it wasn't a ton of cash. It was like because keep in mind, Amazon was the primary shareholder.
Yeah.
And so Amazon took a bunch of the technology that they had used Cosmo to incubate.
Sure, absolutely.
And then a lot of the inventory was forced to be liquidated. Cosmo just bought it at below. Amazon just bought it back at below wholesale.
Right.
And filled their warehouses with it, what they could. And then, whatever was left after like all the payouts and everything, they paid out all the shareholders.
That's good.
And so instead of raises, they'd be like, well, we can't give you more money.
We can give you more shares.
Yeah,
sure. That's pretty common.
And like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Sorry, because you got shares in what I actually bought.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You got more shares than I do, but I got less cash.
Yeah.
In my pocket currently.
Yeah.
What are you doing the rest of the day, dude?
Working. How about you?
No way. I'm gonna prep basically, because tomorrow I have to get on a plane and go to the beach.
Yes, I'm gonna go down to the studio. I'm gonna work on some stuff. I got a few projects. I gotta start sewing. We're doing a bunch of bags for these magazines that my partner's shipping out.
Oh, that's right. Excellent.
So, like,
that'll be sweet.
He's the exclusive distributor, I believe, for Asia.
Okay.
In general. And so I think I showed you the magazines.
Yeah.
The W.M. Brown magazines. It's a menswear.
They're like $100.
So it's in the US, the magazine is $25.
Okay.
So he's selling all 5 of them. And I believe, with shipping and the imports and everything, they're quite pricey. And we're going to put them inside of a Dapper Villains bag, like a minimalist version of the bag. And so it's raw salvage tie denim with a chino liner and a rounded rope strap, a canvas strap with roping in it.
And this is just basically a bag to hold your magazines.
Yeah, it's shaped, and it's the inspiration for the design comes from a style of men's jacket called the 3-roll 2, which is a 3-button blazer where the lapel actually rolls into the 3rd button and it rolls over so it looks like a 2-button.
Oh, I like that.
It's a very popular style right now, which as the engineer in me hates it.
Really?
Because the utility of the jacket should be that the 3rd button is used. But the designer in me loves anytime a lapel is properly rolled on a jacket. I love it.
I agree with you.
And so
I like when they have the different color stitching just in that little hole where the flower goes.
Yeah.
Just simple but nice.
So I took the inspiration from that lapel style into this bag, and so it has a hard crease on the bottom half of the bag,
right,
which then softens into a roll at the top.
Okay.
And so it's a tote bag, right? It would be, if we sold these, it would be like $100 tote bag for sure. But considering our high end, our Dapper Villains EDC bag is $185 for the base model.
EDC, just so everyone knows, is everyday carry. Yeah.
And so, that's the same denim, but it has a chambray liner with the purple chambray liner.
Okay.
With the Dapper Villains patch on it. Similar handle.
These things last your whole life.
You should be able to give them to your grandkids and they'll give it to their kids, type of thing. Yeah.
Nice.
So it, high-end materials, handmade.
Love it.
Solid brass hardware. But yeah, so I've got to work on like 50 of those bags. So I'm going to start cutting everything today and tomorrow.
I have the Chinese make all of my bags, as it turns out.
Yeah, but and what do the Boracay bags cost?
So at scale, if I bought 10,000 of them
at retail, what do they cost at retail?
in 1999. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much volume they have. You sell them by volume, 10 liters, 20 liters, that sort of thing. But yeah, I can get them down to $1.18 to $1.20, yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, but again, I mean, it's volume. It's all volume.
Yeah.
I mean, these things are like, it's like they're like tires because they're vacuum sealed. They have to do, not vacuum sealed, but what do they call it? Vulcanization, right? Because of the
chemical welding.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, they're cool bags. The Boracay bags. We should get some of those for the trip to Chiang Mai.
Well, here's the thing.
The
I mean, if you tighten it enough at the top, I mean, the beauty of it is you can actually use it to for flotation. Yeah. I mean, if you're out in the middle of nowhere, kind of thing, and
hopefully you're not.
Hopefully you're not. But I mean, if you're in the ocean in the middle of the Philippines.
Yeah. If you have to decide between saving your iPhone or floating.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we've got those bags going out, and then we've got some samples we're sending out for the EDC bag to some of our retailers, our partners.
Good.
And and then I've got some other design. We're just doing a line of neckerchiefs, so I'm working on those designs.
And you're wearing one of those right now.
Well, this is it'll be similar side, but this is like an oversized bandana version.
Okay, man, I'm a scarf guy.
Yeah,
I may actually inherit this scarf, as it turns out.
Asia's too hot for the scarf, but the bankerchief, the neckerchief, keeps you dry when you're sweaty.
I like bankerchief.
Keeps your neck from getting burned.
Yeah, that's true. I do. Well, I do SPF 75, but yeah. Either one, really.
Yeah, so I wear a hat and a neckerchief. I don't in a long sleeve shirt. I don't usually rock sunscreen.
I think I'm just gonna probably do this scarf, and then when I go indoors, I'm gonna kind of do one of these things, and then I'm gonna run through the hallways going,
and then you get shot.
Too soon.
Too soon.
Put a knife in my teeth, maybe. Just start running through.
And then people are like, what's this crazy white dude doing?
Dude, he is insane. Why does he have that backpack that they make millions and millions of in friggin' China? He's not individualistic like that other tall white guy.
So with the Boracay bags, you buy them from China. Do you sell them in the Philippines, or are you selling them online?
No, we were selling them online, and I don't sell them anymore. So the goal, because where I found them was I found a guy in the Philippines that was making them. Yeah. And I thought, this is awesome, because it was basically a beach city. This was in Boracay. And you guys have all seen these bags. They're basically, you close the top, in other words, you fold the pieces together, you roll it over, and you clip it. And the whole thing is essentially waterproof, basically. And so people buy these when they go diving and everything to keep their iPhone in at the beach so that it doesn't get wet. Okay. So I'm like, oh, this is awesome. And then I realized that people in the Philippines really like things that are branded. Yeah. I mean, obviously, people, the whole world loves Nike and Adidas and all this. But I was going to make a brand, because all of these bags that they sell, they're generic. They just say 10L, 20L, waterproof bag. So we came up with this logo, we came up with this design, and we found this guy in the Philippines that made them, actually made them there. And I'm like, this is awesome. Made by Filipinos, for Filipinos, sold in the Philippines. I had this whole thing. But it was just such a horrible businessman. He would not follow through. And then, of course, I went to Alibaba.com and said, waterproof bags, and within 24 hours I had 70 distributors, and they
fighting for your business.
Yes. And we're talking well, this is a little bit too much. How much you want? We'll give you 10,000 of them. Well, this other guy's going to do it for 8,000. We'll do it for 5,000. We'll do it for 4,000. Yeah. What is it going to take, to get your, because again, it's scale. Yeah. They're like, look, if we get this contract from this crazy white guy, he'll be with us for the rest of his life. Yeah. And they really understand customer service now. It is ridiculous. It is. I can understand why they make everything.
I order some parts from China.
Yeah,
for some of the things I do, especially the brass hardware. Right. If I need to source solid, seamless, all my brass hardware is seamless, sandcast. Okay. And so the only place to get it at scale is China.
Yeah. No, they do amazing stuff at scale. And I was really, really surprised because, literally everything is available on Alibaba.com. Yeah. The company that makes your laptop, Foxconn, you can buy a Foxconn laptop that looks remarkably like that with Linux installed on it. Yeah. And it's but the problem is that the interesting thing, of course, about Apple is you can't just install OS X on
anything,
some x86 that kind of thing, so to their credit, they're keeping the ecosystem, but I could totally respect. But I mean, you walk around with your Foxconn, and
a lot of people might think it's a Mac.
But
like I said,
status
it's ecosystem, right? So Stuck, he's employed freelancers before.
For sure.
We're not Ground Game was a media company, right? So there's a lot of news we're reporting. I had just freelancers writing for me nonstop, doing blogs.
That was a while ago. I mean, I go to Upwork now for my freelancers, but you probably
didn't
weren't
exist back then.
You were just adding the newspaper.
So it's like just people I knew from like the MMA community, ground game reporter on like grappling and mixed martial arts. So people I know who were writing, I would just pay them to keep writing for me. Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, temporary workers only though. Yeah, well, essentially, I mean, they were freelancers, but essentially did most of their work for me. Big D and his sidekick Scarf Man. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Scarf Man.
So stocks as Dana so industrious. I try to be. I've been fortunate enough to have like some wins in the entrepreneur space, and then, with what I do now with Dapper Villains, the design studio, and with all the media stuff, and it works out. Jib is the same way with her craft business, and it's been very successful for her.
I am an expert at going on vacation.
You are. I know no one who vacations better than you.
I mean, I nail it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just wake up in the morning and I'm like,
every week
I got this.
Yeah. So on your live stream, we spun off into a conversation about what was that travel channel? Divergent Life or Diverge Life?
Divert Living. That was the YouTube channel with Hit the Guy and his girlfriend.
Yeah, and so they broke up.
Yeah.
And so like I think it was Stuck who posted the video for me.
Yeah, it was one of my guys. Yeah.
So they posted the link. So I watched her video and his video. It's very clear where the talent on their channel came from.
Front end or back end? Because she's definitely back end talent.
So like
her production quality is like epic.
She put up one new video like just explaining that she's moving on, and it could be like a cinematic trailer.
Had to have taken her 2 days.
Yeah, and he put up a video explaining they broke up, and it was him with
sat down in front of a
lights reflecting in his eyes.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Right, like in his glasses, reading off of a piece of paper.
Yeah, and
then he posted something else about like they're going on like a road trip, and it was clearly like edited on his phone.
Which, I mean, again, for him, that sucks.
Yeah.
Because they had just amazing quality, drone shot. For me, it's like,
yeah,
I've set the bar pretty low. I mean, our last live stream, you had no clue that I sounded that shitty. Right? I mean, that's horrible, right? I mean, and hopefully with this new thing,
it'll be good.
Figure it out, because I'll be gone, right? Sunday, Tuesday morning.
Yeah.
If you guys don't know, so we do live streams now, Tuesday morning,
9 a.m.
and Saturday morning,
9 a.m.
And then we have at least one podcast a week that drops
on Monday nights. Monday nights Bangkok time, Monday days
East Coast.
Okay. So 9 p.m. Bangkok time. The weekly podcast will drop on YouTube, iTunes, Google Play, all that. All the live streams are exclusive to YouTube. And then also we'll have a new vlog coming out. I'll probably release it middle of next week.
Okay.
So that's the one with Mike buying a laptop. And those will be kind of intermittent at the moment. We do have some series planned that we're working on that. And like I think there's a couple things in the works. And so once we get those rolling, we'll probably try to release those on Wednesdays.
We should probably like schedule that, if you will.
Yeah.
Because it's going to involve us taking like
a couple days,
the entire day at least. Because if we don't, and we get distracted, it's like, okay, well, we have to stop shooting right now because I got to get home for like a 4 o'clock appointment or something. like that.
So we'll schedule the days out. But I mean, we'll probably be able to do 2 or 3 stops a day.
Hopefully.
And then film it, then edit it, and then once we get them in the bank and we're comfortable with our time frame,
right? I
think we'll probably try to drop those midweek because now we're going Tuesdays and Saturdays. So like Wednesday or Thursday, we'll drop those.
What do you use for video editing?
Premiere Pro.
Premiere Pro.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I need to get something like that.
So I have the whole Adobe suite, right? So because I use
the others. Okay.
I use Photoshop and Lightroom regularly for photography and design work.
Is that a monthly subscription?
Yeah, it's like 1,888 baht a month.
$60 a month.
Yeah, but that gives me Premiere Pro, Adobe Audition, which I use to edit the podcast and to do like all my voiceover work.
I've loved Audition for years.
I get After Effects, which I use After Effects a little bit to clean GoPro footage, but I don't do I'm not good at like motion graphics. I should spend the time to get better.
Audition's audio only though, right?
Yeah, Audition's audio only. But even like I can pull the audio out of a video into Audition and then link it back cleaned.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So Premiere Pro is what I need.
Premiere,
what you're saying.
Do you get the whole Adobe? Like, do you ever do like photography stuff? Like,
no.
Okay. So
Seriously, you just asked me that?
That's true. What kind
Clearly.
of stupid questions? So here's the thing, though. Like, it might just be cheaper to get the whole subscription as opposed to just because if you get video, you still do want After Effects, and if you get Premiere, you still want After Effects and Audition at least to be able to do certain things.
You know what part I hate about vlogging?
The whole thing?
Editing. It's fun.
Yeah,
but it is incredibly time consuming.
I love the edit part because that's the creative part.
Yeah,
like the filming is like, you feel like, of course you can get creative in the filming part.
Love being out there,
but it comes together when you do the edit.
The thing that really happened to me that spoiled the crap out of me is in the US is after I started doing some stuff like this, then I had a team.
Yeah, and
I just walked around and did me.
Yeah, so when I was running the previous iteration of my media company, I had people.
Yeah. We should try and figure that out.
Eventually, I think we'll get to that point.
Well, if we start now,
yeah,
then I don't even need to buy any goddamn software.
Yeah, you still
selfishly,
yeah,
I like that plan.
So when I actually prefer the to edit in Final Cut Pro, and
I love iMovie.
Yeah, well, Final Cut Pro is like iMovie
on steroids.
On Tony Huge.
Yeah, it's Tony Huge. Yeah, but I mean, considering that it comes for free still, right? With the Mac.
So like iMovie is like Anthony Hughes.
Got it.
Final Cut Pro is Dr. Tony Huge.
Dr. Tony Huge.
But however, the integrations for everything aren't really there.
I mean,
and so I was already paying for like the subscription for Photoshop, Lightroom, and then I wanted Audition because I didn't like Logic X as much, and so it just made more sense to switch everything over
to the Adobe
and
suite.
Then again, I'm all about workflow, and so once you're in the Adobe workflow, right, it's so much easier to take like integrations from. You can take your video clips into Audition through Premiere, clean the audio.
No, I mean they're a great company. I got buddies that work for them in the San Diego office. Is it?
I've done work with Adobe. They flew me out to San Francisco.
Yeah, nice. Can you add a second person, or is every single person like? Can you have like an office?
So
version?
I can have two, right? So it's like Jib and I on my account. And I think you could do
me and Gracie or something like that.
Yeah, like I think like
two machines basically, right?
Two machines per account. So I think there's like levels to do like there's obviously licensing for small business, but there's a certain scale where that you have to hit a certain scale before that becomes feasible.
Makes sense. Yeah. Why would they do the? Yeah, I'm sure if it's less than 5, it probably doesn't matter.
We got a really interesting comment. I heard there are plenty of freelancers on Beach Road. My buddy Ed is very familiar with the freelancers down in Pattaya.
Really? That's his preference?
No, he doesn't. I don't think he goes to Beach Road though, because I believe Beach Road is like the rejects from like the normal area.
Pretty much. It depends where you go. I mean, it depends where you are.
Toothless pregnant ladies.
It's. It's close. It's not quite that bad.
I've told my blowjob on the beach story plenty of times. I'm not going to tell it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so,
and it just so you're clear, guys, it wasn't him.
It wasn't me
that was giving it.
But it's.
I'll tell you something. Here's the funniest thing I saw this once, and every day after this because I used to DJ in a strip club.
Yeah.
And when happens, the guys come in for a bachelor party.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what you do is you take the guy that's basically getting married. All right. You put him up in a chair and you put him on stage.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's up there and he's all excited, and you need the girls to like dance on him. Right.
Yeah.
So you're playing the music. He's having a great time. And it's like, Steve, what's going on? He's like, yeah. And everyone's like, Steve, oh my God, this girl's so hot. Yeah. Steve, do you remember your first blowjob? And he goes, yeah. And then you slow all down the music, turn the lights off, you bring the lights up, put a spotlight right on him, and say, didn't taste very good, did it? And then all the girls walk away, and he's sitting there, whop, 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 on stage.
So Steve, hilarious. We're on a Bangkok centric channel, and the freelancers discussed are not on Beach Road.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, that's plenty of people cover that information, that type of life. That's,
red light district.
We don't need to.
To be fair, and exactly, and that's our point. Is that the strange part about Bangkok is the cool parts about Bangkok, and you could argue, okay, like Soy Cowboy. How many? All you got to do is type in Soy Cowboy on YouTube. You watch videos
thousands of channels
for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We're going to go down there and we're going to experience what you talked about, which
lunchtime.
is lunchtime with the food, not like, but I mean, look, there are girls everywhere. We don't need to do girls, but all the stuff that you can do like elsewhere, or rather you can do in addition to the standard. I mean, I don't know about Nana. I think when Nana's like not Nana, then it's nothing.
Yeah,
as far as I know,
daytime is just empty.
Yeah, usually it's just guys in the streets, right, hanging out, like talking to girls. I don't even know. I mean, I've been there, of course, but
Stuck doesn't know where to find the freelancers in Bangkok. They're not hard to find.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, dude. I mean, I've walked down the streets where they're normally there, and this right now because of COVID.
Yeah. So we got Cody Stratman. DaVinci Resolve is free for a one-time price. So DaVinci, I know a lot of people do their color grading in DaVinci. Cody, does it edit also, or is it just for color grading? So I don't know. I don't know enough about it. Affinity Photo instead of Photoshop, $40 for life. So yeah, like I used to use GIMP. You know, they're just, again, it's the integration for me. It's about workflow, Mariano. So I'm able to take my photos from Lightroom to Photoshop, especially when I do like if I go out for a day and do street photography, I'm able to like really batch everything. DaVinci
Resolve Studio for Windows and Mac, 99 baht. Are you freaking kidding me?
So he says, yeah, it is a full editing suite. Okay, Cody. So yeah, I didn't know that. Again, I know a lot. I have a lot of friends who do color grading in DaVinci. I don't know anyone who edits in DaVinci. So, or maybe I just have not asked the right questions. I'll definitely check it out.
I'll definitely check it out, dude. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. I had no idea this thing even existed.
So yeah, like I said, I prefer Final Cut. I think it's very easy to use. The add-ons are great. Adobe's a bit more than I would use personally. I think like it's a bit more pro than I need. But again, it's the integration from the audio side with Audition.
Non-linear editing, closed captioning. Dude, this thing's pretty tight. Oh, I'm psyched. I'm going to use it.
I want to check it out. But yeah, like I said, for me, it's just the only thing that really keeps me with it is the integration. If I thought Logic X was as good as Audition and I could still do all of the same things, then I'd probably go back to the whole Mac side.
What I use because again, my videos it's not about like, beauty and all this. It's just me talking, quite frankly, just about gratitude.
Yeah.
It's the end of the day.
Having gratitude attacks on your vlogs 24/7.
Gratitude attacks on. Well, so here's what's
going into gratitude arrest.
I may have to like clench my chest. Here's the thing about gratitude attacks is that if you guys watch the Live My Ass Off 11-hour live stream, and Dana was on there, and people were donating money to the Hill Tribe, one could argue you had a gratitude attack.
I was definitely feeling it.
Totally.
It's weird because.
You thought I was just bullshitting you, huh?
Yeah, no, you guys definitely, everyone who donated to the Hill Tribe Project, again, the PayPal is at the bottom here for the Hill Tribe Project, which we haven't really talked much today on the live stream about. We'll give it a rest.
Mm-hmm.
But we raised like $1,000 for the Hill Tribe trip and project that we're going to do, and bringing them solar, bringing them all types of options, and not just the cash, but like people like Hugh on the channel who's in the chat today who has sent us some great information, is sort of giving us advice about like what we need to do and how to make it happen. So, and
not just how to install solar, but it's like this is what's going to help the community, not just with electricity, but they're going to be able to do that. I mean, it's awesome. Totally awesome.
Yeah. And so like I may have cried on Mike's live stream for a bit.
I want to say that I cried, but
maybe I was in pain. I might have hurt my foot. I don't know.
He probably smacked his foot on the bottom of this desk. I mean, that could be painful.
So Cody says, I make videos because I make crappy videos because I'm sure they're great. No judgment, man. My videos all suck. But I'm learning DaVinci, but I'm also on PC, but DaVinci is PC and Mac and free unless you really need advanced features.
I'm psyched to try it out. I'm using WeVideo, which if you guys don't know is basically a in-browser editor.
Yeah.
And even on my shitty laptop, like it worked great. Like if I'm down at the beach, it worked fine. I could like, cut and paste and everything like that. On this new laptop, I bet it's going to be a rock star.
Yeah. So then Joe, you did, Big D. I definitely had.
Sure.
Man, it's funny, man. It's a great feeling. I'm still feeling it today.
Yeah, right.
Like days later, because in like Jib's face when I was like, I wrote when Jib came home and I was like, Mike, tell Jib how the funding's going for the Hill Tribe.
I screenshot the PayPal balance.
And she's just like
31,000 baht.
Yeah, mind blowing,
game changer.
So Cody, what's Mike's channel? So Cody, if you go to the Bangkok Strange channel page and scroll down a bit, his channel is called Live My Ass Off. Mine is called Dana Bluin. you'll see it's. I think it says host channels, or it's also in the featured channel section next to it.
We'll throw it in the thing so then he can just click on it.
Will it post a link if I type it here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
let
me grab
youtube.com/live my ass off. Real easy.
All right.
And in fact, guys, to that point, the reason that I have that URL is because I got over 100 subs, which I know that sounds like kind of like trivial, but it's really helpful with branding. So all you got to do is go to youtube.com/live my ass off. Yep. Soon, all you'll have to do is go to youtube.com/
Bangkok Strange.
Boom.
How close are we now? Have we gained a few subs?
I'm going to check it out right now. And I mean, because I'm not too proud to beg people to basically subscribe to our channel.
Subscribers to BS. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I know. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah. Bangkok Strange, it's BS.
BS, yeah.
Why aren't we? I completely, just until now, totally forgot.
We got to double click on that.
Our guys are the ones that are marketing this for us.
Yeah, I know.
We're freaking awesome.
What do you guys think if we call the community Strangelings?
I think we should just call it BS.
BS, yeah.
Guys, you part of BS? And then it'll be like our own code. We'll have a secret handshake.
Cody, we need 5 more.
We're going to need dancing girls, as it turns out.
Dancing girls.
Is that going to be a problem? Freelancers.
Up
top.
Yeah, we go.
Boom.
I think I know where we can find a few.
You know what, dude? I'll tell you what. And apparently they really like the beach. So win-win, really.
Actually, I know, not to suggest that the ring girls for Full Metal Dojo are freelancers, but
they're freelance ring girls.
At times, I could definitely connect us with some of them.
Cock ring? What am I searching for right now? Oh, Bangkok Strange.
Bangkok
Jesus Christ.
Strange. Yeah. So Cody hit us up. He said we need 5 more.
Oh, we're still at 95.
Yeah,
that's okay.
So yeah, it was Mike's channel is again like it does that to you, man. It makes you get that gratitude, and it's not just Mike's channel; it's you guys.
Yeah, no, it is right. It's their participation, right? Which is like totally cool. But you know what's funny? So here's what's funny. So Stuck, right? He like actually. Oops, sorry. Stuck actually like wrote on here, Mike's channel is Live My Ass Off. But here's the issue with my channel having the word ass in it.
Yeah.
It shows up as like, oh my God, should we approve this?
It's been flagged, yeah.
Because it's like a gateway word to saying what? Poop? I'm like,
community should be strangers. So that's a good one too, strangers.
Sorry, Cody, I clicked on the wrong thing and his didn't show up. So
Cody, we're in StreamYard, so I can't click through to your channel. I'll check it out after though. So you have videos up on your channel that you edit in DaVinci. I'm going to check it out for sure.
Damn it, I did. Crap. I accidentally deleted a comment and now it deleted all of Cody's messages. How do I turn that off?
Oh, really?
Yes, I clicked on the wrong thing. Jesus Christ.
Mike is in here messing shit up.
Piss me off. I'm sorry, Cody. Trust me, it was not intentional.
Cody, leave another comment for us so we don't lose your.
Damn it.
We don't lose you.
I don't know how to like undo something. Timed out. Oh, I know what because you click the button and it gives you 4 options. Rather than close it, I hit shit.
It's almost like it's a good thing we're not 2 engineers up here fidgeting with technology like old men.
How many of us do I wonder it would take, for us to figure what happened to Cody's step? Yeah, who deleted him? It was me, Stuck, and I did it.
Did you block him from the channel?
No, I think I just like put him in timeout or something crappy like that.
So Cody, if you get put in timeout, Mike did that by accident.
Dude, I'm sorry.
We're not trying to boot you, man. I'm gonna Photoshop.
Like last Monday, Mike. Why did I pull out somebody? Joe, last Monday? Oh, Jesus, dude, I'm so sorry.
What happened last Monday? Who'd you put?
I hope I didn't, because rarely do I do that. You did time him out or hide him.
You can't untime him.
What? Fucking bullshit.
So when you time him out, can he still see this?
Yeah, he can still see it.
All right, Cody, if you were timed out.
I'm sorry, dude. 300 seconds. Just wait 5 minutes.
We apologize for one of the engineers not knowing how to use technology.
So frustrating, man. So frustrating.
Didn't you head like all of IT for San Diego State or something?
No, University of San Diego. Yeah.
University of San Diego.
50,000 accounts.
Yeah. So the guy who used to head up all of IT for a big university time.
So what's funny is it's actually got nothing to do with technology. It's fat fingers.
Do you need glasses?
I do need glasses, actually, and they're downstairs. And so therein lies the rub.
I'll bring you to
because I can't see the comments.
I'll bring you to my guy.
You got a guy?
Yeah.
Not a gal?
That's just a gal, yeah.
Done.
So
up top.
So actually,
does she like the beach?
Front of shop is a girl.
Okay.
Back of shop is a guy.
Shocker.
And then they have
so weird.
Then they have a they have this old granny who works it. It's like a family shop in Siam Square.
Yeah.
And like she's senile.
Okay.
So like she keeps walking from the back to the front, telling you to sit down on the chair. Like if you're gonna wait, just sit down. Like be comfortable.
Okay.
And I'm like, no, I'm okay. I've been sitting all day. I want to stand and let my circulation go. And she's like, oh, okay. Walks on the back, walks back. Oh, sit down, sit down. And then Jib's like, she's senile.
That's all right. I mean, senile old chicks, especially if they walk the beach, they're very interesting.
It happens a lot on streams. 5 minutes, he'll be back.
It's so frustrating. I don't know why you can't I mean, I guess I get it, but it bothers me that it's so easy to mistakenly click that.
So either way, Cody, I'm going to check your channel out after this. I want to check out your videos that you edit in Adobe, in Resolve.
Yeah.
Again, like I said, I would really much rather be editing in Final Cut. Again, it's just the integrations.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I'm gonna try WeVideo. The problem with the WeVideo is anything over 2 hours, I can't bring it in. So
like on my phone, if I'm editing something quick, like I'll do it on iMovie on my phone. Like zip, 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 no problem. But like I like being able to sit down and have my whole timeline out and look at everything.
Well, you also have a big screen downstairs though, too, right?
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of psyched for the 15.6.
And then all my I do a lot of sound design in the videos. So the way I embed the sound effects and the transitions.
Right.
You don't get those options in iMovie.
Well, we'll see what DaVinci does. I mean, shoot, he's talking about the free version having a lot of features. It sounds like. He
said unless you need like advanced features. You know what usually happens with stuff like that? There'll be like one feature like everyone needs.
Yeah,
and that's in the paid version.
And again, I'll tell you. I mean, when I had the free version of StreamYard, it didn't take long before I'm like, fine, I got to give these guys money.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Like with StreamYard, I think I was like a week in. I'm like, all right, I gotta pay for this.
Well, because it's finite time, right? I mean, you do 1/10 of one of my live streams, and now you got to buy the thing.
Yeah. So stuck saying, well, there's 300 people in chat. It's easy because it's moving so fast. Yeah, we've only got 17 right now, so we're moving.
We got 17 people right now.
Yeah, the highest I saw today was 18 so far.
That's outstanding, dude. We're just
guys, thank you so much for hanging with us. It seems to be a good time. The Saturday. It's Friday night. I
dig it. Plus, I mean, if it's a Saturday and I'm like, traveling or whatever, I mean, I'm rarely traveling. That was the other thing, too, is that for the most part, I leave Bangkok either Sunday or Monday, vacation during the week, and then I'll probably come back like on a Friday. If I'm going to come back before the weekend, I come back on Friday. I rarely will stay through the weekend, but then if I do, then I stay all the way through to like the next.
So coming back on a Friday is smart because everyone's leaving Bangkok and you're going against the traffic.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal, right? Because and usually I'll do it like in the morning or afternoon. And I mean, it is such, if any of you guys are like able to do any domestic travel, man, now is the time.
Yeah.
I would argue that the guy, what is it, Bangkok, I can't remember his
Chit Chat. Oh, Bangkok in 1967.
Yeah, he's been here 20 years, right? Yeah, I would bet there's even less people now than 20 years ago in places like Koh Phangan.
And then Chit Chat was 40 years.
Yeah, that's insane.
So I'll tell you, when I was traveling internationally every month, when I was doing my show with the EFM network in Malaysia, and I would go to a different country in Asia every month, like it was to the point where the international travel was just breaking me down. Like,
and Malaysia is the equivalent of basically having to travel from Boston to Texas. Yeah. Right. So I mean, it's
2.5 hours.
Yeah.
And so what would happen is I would go from here to like say the Philippines to Manila for a week. And we would record in Manila for like 5 to 6 days straight.
Like 8 hours a day.
8 hours a day doing 1 hour interviews all day.
Yeah.
Finish.
It's a little tedious.
Yeah, it's tough. And then I would leave there. My producer was from Borneo. And so she would fly back to Borneo. I would go to KL and I would work with the engineers to make sure all the episodes were good. And then I would do a lot of like panel discussion moderations or like host events for them while I was in KL. So I'm in like Manila for a week or Jakarta or wherever, Vietnam for a week, Singapore, and then back to KL for another week, working at the studio every day, recording my outs, my ins, all that.
Yeah.
Then fly back to Bangkok for 2 weeks, relax with Jiv. And
all I'm hearing is work.
Back on the road again.
Yeah. You remember what I told you when why I really didn't want to do the 7 p.m. live streams?
Too much like work.
Yeah, it felt like work.
Plus, you were going to bed at trying to go to bed at 9.
I went to pretty much. The only person keeping me up last night, you know who that was, don't you?
Who?
Chib.
Oh, yeah.
All the questions about. No, I'm just joking. I mean, she's helped me out with my visa, which is awesome. But I was like, man, this is late for me.
Yeah.
Like I gotta go to bed. But yeah, I mean, I like to wake up about 4:30, 5 in the morning. I get some stuff done. Even this morning, I had plenty of time to go get some BKK bagels.
Says you would have been hearing more, but someone else does their stream every Saturday morning, Bangkok time. Popular time.
That's right, isn't it? Yeah, I actually, now that I didn't even think about that. Well, that's Jeremy, my buddy that does Do More Life.
Do More Life.
Yeah, he does Saturdays at 9. But I mean, again, at the end of the day, I didn't do mine at 9 on Saturdays because arguably we're kind of similar in the sense that, I mean, he does have a focus on gratitude and that sort of thing, but he's younger, right? He's got a different demo and that sort of thing. He's actually working over
younger
here.
Than me.
How old are you?
41.
He's 39. Yeah, so a couple years. But the point is that he's teaching English, right? So he's actually doing a craft that is pretty common, right? So he like appeals to guys that are like, well, okay, I can't go over there and retire because I'm either not old enough or I don't have enough cash or I'm still working. What can I do over there? So he offers that. And then he and I were occasionally doing stuff on Sundays, but I wanted to keep doing that, but it doesn't work because I leave Bangkok. I'm on a plane, on Sundays and stuff. So anyway, so Bangkok's strange. I figured, all right, if I'm going to stick with one, because this is awesome. I mean, hanging out with Jeremy was great, but it brings so much difference to it. I mean, you're a friggin' seamstress, for Christ's sake.
I prefer sewist.
Sewist. But my point is that like we're engineers and I have this and you have and I'm like, dude, we got to go buy a laptop and then this. And I'm like, oh my God, I got to get a studio. Where can I mean, it's just so much that's like similar, but so much difference too. Right. So that's pretty cool. Plus you're like a successfully married man and that never hurts to be able to watch that process and be like, that's my goal.
Well, I'm hoping to get it right on the second try.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
I'm excited for when Gracie can get here because I think her
and
I think her and Jib will jive.
Man, I'll tell you.
Her and TT porn.
Yeah, I'm going to be like, so honey, basically your next girlfriend's name is going to be titty porn. So is that how you pronounce it?
TT porn.
TT, like TEE, TEE?
THITI.
At what point in a Thai's life do they learn that the word porn, which is added in many words?
So here's the thing. Jib's not her father. He's a loser. But anyway.
Oh, so edit.
No, I'll leave that in because she knows that's how I feel. But he is.
That's all right.
But her uncle is a very, very well-known Thai linguist professor. Okay. So like a linguistics professor, like the history of language, the science of it. Yeah, not just Thai.
Got it.
But he's also like he's very proficient in English, studied in the US. And so when she actually went to when her family brought her paperwork as a baby to the office to do her name, he has always argued, I guess, since he was like younger, that the way that Thais spell porn actually isn't the right usage based on Thai phonetics, right? That should be PAUN, pawn.
Oh, pawn, like pawn shop, almost.
Oh, not PAWN, but like
but again, that's just the phonetics.
And so again, he's like the top like linguist.
So wherever it says porn, everywhere it should be PAUN.
So that's his argument, right? Okay. And given that he's professor at Chula, like top linguist.
No, clearly that's correct.
He knows what he's talking about. And so he goes with her family to the office where they register everything, right? And there's the person behind the counter.
Thai and English, right?
Yeah, so to do the English translation. Right. And he makes his argument that, look, phonetically, he's like, this is who I am. Phonetically,
kind of a big deal.
PORN isn't the right phonetics for the name.
Let alone.
Should be this. And I don't even think he talked about it. And the girl's like, nope, PORN.
Okay.
And he's just like, just some girl behind the counter, like, nope, PORN, boom. Yeah, no. And that settled it. That was then the English spelling of her name forever.
What is it like kind of like LY? I mean, I see it everywhere. Is
Mike, Cody's back.
Dude, thank you, dude. Thank you for not
so
leaving.
Sorry, Cody.
Jesus Christ.
So Andy Francis, awesome, Bangkok Chit Chat, was saying back in the day there were more European tourists around. Makes sense because it's so much easier to get here from Europe and just shorter trip.
Yeah, for sure. So okay, but what is porn? I mean, I see it everywhere. Is it like LY?
What?
You add like there's plenty of words in the English language where you add LY.
No, so Jib, I don't know like the whole thing about Jib was explaining to me at one point that it's like a common part of both men and women's names.
Yeah.
And obviously porn isn't. Back in the Thai language, porn wasn't porn.
Yeah, sure, right.
Right, but now because English is so universal, porn, everyone knows what porn is. Yeah, right. And we see people with the Pornhub shirts everywhere. Yeah.
I'm surprised that we don't have you jib. I mean, this instead of you porn, should be you jib.
My most productive hours are from 5:30 a.m. to noon. Oh,
I would agree, dude. I don't know if I can go past 11 though. I think but definitely early morning hours for sure.
So yeah, 5:30 if I'm still awake working on something. Maybe.
Is that common? Like you say, because that was my issue with Rob. Like Rob and I would try to do like live streams.
Yeah.
He literally does not go to sleep until 5:30 in the morning.
So I try not. So what happens? I can get kind of like stuck in flow and like
stuck in Florida.
Flow.
Oh, okay.
Like in sort of like flow state when I'm working on designs or I'm working on something downstairs, especially because we have all that space now.
Sure, yeah. And it's your house.
Yeah.
You're like, what do I got to do? Commute home?
And so I've had times where like I'll be working on something. The next thing I know, it's 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I'm like, fuck.
That's when you know it's not work, by the way.
And Jib gets mad because she's like, look, it's just not good for your health because she's like, I know you're going to bed at 5:30 and you're waking up at 9.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's not sustainable. But the good news is if you do that, then you go to sleep earlier the next night because you're freaking exhausted.
Yeah. But then what happens is I just keep pushing through and I'm like, all right, I'm going to just keep working on whatever. And then, so I try to go to bed. Ideally, I like to go to bed before midnight.
Okay.
And wake up.
7:30,
like 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Right.
Like that's my ideal day.
The infamous 8 hours.
And then I get down to go downstairs, make coffee. I vacuum every morning. And then, I just start my day.
I have literally not vacuumed since I moved in.
I have this $1,000 Dyson vacuum and I love to vacuum.
I need to purchase somebody to fix clean my place.
Usually we would have a maid service that comes once a week, but after COVID, during COVID, they stopped. And
fair enough.
We never kind of restarted it. But for me, like because of the way the airflow is with the kitchen and everything, I get a lot of dust.
Sure.
And then obviously cutting fabric every day, I get threads everywhere. And Jib doesn't like it when I vacuum at night. So
fair enough.
So I just vacuum first thing in the morning every day. And again, like we bought this Dyson, this wireless Dyson vacuum that's amazing.
Yeah.
And
it's literally $1,000.
It was 29,000 baht.
Okay, so $1,000.
And
basically for a friggin' vacuum.
But I mean, it's pretty fucking
Do you know
awesome.
how many times someone can come and clean my apartment for 30,000 baht?
Yeah, like for 10 years.
Yeah, basically.
But still, like you got to vacuum something occasionally.
Yeah, but
and having a wireless vacuum, like a cordless vacuum that has an awesome charge and is,
I get it.
Yeah.
You know how much vacation I can do for 30,000 baht?
2 weeks.
It literally didn't even cost me 18,000 baht for 2 weeks in California. But I was gonna say, so for cleaners,
welcome back, Cody.
Would you? Thank you, Cody. Yeah, sorry, dude.
Seekster.com.
I was gonna say is a Seekster, yeah, because that's what I
know. I know the one of the co-founders, Joe's. I interviewed him on previous podcasts that I did.
Awesome.
We did panel discussions together at Siam Cement.
It's very popular.
I don't know all of the co-founders. I think one of them I have the same ex-girlfriend as.
Okay.
The kid Danny or whatever his name is. I don't know him personally.
Is it his ex-girlfriend too, or is his current girlfriend?
No. I think
she's an ex-girlfriend of
both of you. Yeah.
Got it. Well, clearly you guys are at the same page. You're like, yeah, no, dude, I broke up with her too.
Yeah. But I think he went to SIT, and I think 2 of the 3 did. And the only one I know well is Joe's. He's the COO, I believe.
Okay.
I think he might either COO or CMO, but yeah, they're a great company. They're great guys. They're all really smart.
Well, it's well trusted too. It seems like people are like, yeah, if I get a person to come clean, traditionally female, if I get a girl to like come clean my place, and I get it from Seekster, then apparently she's reliable.
And they have a whole training program. They take security, privacy, all very seriously. Yeah, from what he told me, and so
it should.
Like, we don't have like a relationship with them, obviously at Bangkok Strange, but like I would definitely trust those guys.
Okay.
And like I said, I know one of the co-founders, Joe's. He's a nice dude. And when he says they have a training program for the maids and everything, and they teach them about privacy and security, and they take all that very seriously. So again,
and obviously they're probably insured and bonded, not necessarily the way it would be in the United States, but you know, if they break anything or steal something or whatever,
they address the issue.
Yeah, well, that's great.
So Mike, is it because you love all BS?
Pretty much. Yeah, every single piece of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks. I haven't been in timeout since I was 10. It's nice to relive my childhood.
Yeah, thank you. I'll get you a dunce hat, dude. You could like hang out with me in the corner. Jesus. But you know, that is kind of frustrating because again, clearly I'm not the only guy in the whole world that's ever done this. I mean, Rob did it the other day when he was on, not the other day, but about a month ago. And it's so frustrating because it's like, come on, dude.
So he goes to bed at 5. What's he doing all night? Is he just out drinking?
No. He like cruises home after like, usually 12:31 kind of thing. And then he watches a ton of Netflix. But again, you got to remember, if you go to bed at 5:30 in the morning, you're not getting up till friggin' like 1:32 in the afternoon.
Getting up at 9 a.m.
And but I mean, he does this regularly. So, I mean, he's got to get infinite once your body's like, look, so 4 hours.
This is his schedule.
Yeah. Maybe it's not till 5, but I mean, frequently he's up that late. I'm not a night owl. Rike, same thing. Yeah. Total night owl guy.
So, I mean, this is the thing. I like being up at night working.
Yeah.
But I also like being up in the morning working.
I love waking.
So
if I can get up before sunrise, dude.
Yeah. Like I've tried doing like the 5 a.m. before sunrise working out and then starting my day. I enjoy working out more in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And I like that 7:30 time frame. Again, having zero commute is really nice. Yeah, it's key.
I know.
But again, like my whole life is built around systems and efficiency. So like having everything in one location for me is ideal because I can go. Like I said, we're upstairs at the podcast studio, the design studio's downstairs. I work out in what would be my garage, I guess.
I mean, I do agree with that, but I also, again, I'm also still new here, right? I love going to new places. Like if all of a sudden you said, hey, dude, we got a studio that's like 20 miles in the other direction. I'm like, outstanding. I'm walking.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to do that 3 times a week.
Well, how often do I come over to your house?
Twice a week.
3 times a week?
Yeah, 3 times a week. Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, when we record other episodes 3 times a week. Yeah.
But I dig it.
Yeah.
And it's because it gives me something to do.
We're one station away from each other. Right. So if you were like.
But it's basically an hour.
Yeah, because you walk.
Yeah. Because that's my point. Yeah. Because I enjoy it.
Yeah, but if we had to go to like Kesasat area every day and record.
It depends. See, that's the thing. You got to remember, like, none of this is work for me.
Yeah, well, I guess
this is vacation.
Middle of the day, no commuter traffic. That's okay.
Doing what we're doing right now, like sitting on this piece of wood that's like over the thing. This is what I started doing in my basement when I was 13 years old. I am living the fucking dream.
Absolutely.
Dude. Plus, after this, we high five one more time.
Boom.
And I go to the beach.
Damn right.
Boom.
Let's see. What did he say here? Oh, Mike says porn is how you break your computer. Joe P says that.
Is it?
No.
Because I'm telling you right now, mine's under warranty for 2 years. I'm going to milk that thing forever.
With these travel restrictions, many computers have been broken because of porn.
So you know what's interesting? I did not do this intentionally, but it's called the TUF.
Yeah.
Right? TUF. And I just figured, okay, that's like their branding, whatever. I didn't realize that they actually militarily test this.
Really?
Like the whole 3-foot drop.
Really?
The whole thing. Yeah, and it's under warranty.
Wow.
Now, I'm not going to do it because, of course, if you do it just wrong. Like I dropped this accidentally this morning, hit the thing. But it's got Gorilla Glass, right? Yeah. So it won't. And so I'm pretty psyched about this. Now, the size of it is a little bit larger than I'd like. It will actually not
smaller
fit.
Than the HP.
Yes, and thank God for that. Because, and that's why there was no way I'm buying this thing. But this will not fit in my backpack. It fits in the backpack it came with.
Yeah.
So, we'll see.
Again, so actually, I'm not a big fan of the screen protectors.
No, me neither.
But I'll tell you what, they have saved my screen 3 times.
Okay, why? Because it would have. You mean not the screen, but you mean the phone case?
So no, I mean the protector on the screen.
Oh, you have yeah.
So I've dropped it and it smashed the corner, and I just peel that off and get a new one.
What I've discovered is that by the time I've broken my phone, I need to get a new one anyway.
So Cody said you need a freelancer to vacuum.
I do need a freelancer, baby. Absolutely. Especially if she's like, that gifted.
Don't tell Gracie that.
No, of course not. Well, that's the thing. It's like, people, how come you don't clean your apartment? How come you don't cook? It's like, because my chef is gone and so has my house cleaner.
Yeah, so
that's
Jim and I usually
roles.
on the weekends we'll now that we haven't reordered the maid, we'll mop everything one time. But
yeah. That's what needs to be done, because we bought one of those things, where you up and down and it swirls. And so I've got that. It's sitting out in the porch.
The reason we bought that was because the maid at the penthouse was buy that type of box.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. Just whatever you need.
Whatever you need
all day long.
But yeah, so again, I vacuum, but I would much rather have someone come in once a week, completely clean the entire, scrub everything, disinfect, spray it all down.
So for me, let's see, when did she leave? So it is going on now 6 months.
Yeah, no Gracie.
That I've needed to do that.
Your place must be filthy.
It's not filthy, but there's dust, right? And I mean, obviously, if there's like stuff on the floor, I absolutely sweep it, pick it up.
Andy Francis Bangkok Chit Chat, very common name here. So porn tip.
Yeah, porn tip. Yeah, for sure.
TT porn. My wife's name, very common name.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, but yeah, porn tip is like really popular.
Where did she get Jib?
So their family gives you the nickname.
No, I know, but like usually it's like a flower.
So her brother, and her daughter all have a nickname that starts with J.
Okay.
Jib, Job, Jam.
Here's what's funny. So Gracie and her sister, they both have basically the same name, Mary Grace, and Mary Jane. And I'm like, wait a minute. So like, you guys literally have the same. You know that's silly, right? But it's not necessarily Catholic, right? But it's like Catholic with Mary, So
They're the Virgin.
Yes, that's why I call her Gracie. So.
We have next and several nickname Bear and in the nightlife business. Yeah, so Bear's a common nickname. Apple is a common nickname.
Apple,
This is funny to me. So, and actually maybe Chit Chat and Bangkokian, because they've been here longer, have some insight on this. Thais pronounce the fruit apple, they call it apun. So it's apun, like B-U-N, bun. And if someone's nickname is P-L-E, they pronounce that bun. Right, but if a girl's nickname is Apple, they will just call her Apple.
Interesting.
Not Apple.
So they can absolutely pronounce it correctly.
Yeah.
See, that's why people ask me, why is your line ID Mike Shopping Mall? And I'm like, because when girls would ask me my name, I would say Mike. And they'd be like, my. And I'd be like, no, Mike. They'd be like, my. And I say, no, like Mike Shopping Mall. They're like, oh, Mike Shopping Mall. Yeah. They would totally be able to say Mike Shopping Mall.
Totally didn't happen in Pattaya, right?
That's where that originated, baby. Absolutely. So my life originated in Pattaya.
Obviously my name is Dana, but every Thai person that sees my name written down calls me Dana.
Dana. That makes sense.
Yeah, like I don't care. Like it's pronunciation. I'm not drawing a line in the sand over how people say my name.
No.
But my Thai nickname is Pimi. And so like a lot of people, once they meet me, and like Thai people, instead of calling me Dana, they're like, oh, Pimi. And like even though like P is usually like for someone older than you, like even people older than me call me Pimi.
What does Pimi? Does that translate to an English cute word like honey?
No. P is like Pimi is like big bear.
Big bear. Okay.
Or like brother bear.
Okay.
But P and Nong are like prefixes for like older or younger. So P, like I'll call you P Mike, like older Mike, like my older brother.
Got it.
You would call me like Nong Dana, Nong Dana, right? Like Nong is younger.
And then what is
Kun is like very formal. Like
okay, that's
Kun
what
Mike.
That's what I get at the what do you call it? Where do I live? Condo complex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kun Mai.
Yeah. So it's more of like a formal thing, I think. Yeah.
I've found that like a lot of people actually bow when they see me, and they put their hands up to their head. That's a crazy custom.
Yeah, walking random places in Bangkok, one of the favorite things to do. Yeah. There's no doubt, like if you're just and that's what we'll be doing with our BTS series, is just going to stations and walking to different locations, because again, like you could walk for 10 minutes, of course it'd be soaking wet with sweat, but like walk for 10 minutes in any direction from a BTS station and find something amazing.
Well, I think the other thing too is that we're not going to like go to a soak and like walk 10 minutes, because everyone knows
we
that.
Will eventually.
Sure, but they all know Nana. But we're going to start all the way at one end. Yeah. And we're just going to keep coming down, because there's so many freaking statues of elephants.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
It's going
to be amazing.
There's a whole elephant building, the Chong building.
I love the one with like the 4 elephants on it.
Yeah.
What's that one called?
Oh, no, but have you seen the Chong building? Chong Bear building? It's shaped like an elephant. It's got the 2 legs, the trunk, everything.
Maybe we'll have to go there. I'll be like, you guys make that water, right? Can I have some? I'm sure
most people aren't asking for their water.
Yeah. I'm not most people. I'm Scarf Man.
Andy Francis Bangkok have done breakfast show between 6 and 10 a.m. for years. Got me into the habit of early starts. Everything is fresh and peaceful. Yeah, man. You know, like it is nice to wake up early. Again, it's a tough start for me.
So does that mean like the 2 co-hosts are on now?
Well, I don't know if it's maybe because one was Bangkok Chit Chat and now this is Andy.
Yeah.
Francis.
Oh my God, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
But yeah, 6 to 10 a.m. Yeah, no, I get it. Were you doing that in the US or were you doing that over here?
That is the show in the morning to have in the US, right?
Basically.
On radio.
Yeah, basically. I mean, that's where you generate the most revenue, because of course people are in their cars driving.
Stuck in their cars driving.
Spoiler alert, nobody's going to work during COVID.
Yeah.
Guess who's making no money?
Morning drive.
Useless.
So watching Mike's marathon stream has got me got me all hours messed up.
Dude, stuck. Okay, so I started at 8:15 Bangkok time. So 9:15 p.m. in Florida.
Yeah.
And I went all the way.
Hours.
Yeah. So I went till 7:15 p.m. in Bangkok, which is 8:15 a.m. in Florida. All night long, dude. All night long. So if everybody asks me, hey, Mike, can you go all night long? I'm like, it's documented.
Ellen Thai at the end of a word is pronounced end, at least what I learned from Learn Thai from a white guy.
Nice.
But I'm not an expert. So L, the pronunciation of L does tend to be N a lot of times. And then, but like the whole like PLE, like apun, like PLE meaning bun is that's the one thing that's always been really weird to me. Even Jib, when she describes it, just says it's just how Thai people do it.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, hopefully, I don't know if Bowie's watching today. She watches some of our live streams. Bowie is my Thai teacher, or was my Thai teacher, and I want her to come on.
I was going to say, what are you going to have her on? Yeah,
I want to talk to her. She said she's a bit shy. She feels like she doesn't know if she wants to come on. And
will she look as small as Jib did when she sat between us?
No, well, she doesn't live in Bangkok.
Oh,
so we'll do it with her via
Zoom or something. Cool, awesome, cool.
But then she's coming to Bangkok next year. She's moving here for a bit.
Where does she teach?
She lives out like in another province outside Bangkok.
Okay.
She's like quitting her job and moving to Bangkok to do some other stuff.
Good for her.
Yeah, so
that's exciting.
And she has a fantastic Thai teacher, and her English is. So I was using her through a website. I hired her through a website where you go on. I don't even remember the name of it. It's been so. I bought like a whole package, like a website package with her. And then I got
for learning Thai.
For learning Thai. And then I just got so busy with Dapper Villains that I just kind of neglected it. The name of the website.
I would love for Gracie and I to just take Thai at the same time. It's cool. I think that'd be so cool.
I can't find the app. I'll find it. But yeah, so it was learning with her through this, and we kind of became friends. And she's writing a book, and she's building an app for teaching Thai
to
foreigners. And she's a fantastic teacher. But on this website, like every teacher had like a pro rating or like amateur rating.
Okay.
And then like so she was a pro, and then they all have like a which means she has like credentials.
I was going to say a certificate or something.
And then they all have a video where they speak in English and Thai.
Oh, nice. Okay. So you get an idea of
some of them are like really bad at English.
Yeah.
And I mean, which is fine, but like I want someone who could explain to me like the things and who could enunciate. And her English was phenomenal, and the way she spoke Thai, I was also able to hear everything she said.
That's nice. It wasn't too fast.
Not everything blended together, and I was like, she's the one who I need to go.
So, but to be fair, I mean, I've heard from a lot of guys that teach English here who are native. They don't know any Thai, and they don't teach or speak in Thai at all.
Yeah.
So one could argue that actually the fact that the person knows no English. Then you have to speak in Thai, right?
When I went to language school in the Army, it's full immersion. Like day one, your teachers speak the language that you're learning.
Same with, and that's why people do the immersion. Like when I'm in Mexico, if I'm in Tijuana or Mexico City, whatever, English all day long. Yeah. But San Felipe, it's like it's either Espanol or no
or nothing.
Nada, amigo.
So when I'm taking class, it's very much like we practice like with immersion techniques.
Okay.
But like I still need to be able to ask questions and have things answered.
Yeah.
And like
I get it, but I'll tell you right now, dude. I mean, people are like, "Oh my God, when was the time in your life where you learned Thai the fastest?" When I was living in a village that spoke no English. Yeah. Additionally, with my girlfriend, my Thai girlfriend.
Yeah. Right? So stuck in Florida, saying the same thing I was talking about. P is elder, someone older than you.
Okay.
And Nong is someone younger.
So me, it's not just like a weird sexual fantasy that you have.
You guys should go to Muscle Factory. Everyone goes to Muscle Factory.
What, to work out?
Yeah, it's a gym.
I should go to Muscle Factory. You mean Dana should go to Muscle Factory?
That's clanging and banging at Muscle Factory. Those people who take it serious.
Yeah. I outsource that.
Yeah.
I just have no need for that in my life.
That's where Eric goes. That's where Tony goes. They all go to Muscle Factory. It's a world-class gym.
Okay, so it's Tier Pattaya. There's a chain.
No, it's one in Bangkok. That's it.
Oh,
that's why he comes to Bangkok. Was
Tony? You mean?
Yeah, he lives in Pattaya for other things.
Sure, yeah.
And he comes
for Rose.
He comes to Bangkok to clang and bang.
Yeah, because you can't do that up here. My God.
If you want a really good explanation of the logic of Thai language, look up Stu J. Rai. Okay, I'll check that out.
Nice, awesome.
Here in Bangkok. So what was he answering?
I believe that I
he did the morning show here in Bangkok.
Oh, nice.
So on a radio station or with YouTube or?
And here is why he asks that, because he also knows I am looking for basically a Farang run radio station, because I effectively want to like rent or use their on-air studio or their production studio to do a podcast like this. I was in radio for like 25 years, I worked in it and got paid for 20 years and then consulted after that. So, and arguably we're still kind of in radio, right? But I'm looking for that, and I could easily find that in Phuket. I know the guys over at Phuket Island Radio. I could easily do that in Pattaya. I know the guys over at Fabulous and Kiss. Yeah, which is another fabulous property. But it's like up here, for some reason, I cannot find a English radio station basically to save my life where I can just go in and say, look, dude, can I use this, for the...
Joe P loves Gracie's sister's name. I'm pretty sure that's what he's talking about.
Mary Jane, or you love...
I'm pretty sure it's not about her name. That's all. That's why it's in lowercase.
They've never...
He just forgot to capitalize the proper name.
Absolutely. Yeah. Love Mary Jane. Yeah. Just buy some air freshener if you love it that much. Your mom will never find out.
Little incense burning on the...
Absolutely, dude. Yeah, I just like to mellow out after I finish my math homework.
Relax the brain.
There you go.
Marathon live stream, guys. Big up to you. Thank you very much, Andy. Bangkok Chit Chat. As I said, I'm going to be checking out Bangkok Chit Chat after we get off this live stream at some point today.
I've actually watched those guys for a while, and then life happens. Yeah. Right. So and what sucks is it seems as though YouTube intentionally will stop reminding me of things that I've subscribed to and told them to let me know about.
So like my friend Josh, I have all notifications set on his channel.
Right.
He puts out a daily video
and it doesn't.
I don't get any notifications for his channel.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
And you know what's here? I would be like totally okay with that technical imperfection all day long, except right now, my mom is not getting notifications that I'm sending out a video.
Oh, is she getting Bangkok Strange notifications?
No, she will never get Bangkok Strange notifications. I made sure that she would never subscribe to this. Otherwise, I can't. We actually haven't dropped a whole lot of F-bombs on this show.
No, we're keeping it kind of clean.
What the fuck is up with
going
that?
on?
Jesus Christ. What the fuck is that problem?
Not like we're monetized.
My God. Not now.
Joe P. Big D.
Big D. Up top.
Boom.
Boom. Oh, so the guy, the security guy?
Your nickname on BS is Big D. I'm okay with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now when I walk in the security guy, right, we have this handshake thing. We go like this, this.
Oh yeah.
And now,
he does it, right?
Yes, he does it. But now he goes boom,
boom,
and I'm like boom. And
so you go the two fingers, right?
Yeah, shaka, right? And he's just like boom, and I'm like no boom. But he's Thai. He's like
a little bit of bass.
Boom. He's boom.
He's right now. He's at the small boom. Before you know, boom.
No, but he's got that little like introverted. He's like, you can't say it too loud. The Farang always has to be loud.
Mariano, 18 likes, 95 subs, 3 hours. My man.
Dude, are we at 3 hours? God, it just goes by so fast.
3:49.
I should have brought a second thing of coffee, though.
Yeah, Jib. So usually I fill up this whole jar.
800?
900
milliliters.
But today Jib was... usually I make her coffee at night when she's going to class, and then she'll have cold coffee in the morning. Like I pre-freeze her tumbler.
Yeah.
And then I make her coffee and I chill it, and then I put it in the tumbler so it's ice cold in the morning before she goes to school at the Palace. But because she's taking the class at the cafe today.
I wonder where it was.
Yeah. So it's in Tonglaw, this craft cafe.
No.
She actually teaches there for knitting and crochet, but then
knit by Jib, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, but then she takes embroidery classes there with a woman who studied at the Royal Academy of Arts in England.
Love it.
Yeah,
so cool.
That's where she's at today.
So cool.
And she did watercolor. She learned watercolor there as well.
I just did it with my fingers and kind of like.
But she's like, I'm doing watercolor like we did in like elementary school. She's like, no.
Did you say to her, yeah, honey, but have you ever eaten Play-Doh? Because that's how we do shit back home.
Make the paste sandwiches.
Jesus Christ.
Elementary school paste.
Oh my gosh. She's like, were you homeless? Like, why were you eating this garbage? It's fucking because honey, it was non-toxic. Isn't that what we always say? Because it won't kill me, so therefore I'm shoving it in my mouth. What the hell?
80% horse. 80%.
My God.
So
the logic of a 9-year-old.
The watercolor, her teacher, her adjunct for watercolor is amazing.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, so her embroidery teacher at the Royal Palace, I've always wanted to learn Krabi Krabong, which is like Thai sword fighting.
Oh, okay.
Since I came here, and there's a place in Ayutthaya, and there were like a few places I checked out in Bangkok.
We got to go there.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, because my experience was not good.
So, and we'll go. Actually, one of the most beautiful girls I ever met was from Ayutthaya. So,
you mean the second most beautiful? She does listen to these, right?
One of the. This is before I met Jib, but the problem was she was my student at the time, so it's like I couldn't
just fail her. Get the fuck out of my class.
Well, no, she wasn't even taking it for a pass fail. So she was like closer to my age.
Okay.
So she had graduated and she came back to take like a few programming classes at the school.
Yeah.
But she would commute from Ayutthaya to Rangsa. I was the instructor for the class.
It's a commitment.
Yeah. So like once a week she would do it.
Okay. Yeah.
And so like I think she was like kind of into me. Her name was Ink. She was just beautiful, beautiful Thai girl.
Like incorporated.
Yeah. INK. But yeah, like I would like flirt with her a little bit, but then I was always like, I'm the instructor for this class. I gotta
be appropriate. Unless you're a fucking creep.
Yeah, I was like,
if you were teaching in Cambodia, I get it.
I was like, when she graduates, then or when she finishes this course and I'm not teaching anymore, then I'll be like, hey, but so she ended up withdrawing from the course because she got busy at work.
Mm-hmm. And then she said that at least, right?
No, what happened? Because she worked for a company that did database development for CrossFit.
Excellent.
And so, like, I never really got the chance to like reconnect with her. And then, obviously, I met Jib. And
I didn't realize that was near. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, a few months later, I met Jib, and then it's history.
Absolutely.
But yeah, absolutely beautiful, smart girl, funny.
Learning to code, like she was a database engineer.
No, the company she worked for did that. She did like something else for them.
Oh, okay, right.
But she's like, it can't hurt to learn programming. And so she was taking the Python class I was teaching.
Python's a great language, actually.
Fantastic language.
Yeah. And if you ever want to work at Google, you'll learn Python.
Just to learn logic. It's just a great class. Great language to learn.
Agreed.
But yeah, we'll go back to Ayutthaya. But what was I? Oh, so Krabi Krabong. So yeah, I wanted to go up to. There's one place that really teaches a lot. It's in Ayutthaya. There's a few places in Bangkok I checked out, but like they weren't really located conveniently for me.
Oh, okay.
And so now that Jib was talking to her instructor about it, and their instructor's like, oh, I know a bunch of people who are Krabi Krabong instructors because it's part of, the Thai cultural thing. Oh. And she's like, oh, well, like, is there anyone who can teach my husband? And she's like, oh, well, I'll talk to the master who teaches all of like the con performers Krabi Krabong.
Wow.
And so I'm waiting to get like the connect.
Dude, that's pretty awesome, man. Yeah. I mean, that's almost like one of those deals where it's like you feel honored.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're like, okay, like I can learn how to knit. Yeah. Right? I can learn how to, but I'm taking it at the palace.
Well, I won't take it at the palace.
No, but you know what I mean,
like
right?
From the same guy who teaches. Yeah.
No, I mean, that's just phenomenal to get talk about immersion.
Yeah.
Because it's not just a language. It's the actual feeling.
Well, and that's the other thing I said to Jib. I was like, I don't even care if like they don't speak English because it'll just force me to learn more Thai.
Totally.
So here we go. Radio station 95.5 FM and 105 FM. The later years with Virgin.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what you were on and here, but I knew that Virgin but Virgin doesn't have they don't have that format here any longer, right? Yeah. Does 95.5 and 105, I mean, they still have studios here?
So this is the radio business I know a fair bit about. We can chat later. Oh, it'd be awesome, Andy.
Oh, I'd love it. Yeah.
Andy, man, we'd love, if you ever are down to come over and chit chat, we're in Bangkok. So if you ever want to come on a live stream or come and record an episode with us, you are more than welcome to.
That said, I'm going to cruise down to Krabi. I mean, if you guys want to cruise down there, I'm a big beach guy. We could just hang out. If that's more convenient for you to go to Krabi.
Well, I think they're in Bangkok.
If they can go to Krabi, though.
You just want to get people to the beach.
What if they went to Krabi?
No one's going to Krabi.
Think about if they went to Krabi.
No one's going to Krabi.
Change their lives.
Well, I just got back from kids' school. Glad to see you're still on. Gotta love Thailand. Hey, man, thanks for coming back by.
Good to see you, buddy.
Here we go. Joe P. 20 thumbs up, 0 thumbs down. 20,000 Shaka.
20 million, brah. 20 million.
Is that million?
Yeah.
Not like I'm an engineer. I can't count.
It's see, there's no commas.
Yeah.
And that's the tough one for me. I have to go from the right, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
If you notice here, they put periods instead of commas.
Yeah, it's a British thing, or not a British thing. It's more of an English thing.
Really?
Yeah, they do that because when I would work with guys, technical stuff, when we would do stuff for what was it? Cork, Ireland, I think was a big IT hub kind of up there. And periods for everything.
especially from an engineer perspective or like a coding perspective, that makes no sense.
And well, I mean, the coding, I mean, you're just displaying everything.
Yeah,
right?
but like you don't want to mix periods. And
trust me, I get it. It's like, look, dude, this is 1/10 of a dollar, not $10.
Yes.
You know, so we're going to need to be. Yeah, it's an interesting paradigm because it's not like the comma is like only in the last 50 years has the comma been. No, it's always been around.
This is okay. So here we go from Cody. Raleigh Beach West is the best beach in Thailand.
Agreed. Yeah, it's got that. Yeah, and I'm sure you guys. There's a really, I mean, new on the scene, but wildly successful right now. He's got like 22,000 subs. Retired Working for You is the name of his YouTube channel. He
pops up on my feed a lot.
I think he was in filmmaking, and so obviously the production quality was. He was even saying today he does like probably a 10 to 15 minute video, 24 hours. He's retired. He's working 60 hours a week plus, but he loves it, right? I mean, which is fine. And I'm not saying, and I think he's great and he's really talented. But again, you guys may hate my voice, but his voice, it's a little tough to listen to long term.
I have to check it out.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm watching a cartoon. Yeah, and it's not like it's like Bart Simpson.
Have you ever recorded audiobooks?
No, I've read things, but not a full book. No.
So I've done some short audiobook work.
Yeah,
it gets outsourced to you, right? So it's like you get it. I have the studio. I can record
PDF. Yeah.
And I never do it if they send me a PDF. It's always I've got to have it so I can increase the font.
Plus.
No, but I want to have it like in Word or Pages and
anyway.
But anyway, so read it and go through, and then like I've had them come back and be like, "You're a bit too soothing." And
really, as you might guess, I don't get that. They're like, "You're a little bit energetic." It's like, "Oh my god!" After following the friction, the coefficient of friction, and this is an absolute physics problem because what you need to do is you need to take care. And then Jimmy coming down the bill, it's like, oh.
Yes, I remember I did the first draft, but they were like, it was a short
flex, right?
First chapter, and they're like, a bit too soothing. Could you crank it, bring it up a little bit?
Yeah,
I was like, all right,
that's cool. Yeah, it's kind of fun, but I don't know. I mean, look, if I needed money, right? I mean, I'm getting emails all the Mandy, who I mentioned to you before, Mandy International, and I'm getting stuff all the time. $300, 400 pounds. I'm sorry, 300 pounds, 400 pounds. For just like reading stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but. It doesn't, it's not exciting.
Yeah.
It
depends. Again, like if I have time, I like to schedule like I'll schedule time down in the studio, but then I also schedule time to work on other projects to do things. So I don't mind doing like the voiceover work. It's kind of fun.
It's kind of fun. It's really, really fun going to the beach.
I hate the sand.
So, okay. Is that why? Like you don't okay, but if you were like there, like, do you like the view of it? Do you like the sound of the waves?
I love the sound. I love the breeze. I love the weather.
Many people might say, of course, the sand too. So I mean, obviously
the sand,
for you,
the sand is like a big drawback for me. Plus, I believe there's a lot of poop in sand.
I've never sampled it.
Yes,
I just trust that it's poop free.
I remember reading a study about like the amount of feces in sand was astronomical.
I also read a study about the amount of sperm that's left inside of beds in hotels. Guess what? I still stay in hotels. My back's real sticky when I wake up in the morning, but whatever. It's only $700.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they're changing the sheets. LOL, I like that guy. So I think he's talking about retired working for you.
It totally. And again, look, his content is outstanding.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Andy, shoot us an email, bangkokstrange@gmail.com. We'll get it set up.
Yeah.
Mike's leaving for Krabi for a week.
So go to Krabi.
Yeah, you've mentioned. So when he's back, we'll get that set up. But for sure, I said I'm probably I'm down 93, right? So I'm in Bangkok, about 1.4 down from the BTS.
Yeah. And Andy, dude, if you know any radio station in town that would like be able where I could like rent or just use or whatever one of those, I'm looking for basically it would like have a mixing console and a couple of booms. Obviously, if they're a new radio station, if they're a radio station at all, new or old, they're going to have monitors because, of course, they're going to have automation, that runs and everything. But if they have like some gear in there that makes it, and if they all have an old
what would you say? What's the radio station where the guy's basically running off a PC?
Well, mine for one, but the other one, Bangkok.fm, is probably the one you're talking about. But I mean, I've had Big Eye Radio that's been streaming for over 20 years, but I don't have studios.
I need voiceover work that requires a Southern accent.
Yeah, I get those sometimes.
So in Florida, do you guys have Southern accents in Florida?
Well, I mean, kind of. It depends, right? I mean, if you grew up in Miami, no. If you grew up in Ocala, then yeah.
Everyone I met from, you say Pala?
Ocala.
Oh, I thought you said Paula.
I'm going to Krabi on Monday. Did you know about that? I might go on Sunday
after I get to Paula.
Want to go to Paula get some pizza?
So I'll go to Paula.
Jesus,
I'm
love
down.
the sand between my feet as long as I'm eating pizza.
Yeah, a piece of Paula and some sand between my toes. Hell
okay,
yeah.
to be fair, if I've ever eaten on the beach and then the wind blows the sand in there, then I friggin' hate sand.
Yeah.
But I love my feet in the sand. That is the beginning.
I'm sure it's a great feeling. I just can't get the idea of feces in the sand.
Really?
Yeah.
And you think, because, you know, I mean, hepatitis is the way that you describe the street water around here. And when the water goes, it's just dry hepatitis.
Yes.
It's just not wet hepatitis.
Absolutely.
So, I mean,
but I'm wearing shoes.
Well, you can wear shoes at the beach. I wear shoes at the beach.
I would never.
Well, it keeps the poop in. That way, if the sand, because, you know, I mean, obviously, I'm a connoisseur of the fecal matter.
I got friends. He's like, I'll lick a bar girl's ass. No problem. The poop in the sand doesn't bother me.
Interesting. Well, I mean, I can understand why he would commit to that because of the bum gun.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably a lot cleaner. Probably better than licking the sand.
Oh, he grew up in North Carolina. Okay, yeah. So
it's a little heavier. I mean, I would argue that the
Cherokee, North Carolina. So I lived in Fayetteville for a while, North Carolina. They definitely have an accent there.
I'm trying to think who has probably Georgia, right? Deep. I mean, and again, not Atlanta, but I mean, deep Georgia.
Actually, I used to date a girl.
South Carolina.
When I was in the Army, I dated a girl, black girl from Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I went back with her to Atlanta one time for a weekend. And definitely heard some accents,
like black accent, like black sense,
like southern accents, like everyone who we ran into had a southern accent.
Yeah,
and like her, and like it's fun. Like every neighborhood in Atlanta is like McMansions.
Yeah,
like her family had like a 8-bedroom house, and then like the 10 houses next to them were like 8-bedroom houses.
Yeah, they do have.
They all look the same.
Yeah, and you know, it's square footage, so it's like, you know, moving up to the next level kind of thing. It's not expensive. No,
like I was like, God damn, like her father was a doctor and her mother was a physician's assistant. And so I mean they were both making good money, but I'm like, God damn, was your dad a neurosurgeon? And
oh yeah, but it's, you know, every day you wake up and you're in Georgia.
Yeah, and then she's like, no, houses here aren't expensive.
No, it's like Texas, dude. I had a guy who worked for me. He was making like just under 6 figures, and he needed to take care of his dad, so he moves to Texas. Right, he like buys a gigantic house on an acre of land for like $175,000. Like those don't exist in San Diego.
Yeah, but so to her, and she spoke. Her parents were both from New York, and so she spoke with a very like neutral, slightly East Coasty accent.
Okay, yeah.
And but like everyone in her neighborhood who we met, we went out in Atlanta that night, and like everyone in Atlanta has southern accent.
Strong draw kind of thing.
For me, being from New England, yeah.
Well, again, I mean, you know, if you get someone from down there and they're like, oh yeah, let's go out in South Boston, they're like, Jesus, what are you people are crazy? Yeah. Why are you talking that way?
Do they speak English?
Mother of God. What do you mean pack there?
South Boston's like the Scotland of America.
Pocketbook. Just give me my pocketbook, please. Like, give me your pocketbook there, Bobby.
Coastal South Carolina has that Scarlett O'Hare draw. So, I'll tell you, for me, the heaviest Southern accents are like Alabama, Mississippi. Those are the ones that get me.
I've never been, but I have heard actually. Go More Hike. I have heard him like on, and his is not significant. But I mean, again, he might just be living there, working there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't necessarily grow up there. But Texas doesn't really have I mean, you can hear a Texas accent, but it's not like,
it's not significant.
Yeah, it's like listening to a guy who's like from deep into Ireland.
Yeah,
like you're speaking English. I have no friggin' clue
like,
what you're saying.
Any Scottish like I know Scottish people, and like I've had conversations with them, and I don't know what we've ever talked about.
Exactly.
I know a guy from Scotland. He lives in Singapore. We've talked dozens of times.
Yeah,
I have no idea what we've ever talked about.
Right.
And his wife is Singaporean, and now because they've been married like over 20 years, she has this weird Singlish, Scottish thing going on, where like some words she says have a heavy Scottish brogue to them, but it's still very Singlish.
You can always like, tell a Thai girl who's dated a British guy, after like for long term, because she's got this like pseudo British accent thing going on. Yeah.
You know what's funny is that everyone assumes Jib speaks English because we're together. And no one assumes that she's like, she gets so frustrated because she's like, I literally worked really hard to learn English. I went to international school for graduate school, like studied in English. Like my whole life, I've worked with foreigners. Like it frustrates her to no end. I'm like,
yeah, exactly.
Guess I'm a pretty good English teacher.
Blame me for your success, sweetheart.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
You might want to be getting up early, starting to vacuum the house instead of me doing it. I'll even make you some coffee.
But yeah, it's I always think that's funny. But yeah, but she definitely has like a very American like style to her talk.
You know what we need to do is we need to upgrade these chairs. I mean, actually, for a 2-hour podcast, no.
Yeah,
but for a Summervillian, live my ass off.
Yeah,
knock it out of the park, pile of pizza.
We're just over 4 hours now. These 300 baht chairs from IKEA definitely not cutting it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that like we neither of us own futons.
Yes,
because we're older. We graduated from college, and so when we walk down that aisle at IKEA,
when you were in college, you call it the flip and fuck.
No, so, I never did. But see, I never lived at college.
Okay.
Yeah, I always had an apartment.
So when I was in Boston, when I was at Wentworth, we had these little, I don't know if they were from IKEA or somewhere else, but it was like this little futon that
just
no frame, it just folds up into like a little seat.
Yeah, it's like
and then like the whole idea is you bring a chick home and it's like, all right, unfold it. Go to town.
My college experience was sort of different, right? Because I lived at home for the first 2 years, and then I was commuting to UMass. So I did that, and then I moved to San Diego, where I had my own place at the beach because I like the beach.
Steve, that is actually what we have in mind. Every BTS station with this.
Yeah, and
kind of vlog style. We'll be shooting them. We'll be starting soon, actually.
It'll be neat to. It would be neat to do it live.
Maybe a couple live ones, but like I think the whole idea of doing a series, like getting the time to edit it, like add additional narration, do some cool transitions, some sound effects.
Yeah, the one downside actually of being outdoors and doing like mobile live streams is the comments are a bitch. Yeah, because they show up on the the little mobile thingy.
Because you do them every time you're at the beach.
Usually I'm going to the beach
every week.
As it turns out, I'm going to Krabi next.
Are you?
And so I'm thinking about going to Krabi.
Why haven't you mentioned it up until this point?
It's funny. I'm pretty clandestine about my travels.
Yeah,
and so I didn't really kind of want to throw it out there, and rub it in, kind of like my second passport that I have right now.
Do you have a second passport?
Turns out I have a second passport now.
So you're a citizen in 2 countries?
I'm a dual citizen. Yeah, can't you tell? I mean, I thought my pectorals kind of accentuated the fact that I had, basically like 2 passports that I keep up here. No, they're not my great muscles. They're my passports.
Inspired retired expat.
Hey, aloha. Mahalo for coming by, man. Good to see you.
Listen, I think Go More Hike grew up in Canada, but could be way off. Oh,
interesting. I'm trying to think if I know.
Oh, Aztec is. I was just thinking earlier, like this is the first stream we haven't had Aztec on. Now we have Aztec here. My man, what's going on,
dude? Let me tell you something about Aztec.
I've been sleeping.
I
didn't think you slept.
I know him and Stuck. They stay up 22 hours a day. And they just like nonstop, so supportive.
Coffee for days.
Give that guy a high
Let's
five.
do another one for Aztec.
Up top, Aztec and Stuck. Boom. There we go. I can't wait to get that radio studio. Like once I get back from Krabi, because obviously
you going to Krabi?
I'm going to Krabi on tomorrow, probably on a cruise down there. Railay Beach. That's the thing too, man. All the video that I've seen of that place. You ever been?
No.
I may stay.
So I was
it's nice there.
I told you about the time I reffed fights on a cruise ship.
Yeah.
And so one of the stops was Krabi, and I got off for like an hour.
Yeah,
and I was like
cruising around.
It's like I'm like, it's so fucking hot. It was like really hot. It's like I'm not comfortable.
When were you there?
I don't even remember what month it was. And I just remember I got off and it was like just stupid hot on the beach. And I grabbed some food and I went back to the boat.
I mean, really, it shouldn't be any hotter than Phuket, where I've also been.
Yeah, I've been to Phuket quite a bit. So the fights were we took a cruise ship from Penang to Phuket.
Okay.
All the fighters, half the fighters got on in Penang, all the Malaysian fighters. Any international fighters got on in Phuket.
Okay.
And then they put the cage on the roof of the boat, on the top deck of the boat.
Nice.
And luckily it didn't rain. And
helpful.
All night, like fights all night. It was cool. I got to ref the main event on this crazy cruise ship fight thing.
How big was the ship?
It was like a small cruise ship. It wasn't
a couple hundred meters.
It wasn't like a carnival ship, but it was I think like 600 person 600 capacity.
Feet. Oh, so okay, yeah, not tiny, but sure.
Yeah, like you could walk. Like I could walk around it. Like there's a gym, there's a basketball court out back.
Nice. Have any freelancers? Probably no beach though. So
no beach.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
But yeah, so we did the fights, and then the day after the fights, they stopped at Krabi for the day. And like I said, I went in, and it was just like way too hot and uncomfortable. Yeah. And I was just, I don't know, there's like no wind. It just wasn't a good day.
I mean, if you're near Krabi town, right? I mean, you're basically inside of this harbor effectively. So there's probably a little bit less wind. And then arguably I think it's limestone mountains that are around you. I mean, it's kind of like Los Angeles, right? There's no wind, which is why the shitty air just sits there.
Yeah. So there was no wind that day. And it was just like uncomfortable. And I realized I grabbed some food, which was nice to get some Thai food because everything was just like Western food on the cruise.
Yes, that's correct. I've done that before.
And so I was just like, good to have some Thai food. And like, it was like Western. And one night they had Indian food, which I got sick from the Indian food on the cruise. And then went back. And then 2 days later, we were back in Penang.
There you go. Yeah. Awesome. I'm going to Krabi this weekend.
Everyone's saying, what up to Aztec?
Spring break!
He fell back asleep.
Right on, Aztec. I kind of need some coffee. Aztec, you want to? Okay, thanks.
Yeah, how do you like this new fancy Bangkok Strange coffee cup?
Dude, these are friggin' amazing.
And you guys might notice I gotta take the
shop.bangkokstrange.com.
Shop.bangkokstrange.com.
Tell your friends.
Actually, I gotta change the banners if we want to do this. Boom, Bangkok Strange sticker on the computer.
That is kind of a little bulky, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to have to flip through for the I mean, again, like I've always said, StreamYard does 10 things and they do 10 things really, really well.
This is not one of them.
Not number 11.
Yeah,
number 11
I'm going to put the shop ticker up here. Remember to subscribe if you're new to the channel. Remember to subscribe, please. And then, again, we have a merch available, shop.bangkokstrange.com. I'm working on new designs now, so we should, hopefully in a few weeks, we'll have a new drop.
You're going to stick with the logo, though, right?
I don't know. I'm thinking I actually might, discontinue this logo.
Okay.
And drop a whole new series of Bangkok Strange swag.
Do you want to have more than just the characters? Do you want to have an animated, person? You want to have caricatures of us?
I'm working on a few things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I love this, but to be fair, it would be in my mind. I think it somehow should be strange.
Yeah, so this was the idea was this was supposed to be like a packing label,
I dig it
because we're both engineers. And what do you put on your
Up
servers?
Top. Absolutely.
What do you put on your switches, your servers?
Labels. Yeah, label everything.
Just like this.
Label friggin' everything. Absolutely. Yeah. Both ends of the cable, not just one. Yeah.
If you're not labeling both ends of the cable, you're wrong.
Well, the only time you don't do that is when you're on punch block and you can pull it. Right?
No, but when it doesn't terminate in your facility, then it's okay to not label.
Yeah, fair enough. Usually I would call the other guy.
But
no, we're gonna
drop a label on this.
He's like, well, what should I label it? Here's my labeling scheme.
Yeah.
Room dot floor dot.
So we only had one. So we had a head end, right? So it's like our data center.
Yeah.
One building. So it was row rack device.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure.
Row rack device interface.
Yeah. It took me when I started. So universities arguably are behind as far as IT technology. And so they would refer to their data centers as machine rooms. And I would be like, okay, first of all, they're data centers.
Yep.
And then here's what you need to do. This is what a crack unit is. And the guys that had been working there for 10 or 15 years, when they would rack mount something, they didn't realize that because they just thought that all of the holes in the rack, the threaded holes, were the same distance apart. Exactly. They couldn't understand what is 17, 18, 19, 20, and why is that number? I'm like, because that's in the middle.
That's 1 RU.
1 RU.
Yeah.
And it would just drive me crazy because I'd go down there, and of course, then there would be the half.
Yeah.
And they would only put the screws in the bottom.
You just wasted 2 RUs.
Dude.
Yeah.
And then we'd be sitting there going, well, what's with here was the beauty of it. We can't put them on top of each other because we want airflow in between. I'm like, you jackass. That's called mixing. You want the cold air coming in here. The only thing that air does is go through the gear, end out at the hot aisle, and then you suck it back in. And they're like, no. You got to have airflow in the top of the bottom. I'm like,
no, don't you see how the machines are made to fit into a rack where they're really long and thin?
Yeah.
They have exhaust on the back.
Right. And then they're like, well, what should we do with the blank spots? I'm like, you get what's called blanking panels.
Yeah, and you block them.
My God. I mean, dude, I'm not joking. When I first started there, once a week on Fridays, I used to have what I called Data Center 101. And you would have thrown up. You probably wouldn't have had the patience for it. But I'm like, guys, you got to get this right because you have no idea how much better it makes it.
So there is equipment that will ask you to put 1 RU, 2 RU between the next device.
Yeah, but not for airflow.
Not for airflow.
No, because of heat transfer.
Yeah, heat transfer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But you put a blanking panel.
Yeah. No, you always block.
Yeah.
You never leave. No, so like a big router, like a Cisco router.
Yeah.
Like a big Cisco,
because the metal gets quite warm. Yeah.
They'll say, please, some of them will be like, please put 4 RU between this and the next device.
Right.
So I worked for an MSO. We did cable, so obviously CMTSs, right? DOCSIS.
Yep.
And like huge, like 20 RU units. Right, and you rack that. And
God, you must have needed a lift basically for those. You couldn't even 2 guys.
You have to have a crew come in with the lift to rack it. Yeah. Right. And so it's a special lift that jacks up right to the spot, and you can lower it and it pulls out. Yeah. And then you have to have a team come in and do the power.
Because what do you need, 3-phase?
No, so it's just like all the AC. So we weren't allowed to do the AC power in Ohio because you need to have an electrician's license.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
So if you're doing anything, sorry, not AC, DC, right? If you're wiring DC, is
and these things would run on DC. They didn't have internal power supplies.
Yeah. So
wow.
Any like industrial like telecom gear all runs DC.
My experience is that there was a power supply at the bottom of the rack that supplied either the 48 or whatever, and then the AC came in there. And the rest of it was DC.
We had some devices that did AC, but it's not anything big, neg 48.
Really? Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. So I was stuck. I spent a few days in southern Krabi province, but we were in a forest and rubber tree farms looking for bloody pythons.
Yeah, that's probably not going to be my goal, but I am going to Krabi.
So stuck. You would like my buddy Rob then. He goes herping in Bangkok every week, every Friday. He's out doing these herping runs, looking for snakes, like pulling up all, and he's got like friends. I'm trying to get him on the podcast because he's got a buddy who bare hand handles a king cobra.
Will he come here with like a boa around his neck?
No snakes in my house.
I get it, dude. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, does he like travel with one? Or he just searches them out?
His buddy has a king cobra
on him at all times.
That he has at his place.
In his backpack, like if they're ready.
He handles it by hand.
Does he have like mice in his pockets and stuff for food, or what? I mean, is this guy?
He feeds other snakes to the king cobra.
Does he hang out on Beach Road quite a bit, like down in Pattaya with like all those girls, or does he hang out in Cambodia? I mean, no judgment.
No judgment. He lives in I think they live in Bangkok or something.
You mean him and his snake?
Yeah, whatever. He's got like a whole bunch of them.
I mean, everyone's into different stuff, right? I mean, people are into snakes. Some people like dogs. Some people like cats.
Joe P. Mike, where are you going?
Some people see, that's the thing. I mean, because Joe's curious, right? So, I mean, some people like me like to go to the beach. And as it turns out this weekend,
where are you going?
Gonna head down to Krabi. Up top. Nah, you doing, buddy?
So tell me more about this Krabi place.
So here's what's crazy about Krabi. The beauty part of it now is because I have the Air Asia pass. Air Asia actually flies out of Suvarnabhumi straight to Krabi.
So are you taking the ARL to Suvarnabhumi tomorrow?
Absolutely, dude. My flight doesn't leave till 10:30, so I'm golden.
Yeah.
Because normally I would be flying out of Dorm Muang and it leaves at like 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Can't do the bus and get there in time. You know.
Yeah, you gotta grab it.
So yeah. But this is going to be friggin' spectacular.
When I do Dam Myung, usually now I just book this driver that I have.
So he knows. Yeah.
Wow. It's an auntie.
Really? That's nice.
Did she
like make you cookies and stuff? She's like,
she's super nice though. She definitely takes care of me.
Oh, that's great.
Like her and her 3 sisters all drive like the same car.
So it's you and 3 other girls in the car when they drive you to the airport?
No,
that's pretty sweet.
They rotate between them. They're fairly busy, I guess. But like
people need to get around.
If I go to Dam Myung, I always just book her because it's like she gets me at home, brings me there, no problem. And
that's nice.
When I'm coming back, she's there waiting for me.
$300-400 baht, maybe.
No, well, it's like 1,000 to book her for like the whole round trip thing.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And then the other day I was going out. I went south of Bangkok to visit a factory that makes jeans and stuff.
You used her for that.
I used her for that.
That's
and it was
great.
She picked me up with her Toyota. What do they call that big SUV? Fortuna.
Fortuna, yeah, I think that's what.
And she picked me up with that. We went down there, which was good because there were some dirt roads where we had to go through to get to the factory.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Well, where is it? So it was just because I've been down to there's a data center down in Chonburi, right? Yeah. I went down to the Switch Nap, and that was pretty amazing, actually. It's the only Switch facility that's in Southeast Asia, and
the TOT system out on the river, the TOT data center.
Yeah, but it's Switch, right? Have you heard of Switch? Switch is like the best data centers in the world.
Oh no, this is the IX. For Thailand.
Sure, yeah, and which is fine. I mean, I'm sure it's a decent data center. Actually,
I have a story about the IX for you.
Do you? All right, well, you can tell me later. What time we got? Well, how many hours we got in here?
4:20.
I gotta probably get ready to pack and go down to Krabi.
Joe P, aren't you hanging out with
Great? To be, I think he's probably at the shop.
It's 4:20
with
My first trip to Asia was Northern India looking for king cobras. Oh, so yeah, you're a herper. So next time you're here, I'll set you up with Rob.
What do you call them? Herpers?
Herper, yeah.
Herpers. That's interesting.
Mike, there's a rumor going around that you might be going to Krabi. Is that true or just a rumor?
It's funny you should mention that, guys, because here's what I'm thinking about doing. Actually, I booked it ahead of time, and then I thought, you know what I should do is I should really go down to Krabi, because I'm going to do that like this weekend pretty much, and I'm going to go to Cody,
wait, AirAsia goes to the good airport now?
Yeah, crazy.
I didn't know either.
But I will tell you that Dam Luang is not, I mean, I like it.
I prefer to travel out. If I'm traveling regionally, Cody, I prefer to travel out of Dam Luang. And like I said, I used to fly out of there 2 to 3 times a month. So like it's only because you like what you're familiar with, right? Like I liked it because I could get through security quicker. I could get out of security quicker when I came back. And like when you know the system, you can work it. I don't travel out of Suvarnabhumi enough to be able to do that there. So that's why I liked Dam Luang.
It's got, I mean, for sure, it's got lower ceilings, right? I mean, it's a smaller kind of. Although once they get done with Terminal 1,
actually, have you ever gone out of the? So I've flown domestically out of Dam Luang, not a fan. But
yeah.
Fly regionally, but have you ever had to fly out of like that basement terminal, like the super ghetto basement terminal where they bus you onto the tarmac?
Well, welcome to AirAsia.
And it's chock full of Chinese tourists, and there's no aircon.
Not now, but
you're waiting to get out not to the tarmac. That is the worst.
So that is actually how I've gotten to let's see, Surat Thani. The last 2 times, because of course this time I'm thinking about mixing it up. I may go to Krabi. So actually, as it turns out, I'm definitely going to go to Krabi.
So we've got an important question in the chat. Is there a beach there?
Well, here's why I like to go there, because I actually like beaches.
Oh, okay.
You want me to get into that a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. Do you like the beach?
I like the beach, and here's why. I love the sand. And in fact, I found that 99% of most beaches, and I've read in a study on this, actually has the cleanest sand of anywhere in the whole world. There's some people that think that the sand is dirty somehow, like there's somehow like, there's like defecation,
fecal matter.
I've heard this. It's a rumor. It's an incorrect one, of course, but that's why I go to the beaches that I go to, and which is why I go to the white sand, because much like snow, you pee in the white sand. It's like peeing in the snow.
Everyone knows.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you get in the pool, obviously, if you pee in the pool, it's going to turn blue, right? Yeah. And so I like the beach, and it's funny. I was there and I did the I like just set up my camera and just did like 15 or 20 minutes or whatever, 30 minutes. And then put a few guys. I said, hey, should I do this? And they said, yeah, sure, why not? Like nice background noise, and did that. And I was like, man, this is really cool. So like almost every other night, I would I would eat dinner about 4:30, 5 o'clock, and then just sit there at the beach, just wait for the sun to set.
I'll tell you, beach sunsets are pretty amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and if it goes right over the horizon, right? Yeah. I mean, and then you just
beach sunrises too.
Agreed. Yeah, and that's what I'm hoping to actually do. Although I'm trying to think, because at Rayleigh, yes, you get sunsets, but I'm trying to think if you get sunrises in there. I don't think you do over the water. I think it's going to go over the mountains. So so that's probably but again, I'm going to Krabi.
It's a deal breaker.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's kind of a dump over there. I mean, it's like basically like a housing project where I'm going to right now.
So that's kind of what that basement terminal at Dam Luang is. It's kind of the housing projects of airport terminals.
You may be confusing most beaches that have poop in them with the bottom floor of Dam Luang, where
I'm actually, I hate to bring this up. But I was talking about Chinese tourists when Samyang Midtown first opened. My friends who own J Fabric Studio, which is a fantastic fabric studio in Chinatown, they import a lot of the Japanese fabrics that I buy from my studio, and they also do Korean imports. And Kun M, who owns who runs it, his family has owned it for years, but he's kind of like the one who's modernized it. Him and his sister Oi, and they do a fantastic job. But Kun M travels all around sourcing like fantastic fabrics, like phenomenal. I have a whole vlog called Working with Suppliers on my YouTube channel, Dana Bluen, where I go to like Chinatown, I go to China World, Sampang, but we end up at Kun M's shop. So he like hit me up and was like, hey, I just unloaded a pallet of new Japanese fabric. It's not available to anyone else yet. Come check it out. That's awesome,
dude.
And so like when you build good relationships with suppliers like that, those things happen, right? And again, grateful, right? That, you get friendly with these suppliers.
Did you have a gratitude attack? Is that what you were leading up to just then?
I almost had a gratitude attack. It was very close.
Before you knew what they were.
Yeah.
It's probably because you don't spend a whole lot of time at the beach.
But again, he let us in when they were still closed. If we're in the neighborhood, he's like, hey, just come if you want to take a look at what we have.
That's cool, man.
He's got a secret floor up above on the 3rd floor, like he's brought me up to see what's coming out next.
Like the 5th floor of the building in Detroit, or was it in better condition?
Much better condition.
Okay, fair enough.
Their ceilings are only like 6'2".
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Because it's an old Chinatown building.
Right.
But so where was I? Oh, so I was at Sampang. So they opened up a shop there, and luckily it wasn't doing well. So luckily COVID gave them the opportunity to exit that.
Very nice.
But so yeah, good for them.
Good timing, yeah.
But I was in there when they first opened. There was this Chinese couple walking around with their little baby, and their baby literally pulls its shirt up, squats and shits on the floor.
Yeah,
and they just walk away
in the building,
in front of the escalator.
Yeah.
I'm just like, your baby just shit on the floor.
And they walked away,
Yeah, and apparently, like, I was talking to one of my friends about this. He lives in Hong Kong. He's Chinese, and he's like, not that uncommon for Chinese families on vacation to let their kids do that. I'm like, do they do that in China? He's like, out in the villages. Yeah, they just shit wherever.
Yeah,
like, Jesus. But like in a shopping mall.
Here's what I heard, actually, is that the Chinese that would come over here, and then they started coming over here in mass, obviously, like in the last 10 years. And apparently, I don't know if this is true or not, but what I heard is that they were doing so much of that behavior that in order to get a visa to come over here, they had to take a class first on the stuff you don't do in Thailand.
Really?
I.e., take a shit in the middle of the
mall,
thing. Yeah. Or at the beach, because then Dana's friggin' feet, he'd be like, I hate this, and I'm never coming back to the beach.
See a Chinese baby shitting on the beach?
Yeah.
Not happening.
Absolutely. You're just like, no wonder that data was accurate.
You guys rock. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Right here.
Up top.
To how much we rock. Boom. Giggity.
So, here we go. Best chicken I have ever had was at a bar on Raleigh.
West or east?
Yeah, which one? And then he says right below that you do get sunrises on Raleigh.
Oh, do you over the water? Tight. I'm psyched. That's cool. I can try that out. I mean, because the resorts there are like really, really reasonable right now. I mean, they're dying.
Everywhere is super.
Yeah, everywhere pretty much.
They were lowering your rates the longer you stayed.
Every day.
Yeah, in Copenhagen.
Oh, the other thing too is that when I ate at the restaurant, like if I eat there like 2-3 nights in a row, then they would like start giving me stuff.
Just free food.
Yeah, and I'm like, you got like. Here, and again, it's put it this way, there were tons of signs in English, right? So you can the clientele. So tipping there, that wasn't really weird.
Yeah.
But I mean, so the people would bring me, it's like she brought me, and I gave them like 20 baht, 30 baht, 40 baht. They're like, oh my god, they're literally sweeping in front of my thing the next morning, really early. And I was just like, you guys, you don't need to treat me like this.
Well, then you're the only one there.
Yeah. They're like, well, you're our only friend right now. So
when I go to Pala, I always tip at Pala.
Do you go to Pala?
Once in a while.
Wait, is that a pizza place?
It's only the best pizza place in the world.
Do they have sand on the floor in there? Probably clean floor. Doesn't
very
no sand.
Clean floor. Very clean
wow,
floor.
That's excellent.
Yeah, no sand.
Huh?
Sand free.
Is it near Krabi?
On the way.
Excellent.
So it's
on the way. I'm totally doing it. I'm going to go. Yeah, because actually I could go.
When you switch to BTS to MRT to go to the ARL, you get off and walk right past Krabi.
Do you do it that way? Or do you, because I go BTS, Payatai, ARL all the way in.
Significantly faster to go down to Makasan.
Makasan, you think it's significantly faster?
Than to go to Payatai, yeah.
Okay. I mean, because I've done that before. Maybe it was because there was luggage.
If you have luggage, it's better to go to Payatai.
That's probably
you're not racking your luggage at Makasan.
No, there's a lot of stairs.
You're a backpack guy though.
Here's what was so funny.
But also like the train is full, but not full. But there's people like most of the luggage space is taken by the time it gets to Makasan.
Yeah, that's another thing I like about Payatai. I get in and I'm like, this is my train. You people get the hell out of my way.
Yeah,
I am going to Krabi.
Yeah. Are you going to Krabi
this weekend? As it turns out, I'm going to head there, and here's what I think I'm going to do. Side Trip Life, whose YouTube channel I've mentioned several times. I watch that guy's stuff that he does, and I just I watch his videos 2, sometimes 3 times. Take notes. I'm going to do a lot of what he did. I'm going to take the bus instead of a taxi. I'm going to take the bus from what I'm thinking of doing. Actually, when I land at Krabi International, I'm going to take the bus. I'm thinking over to Krabi Town. And rent a motorbike from there. Okay. And then go like Ao Nang Beach and then kind of come back. And then potentially from Ao Nang Beach, maybe like take the boat or whatever. I don't know. I just see myself staying there.
You haven't rented a place yet?
No. Because I'm going to go to Anang Beach.
Yeah.
Anang Beach is arguably, that's the tourist beach.
Yep.
In other words, the sand is kind of lousy because there's like so much, Chinese poop there.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking that I may go there and check it out and be like, even with no people, like it's just not for me. Kind of like Pattaya. I mean, everyone's, oh my God, it's great. There's no one here. I'm like, yeah, but it's weird.
It's still Pattaya.
It's still freaking Pattaya.
Yeah.
Like, why'd you go to Pattaya? Because I was on my way to Koh Larn.
Yeah.
Is the short answer,
So Joe says Krabi equals gratitude attack. Shaka, shaka, shaka.
Hashtag gratitude attack. I may have one, Joe. Actually, I think when I get to Rayleigh.
may have several.
I think I may have several. Yeah, maybe like sunrise and sunset.
Joe, if you don't touch it, it doesn't count. I'm assuming he's talking about the Chinese baby poop.
Yeah, exactly. No, he's talking about the long walks on the beach. If you don't touch something at the end, it doesn't count.
I was going to say that to you when you were... before you touched it.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, if you don't touch it, it doesn't count.
Dude, is that a back east thing?
It must be.
Boom.
Up top.
Oh, totally.
New England life.
You know it, buddy. Chest bump. I may need a chest bump, although I'm wearing a scarf, so I don't usually chest bump on a scarf.
Steve, what do we got here? Southern Alabama on the Florida border is as thick as it gets. Yeah, Alabama's a thick accent.
Okay, yeah, I can see right there.
Yeah.
In the Gulf.
So how about that panhandle section of Florida? They have a thick accent?
I've only been as far north as St. Pete. Maybe I was further north than that, but for the most part, I was in, very like kind of areas where people that were not born in Florida or, people like retire there, like Naples, basically. There's no one that's like, originally from Naples.
No one who's under 60.
Pretty much. Yeah. Which it's interesting. Not only are there retirees there, it's like, they're the wealthy ones. I mean, some of these beachfront homes are just amazing.
I read somewhere about there's an island in Southern Florida where the,
Sanibel Island,
something like that, and it's like all the homes are like over 10 million.
Well, I don't know if they're over 10 million in Sanibel. I mean, they're pretty good. I'm trying to think. I can't imagine one key where they would be all like that. But I mean, the keys is certainly a lot more expensive than when I first started going.
So Cody says I think it was called Skunk Bar, but they were grilling chicken on the little path in a split 50-gallon drum.
Were they grilling it or grilling?
Grilling.
I bet they were grilling.
They were grilling.
Yeah, probably.
No G.
No. So you got the one at the beginning.
It's not Kopanang.
Kopangan is where I'm going. See, that's what I love about Krabi. Super easy to pronounce.
Jib will find fault.
Yeah, true. Because apparently it's supposed to be Krabi.
Yeah,
right.
I believe
not Krabi.
Uptone Krabi.
Krabi. Yeah, exactly. Where I'm going.
The split 50-gallon drum is best way to grill.
That's a good way. When you actually turn it horizontally and then cut the top too,
make the smoker.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
One of my friends did that. This is 20 years ago. Cut the top, made it a smoker.
Yep.
And he bought a bunch of round grates that fit in and put tracks on where he welded it.
Ooh.
And he had like a pulley with a chain hoist.
Okay.
Could pull everything up so you get like everything comes up.
Nice work.
Yeah.
That's sophisticated.
And he welded he plasma cut a door on the bottom.
Is this just like locally, like down the street guy, or just like back east?
Just my buddy back east.
Oh, where?
This was in Rhode Island.
Oh, is this your buddy that like is staying there and he like loves his job and stuff?
Yeah, he's never leaving Rhode Island.
Yeah. And that's what you do there.
Yeah.
Is you get a house fairly close to where you grew up, and then you start accumulating stuff.
Same town that he grew up in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's got a little bit of a yard. And he built a smoker out of 55-gallon drums.
Do you have kids?
Yeah.
So they're going to the same school he went to.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And he tells them all the stories. Oh, I remember when Timmy Benson was, and we were behind the trees.
It was like one of the few guys I still talk to from back in Rhode Island.
Yeah. He's like, I dreamed about growing up and making my own barbecue. Actually, he doesn't say it that way. I remember when I grew up making my own barbecue. That's what he says.
He does like all this and he'll pull it up. He loads all his meats in there. And he drops it back down.
That's a big deal.
He's got layers, so it drips into the other things.
I think the key actually is spending a lot of summer nights as a male holding a cool alcoholic beverage, staring at that.
Yes.
And because if you stare at it, apparently the cooking. Just,
And he does it in the wintertime. He'll go out there, shovel off his patio.
Nice.
Yeah. 2 feet of snow all around him.
Yeah, he's probably got some LL Bean duck boots. He's doing that.
Of course he does.
He's not wearing a scarf.
No scarf.
They don't wear scarves back there.
He's got a beanie, though.
He might have mittens.
It may very well have a Patriots logo on it.
Does he have the mittens where the tips of the fingers are cut off so he can actually do work?
Yes.
Yeah. That's cool. Well, he probably heats his tools up, his craftsman tools, when he's like underneath the car and the whip. Yeah,
he's definitely got everything's Patriots brand. He's a huge Patriots fan, as most New Englanders are.
It's so weird. I mean, it's like 1, 2, 3, 6 states, right? One football team for 6 states.
Yeah.
And Los Angeles has, okay, so Maine, Vermont, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. What did I say? Maine, Vermont, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut. Yeah, New Hampshire. Yeah, that was the one I missed. Because I'm kind of getting tired. I kind of need some more coffee.
You need more 3-in-1?
I need more 3-in-1.
You need more coffee? You need more 3-in-1?
I need more 3-in-1. I need more sugar. What I need is a pack because I'm going to Krabi. We could tease that.
You're going tomorrow.
I'm thinking about going tomorrow. I'll probably go BTS ARL.
Yeah. BTS MRT ARL or BTS ARL?
Well, see, here's the thing. If I do go BTS MRT,
Paula all day long.
Up top.
Boom.
And I could get some pizza on the way.
Well, they open at 11, though. What time are you going?
Shit. No. My flight leaves at 10:30.
No Paula for you.
Yes. I'm gonna probably be swinging by Paula probably like about 7:30, 7-ish in the morning.
You do some Dunkin'.
I could double click on some Dunkin', even though the coffee's shit. They
do Thai style though, so you can do Dunkin' coffee made with all the milks.
You know what? If I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna get it from the guy in the street. I'm gonna go Boron.
Well, Cafe Boron, that's the way to do it.
It's a much better coffee.
So then we got here
higher quality beverage.
Bung Nang Thani is pretty good value for a somewhat fancy place. Okay.
Bung Nang Thani, Bung Hole. What is it called?
Bunang Thani.
Bunang Thani.
I think that's how it is. So
Gracie's hiking with her friends, I think.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. There we go.
Sunset Key, big money. Yeah.
Is Sunset? Okay, is that the one? I don't know if it's 10 million each, but yeah, you're right. I mean, Sunset Key's pretty nice.
Start at 30 million US or 3 million?
3 billion probably.
3 million USD.
Sunset, interesting. Okay.
Sunset Key.
Last time
Palm Beach has Billionaires Row.
Oh yeah, for sure.
There's a spot in New York now they call Billionaires Row, where they've got all these $100 million penthouses.
Yeah, man. No, they're probably a little cheaper now.
Guys, I only just sat down.
Yeah, that's all right. You need some pizza.
You have to do at least 3 more hours.
Oh, dude, I need some 3-in-1 for 3 more.
You want to go downstairs and pack up some 3-in-1 and we can keep pushing this?
Hold on, what time is it? I might be very busy.
We're
today.
at 1:42.
It might be very.
God, we're deep.
Oh, look at that, dude. A lot of white space going on right there. A lot of white space. All right, I'm getting some 3-in-1. You don't need to go to the bathroom?
No, I'm good, man.
What do you have? World's biggest bladder?
I do.
Jesus Christ.
I do, absolutely.
I'm nice and warm, actually. I'm going to stand up and everyone's going to see that I'm not wearing any pants.
No pants at all.
No pants.
He just shows up like this. It's a long walk, too, from the...
Well, I would have a pair of shorts if the fucking seamstress would hike up his skirt and friggin' sew the hole in my...
I will bang it out today. I will bang it out
fucking
today.
reliable.
You want it? No, I'm good. Sure? Throw some... give me some water in the metal... Yeah. So New Jersey has no football team. Wait, does New Jersey not have a football team? I thought, weren't the New York Jets in New Jersey? I thought so. Wait, isn't there, what do they call the Meadowlands or whatever? Isn't that the New York? Isn't that one of the New York stadiums, but it's in New Jersey? Isn't that how it works? I may be wrong. Cody, need more coffee than you could tell us about this beach you're going to. He might be going to a beach this weekend. We'll have to ask him because I don't know. Okay, Joe, I give up. Who are you? Yeah, Joe threw that knock out a few times. Come in. Good afternoon. Good vibes. Bang. Mike's hole out is what I heard. Bang Mike's hole out is what I heard. Maybe you heard right, Stuck. Maybe you heard right. So he's down there getting some 3-in-1, not coffee. 3-in-1. There's a very clear difference. I want to make sure that everyone knows that 3-in-1 is not coffee. Despite what Mike might tell you, 3-in-1 is by no means at all coffee. Coffee is ground, brewed. However you do it is real coffee. 3-in-1, no such thing.
He
came back up to get his Bangkok Strange cup to get some 3-in-1. He's I think he's taking his phone. He's gonna go downstairs and start dropping things in the comments about Krabi. And any ladyboy you can. What? Wait, what? And any ladyboy you can. What? Come in. Any ladyboy. Oh God. Are we gonna hopping back to Aztec's spicy Isan sausage at on Soy Cowboy at 2 a.m.? 3-in-1 is 3 what? I know 3-in-1 is a lubricant. I get it now. Powdered A, powdered B, powdered C. So 3-in-1 is basically sugar, powdered caffeine, and powdered coffee flavoring that Mike mixes with hot water, and he calls that coffee. So Aztec, with the sausage that you posted about, like the pictures you showed were Isan sausage, but those are not supposed to be spicy. Those are supposed to be fermented. And so Jib and I were talking. We think if it was spicy sausage, it was probably more the northern style, which is spicy and more heavily herbed. It kind of looks like a spiral, like a pinwheel. But those little tiny sausage nuggets are Isan style, and they're more fermented than anything. Go subscribe to a real channel. Live my ass off. Whoa, hey, who's up? How do I time this guy out? Block user.
There's my bag. Jesus Christ.
What are you looking for? Your 3-in-1?
I travel with my own.
I burnt it.
It's my epic copy.
Check the track. You know, if you want 3-in-1. Let's see this.
Look at this.
What does this say?
I can't. I'm trying to remember the
Mukana.
Mukana. Yeah. It's actually
Trio.
an Australian company.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, Australia's not a coffee producing company.
They're a sugar producing company.
That's why they make this shit.
Absolutely.
And Dana, I worked out why the Thai sausage was so good in that night. Yeah, so I mean, was the sausage you had that night, Aztec? Was it really salty? Like, did it have like a salty sauce on it? I'm curious as to the nature of that particular sausage. You bugger. So yeah, we are going to be doing a food vlog about lunch at Soy Cowboy very soon. I don't drink, but at Soy Cowboy that night, I'd had 3 beers. I figured that's why I never found it tasting so good ever again. So, yeah, I'm not a big drinker either. So, like 2 or 3 beers gets me to the point where, you know, I've pretty much had enough. Same thing with if I have a couple bourbons, or like I like old fashioned is one of my favorite drinks, and if I have a couple bourbon old fashions, I'm done. You know, that's pretty much my tolerance. I drink occasionally. Like Jib and I sometimes we'll get like one of those larger beer cans of like some of the Thai craft beer, and we'll share one, and I'm done. Big D, ask Mike the knock joke. I will, and when he comes back, that will be first thing on my list. Stuck in Florida, 3-in-1 oil was frequently used on sewing machines. Actually, my machines get I have to put industrial oil in all of my machines. So industrial sewing machines use a certain weight viscosity oil, and so I have to fill like reservoirs. A lot of mine have to flip up, and it has a reservoir beneath it. Or like I have certain like task specific sewing machines that require to fill an internal reservoir, and then it lubricates everything. The penny only dropped yesterday. So I want to talk about the sausage, like the type of sausage that you got at Soy Cowboy. Or in reality, like the type of sausage, like Isan food is insanely popular in Bangkok. And so not to stereotype, but a lot of the ladies who maybe work in those areas come from Isan as well. So it's not unlikely that was indeed some Isan sausage. Very fermented.
Why do you go to sausage?
Yep, it's good. Aztecs talking.
About sausage on Soy Cowboy?
So I've got a knock joke that Joe is insisting I ask you. Knock.
Go, who's there?
Come in.
Come in who?
Any
Your
lady
mouth?
boy you can.
Done. What makes you think I haven't done that? I'm very open-minded. That's why they called me Nurse Mike Huge.
Nurse Mike Huge.
Not doctor.
Tony's very open-minded to that.
Yeah, why not, right?
Actually, so the other day, one of my buddies posted on his Instagram stories is like, tell me not to do something, I'll take it twice and post photos. I was like, do not, under any circumstance, raw dog lady boys.
Raw dog.
Raw dog lady boys.
I don't know what that means.
Unprotected sex. Raw dog.
Raw dog.
Yeah. Or AKA,
really?
AKA Vietnamese sashimi.
Wow. I've never heard. Is that like Urban Dictionary stuff?
It must be, yeah.
Like
you never heard raw dog?
Like a Dirty Sanchez?
Like a bareback
or
raw
like
dog?
I've heard bareback before, of course.
Bareback Walsh.
Of course.
And then my buddy Eddie, I call him Raw Dog Eddie.
Raw dog. Wow.
He has the tendency. Eddie's one of these guys. He says he starts out raw dog. He's like, but then I put the condom on after a few minutes.
Oh my god! What's the point?
So you're trapping in
what is
all the disease?
Jesus Christ, dude! I mean, it's this guy.
I love Eddie to death. Eddie's
well, yeah, he's gonna die soon anyway, so you better.
So we went to high school together, and then we reconnected when he when he was coming out here to see if he wanted to move out to Asia.
Okay. Oh my god, he must have fell
hit it off. So, but he's like, oh yeah, like I start out raw dog, but he's like, then I'll put the condom on.
Kid in a candy store. Clearly.
I'm like, dude, that's not a good look. He's like, well, I'm no bareback Walsh. I'm like, no, you're raw dog Eddie. LOL, Joseph.
That can be. I mean, that can be. I got buddies that are just, they're just so into it. They just like, they forget about it.
Yeah, no, So I remember when Bareback Walsh was first barebacking all the working girls he could from Nana and Cowboy.
And then he ran out of money.
And then he's like, dude, they don't even make me wear a condom. I'm like, yeah,
make you pay.
Yeah, but you should. How many other guys are they not making wear condoms? He's like, he tried to convince me that the girl he was dating, he's like, oh, I met her on our first night at the club. It was her first night. How
long had he been here? When he
like 2 days.
Okay, that's fair.
And then he's like,
that happens.
And then he's like, yeah, this was her first night. He's like, that's why she was the most expensive. I was like, so when you start a new job, you're the highest paid employee.
So not only
you don't work your way up.
Did he he believed the standard thing, but he actually paid.
Oh yeah.
So he got swindled out of the money and swindled out of the God.
And then he ended up dating this girl for like,
oh come on. After being here, how long?
Like 2 weeks.
Okay, so how long has he been here now?
So he ended up leaving when COVID hit because he was convinced that Thais were going to be murdering Farungs in the street. And he was dating
what? Like not wearing condoms and having sex with them?
He was dating some other bar girl at that point as well. And so he had broken up with the first one, and then he was dating some other one, and then his wife and kid eventually were like,
wait, what?
Yeah.
He's got a wife and kids?
Yeah, so then eventually his wife was like, all right, fuck this. She's like,
dude, moral shit aside.
Yeah.
I mean,
they moved back to the U.S., and then his parents were like, oh, you got to come back. Thailand's crazy. He's like, yeah, they're going to be killing Farungs in the street.
But they got the cleanest vaginas I've ever been inside, clearly.
Clearly. But then even like, he's like, oh, the girl I'm dating now, he's like, she had only just started at the club, and she's clearly a professional.
So here's the thing. I think it's important for people to experience new things. And like a phrase that my dad gave me years ago, which I still think today is just great. I never learned a whole lot doing everything right the first time. Okay. Yeah. I get it.
Very true.
But here's the thing. There is so much data on YouTube about like Thailand and about like not getting, swindled and stuff. But I mean, if you're in a place where the goal is for someone to convince you to trade your money for something, regardless, it can be a car stereo or a vagina, which are both quite similar, really. When you're 17, those two things are pretty damn important to you.
Pretty interchangeable.
The stereo you got in your friggin' dash and the chick you're banging, right? So that's important. So, but the point is that like when they give you this information, I mean, even if you're the most trusting guy in the world, you got to say to yourself, why are they allowing me to have this primo experience when I'm just like the new guy here? And
So police seize used condoms, washed, sold. This is in Vietnam, right? I see. Yeah, I saw this.
Say what?
This was crazy. You didn't see the. Oh, we had a whole thing Aztec earlier about how Mike doesn't.
Yeah, I didn't watch the news. It's no use for me.
I do though. I did see this was Vietnam.
They're reusing them.
Yes, they busted some place where they were getting used condoms, washing them, reshaping them on a wooden phallus,
right?
Then packing them and selling them.
Wow. Well, hey, I mean, okay, I don't watch that much, but I did see the people in Thailand that were ironing used masks,
used face masks,
yeah, and selling those. I don't know what's worse.
So, for all you guys in America, if you want a really dope reusable fabric face mask, if you're in the U.S., go to Uncrate Supply and
just
search Dapper Villains. Yeah, I'll look it up.
Isn't it like uncrate/Dapper Villains? Don't you have like a specific URL?
No,
so look it up and put it in the chat.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. Now, so these are the masks that we make at my design studio.
I've always been curious about these. Like, in other words, what is the recommended time between washings? Like, should you wash it every night?
Yeah, once. So, like, Jib has 5.
Okay.
She washes it every day.
Okay. And then so she comes home, she hand washes it with like what? Just dish soap?
We machine wash the mask, but then we hang dry them in the sun.
Okay. Got it. Yes. So the UV helps to. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna put the Dapper Villains mask. We make these, and my wife and I design these to be compliant with the recommendations from the CDC and the World Health Organization for reusable mask construction.
So N95 particle
they're not
filtration.
They're reusable fabric masks. They're not N95, but they have the varying textures of fabric inside, multiple layers of gauze and muslin.
Okay.
To allow proper filtration and moisture capture.
Now, does this mean that they're potentially hotter?
Yes.
Than the paper deals that I wear, like the disposable. I would just buy the disposable. I buy 50 at a time. I bought another 50 yesterday. They were 80 baht.
So these are reusable. They don't cause any waste.
Okay. I'm a big fan of waste.
They have adjustable, and I'm going to put it in the, I'm going to capture it here. You can check it out. Uncrate.com/search. That's Dapper Villains. Or actually, let me see if I can actually go to the product.
Don't you have a,
oh, here it is.
Well,
Dapper
there you
Villains
go, dude. Yeah. Double click. How much are they? Like $15?
20 US.
That seems a little steep, but again, you use it over and over, right? This 3-in-1 is not working. No? Maybe I should like switch to coffee.
So and they have 3 colors in stock at the moment. 3 colors in stock. I believe they have black. I shipped them 3 colors in their last order: black, denim, and pink. Oh,
dude! Plus the nice thing, they're adjustable.
They're so they have adjustable air loops. So no matter the Jib wears the same size mask as I do.
Yeah, right.
And any of you guys who saw the episodes with Jib, you saw that there is a size difference between us that is significant.
That was hilarious, actually, when she was sitting like right in the middle of us, dude.
Joe P says he'll take 2 of the panty masks.
Yes, absolutely, dude. Put those things on.
So yeah, Dapper Villains face mask. Check out Uncrate in the US is a great partner of ours, and I believe they're shipping them for basically $2. And it's the same mask that we sell through the Rake. It's just solid colors, which is Uncrate style. And again, $2 shipping. For probably the best mask and the best fabric mask you can get. It's not N95, but it is built to the standards put forth by WHO and the CDC. So
I'm always curious about people who sell things online that use something other than Amazon, like fulfillment by Amazon. Like, what makes you choose? I mean, obviously, that's a pretty specialty store, right? I mean, it's not just clothes. It looked like they had like vintage headphones in the front.
Yeah, so they sell a lot of different things. They have their own. So they have their own user base.
Is it in black and white? Like, it looked like the whole website was in black and white. Is that sort of their
black is their motif, but the website's actually in full color.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of the things
because that looks all like in black and white.
So I'm designing like we're doing a version of our tote bag that I'm going to send them samples of.
Okay.
And I'm doing it with a black liner versus our traditional purple liner.
Okay, got it.
Specifically to make it like an Uncrate collaboration.
But look, you've got sneakers, t-shirt, what is it, a motorbike?
Yeah, it's an electric bicycle.
Lotion to rub all over your buddy's dick before he uses the condom.
Before he uses the reused.
Maybe that's what he does. Maybe he lathers up with like spermicide and then he goes in there, bareback, throws it all around,
raw dog Eddie,
kills all of the potential, you know, and then he just like, you know, double clicks on. Is he one of these guys that like in a pinch he'll use like saran wrap and duct tape or an elastic band or something like that?
I think he would just raw dog.
Yeah, he would just you just go for it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sweetie, here's the deal. I was at the 7-Eleven and they were all out of the, you know, so I just
So he's like, no, he's like the girls that I choose to start out raw dog with they're nice girls.
And dude, here's the thing. I'm trying to think if I ever like believed any of that stuff that we're like mocking right now. When I first got here, I think I did believe the whole it's her first night here.
Yeah.
For one, I think I met a girl like in Phuket. I think I might have believed that it was her first night. Either that or she was just ridiculously nervous.
So I've like obviously I heard that so much before coming here that like I just no matter what, even if it's the truth, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So Mariano, we need BS masks. So on shop.bangkokexchange.com, there is a BS mask. So it's not the Dapper Villains mask. So it's the mask that Teespring makes available.
And their products are pretty decent quality, right?
It's a good quality product.
So we got the mugs, but does that mean we also got other stuff?
We got the stickers. We did not get the shirts yet.
So you didn't order masks?
No.
Okay, yeah.
No, because I didn't have the mask at the time I ordered it. It wasn't a product.
Can we get the logo? Well, you're gonna update the logo, but can we get it like embroidered? So in other words, we can take the masks that you make.
The new fulfillment partner I'm looking at, they do embroidery.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Okay, wait. So you sell those on what's the name of the website again?
Uncrate.
Uncrate, and there's another one you said like
The Rake.
The Rake, RAKE.
Yeah.
And that is just
the Rake is London based, London, Singapore based.
Okay.
Mostly
higher quality product kind of thing.
It's not necessarily higher quality. It's the same mask. They have a different aesthetic.
Okay.
So where Uncrate is more monotone, the Rake wanted more like patterns, like checks and stripes.
Like my bitchin' shirt that I'm having made.
Yeah, like not quite that wild.
The Gay Earth.
The Gay Earth.
That's what we're gonna call it, by the way.
The Gay Earth.
I'll tell you what. Can you bring up a photo? You could probably. What do you call that? Air poop it.
I think I might still have it on my
standby. I think Well, no, you sent it to me, but you sent it to me like a long time ago. How do I only see the pictures that have been sent to me online?
Let me go and look at what's in my downloads. I might still have it on here.
How do I only see the photos? Isn't there a way to just see photos?
Yeah, just go to media.
In line?
Yeah, no, I don't think I have the shirt photo anymore. I do not.
I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to just go to media.
We'll get to it another time.
Anyway, I got this bitchin' shirt that we're making, basically from all of the extra pieces of fabric
that I had.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, man, I had no idea. I figured, okay, this is going to be really difficult. He did a great job.
Yeah, he's basically taken all the scrap fabric that what we call offcuts, right, in the industry.
So imagine like a whole bunches of fabric, basically about 3 times this size.
Yeah.
Right. And you just like stitched it all together like patchwork, effectively, right? It's gonna be great.
So we got stuck saying, I didn't believe that BS when I was a teenager. Not even from non-working ladies.
Yeah, I mean, it again, and you know, I mean, all joking aside, I mean, it can obviously be quite dangerous.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you got to remember that, like, you know, again, this is not her first time doing this at all.
Yeah.
So, and again, you know, you meet girls that aren't pros, and it's like, okay, like nobody does this well.
Yeah. After
just reading about it.
You can watch all the videos you want.
There's some in the field practice that's been occurring with this one. And, you know, it's funny because I actually need to do a video on this, but I refer to it as getting the pattaya out of your system.
Yeah.
Like you got to come over here and you got to have, you know, the first day and the one, like your buddy, right? You second day. Oh my God, she really loves me. She cares about me so much. I can't believe how nice she is to me every time I give her 2,000 baht, you know, and
she's good at her job.
But that's the thing. I mean, you know, it's a very different paradigm in the United States. And you got to just, I don't know. I think you have to, you know, go through it. Ideally, you go through it with like some sort of wingman. Yeah. So you don't fall flat on your face, even if you're like really gullible.
You'd be like, yeah, that's not a good one to go for. Okay.
But it's tough though, right? Because I mean, you're like, oh my God, like wait, all of this licorice is free.
So Eric was actually at one point working on like a concierge service that was really like a concierge wingman.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the COVID took the feet out of that project for the time being. Me
and my buddy were going to do that because, of course, I was just doing the executive life coaching, right? And so we were thinking about doing that. He wanted to do that over here, and I said, "Look, as long as you're going to administer all the like, you know, babysitting nonsense.
Which is what it becomes.
Yeah, because I can say from my perspective, Dr. Sober over here, he goes out and he has like a few drinks. He starts acting stupid. I'm like, go for it. Yeah. Go to jail. I don't give a shit. You know,
you want to make that snuff film? Go ahead.
Yeah, all day long, dude. You know, but I mean, it's because when you came over, you were like, okay, yeah, I'm going to go to university. And you were basically meeting girls near the university, the Philippines. I was listening to our broadcast the other day.
Yeah. So, well, that's when I was at that one building. When at one point, like if I would go on the university campus and turn on Tinder, I would have like other students just being like, hey, what time can I come over your place tonight and hang out?
Exactly.
I'm like,
I had
7 o'clock
because Tinder in the United States is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I show up like I'm in pot. I mean, this is 2013. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, again, it's the standard thing. Like if they're a 7 over here, they're a friggin' 11 back home.
Yeah.
Especially in like the Midwest or something like that. Southern California, yes, there's pretty girls.
Yeah.
Okay. Arizona actually has some gorgeous girls. And
didn't ASU have like the highest instance of STDs in like all American universities?
It could have. I mean, again, you got to remember that, you know, there it's like 80,000 students that go there, right? Okay, and it's college. It's like, oh my god, a college, you know, place had kids having sex.
So like 18 to 22-year-olds, raging hormones.
Yes. Alcohol
with privacy and alcohol. Some fucking's gonna happen.
Crazy. Now I went to when I was going to San Diego State, it was one of the ones when Playboy used to do their list, and so it was one of the top 10 party schools in the entire United States, right? And gratefully my mom doesn't read Playboy, so she wasn't like, oh good, you're going to engineering school, you know, you're gonna be, oh yeah, I should be fine, mom. This whole cocaine thing, that won't last long. And you know, so I mean, but I think that there's like that process that's necessary to go through it. Like, in other words, you don't drink alcohol excessively because probably you're like, I'll feel lousy.
Yeah.
Like I don't have that ability, right? It's either none or, but again, you had to go through it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's amazing when I hear from some guys, they're like, I've never had a drink in my life and I probably won't start now. Usually it's religious. So that's, you know, the motivator kind of thing. But they're just like, oh, no, I saw what happened to my buddy. He got like really drunk and he threw up one time. I don't ever want to have that happen. I mean, that is way too fucking mature for me. I don't even know how to respond to that.
So I think like I was afraid to drink for a long time because so many people I grew up with were alcoholics.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, okay.
So like I didn't drink until like really drink even casually until I was like in my early to mid 20s.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just deathly afraid because
really
my father was an alcoholic. Probably 90% of my mother's family are alcoholics or drug addicts.
Right.
And so I was like,
do you have brothers, sisters?
No.
You're an only child?
Yeah.
Up top. No, see.
So you get it right the first time. There's no need to repeat.
Jesus, no, dude. No wonder you get me. Here's the interesting thing about. Have you ever done this? You got any other buddies that are only child?
A few.
Okay, yeah. So you hang out with them. This happened to me. My buddy David from back home, he and I would hang out all the time. He's also an only child. And we would be like, okay, dude, you know, meet me there. Let's do this. Let's go get this thing. And we would always end up taking our own cars. Total waste of, you know, resources and fuel and that sort of thing. But we're only children. And it's like, you know, you see something like, oh, that's really cool. Here's what you never do with another only child. You're like, oh, dude, can I borrow those? Because he's like, well, no, I mean, you just go buy your own, can't you? I mean, I don't really feel like sharing.
No,
there's no need to it. But what's cool about hanging out with an only child is, you know, they're never going to ask you that.
Yeah.
Like if you're like, dude, can I borrow? I'll be like, well, I mean, there's Lazada.
Yeah.
Like you can.
Here's a link.
Yeah, basically, you know. In fact, it's an affiliate link. Up top. Boom.
Here we go.
What are we on? Like hour 5 right now?
Yeah, we are on hour 5.
Seriously, I was just joking. I thought it was like 3.5.
So real quick, I want to go back to Joe's comment before I get to Aztec. He's like, that shirt will look real good with your scarf.
Oh, dude, this scarf is amazing. This scarf, from an only child perspective, you've given away.
I've never knew that scarf.
This is an epic
stays in
scarf.
the studio.
Where is it again?
It's from the north.
Yeah, see, that's pretty. That's get a lot.
And that will look really good in a chili boy bar.
Wonder where the best one is around here. Is it probably Sensations and Nana?
Is that a ladyboy bar?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah. We'll have to figure that out.
So Aztec, at the beginning of the stream, we talked about just like mindset of people because Aztec missed the stream. He's asking.
Oh, we can start over again.
So we talked about mindset of people like who just like negative mindset of people who like don't want to be here.
Yeah.
And so we're basically, well, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
it's that simple.
So I made this post. My friend posted something on Facebook about how, hey, if it was very like
a mutual
passive aggressive
ours,
kind of thing. It was just like, hey, if you want to come to Thailand, all you got to do is go through these 27 steps, because there's this like list from the, I don't know, immigration department or TAT, something like this. Oh my God, all you got to do is go through these 17 steps. And then, of course, when you get here, you're going to get raped in the streets and you're going to get smacked in the face or whatever. And my response to that, again, it was unsolicited, quite frankly. Well, maybe not. I mean, you put it on Facebook, you're kind of open to putting up, getting comments. But my response was, we have a phrase for that in Southern California for people that come there all the time and bitch.
Yeah.
It's called then leave.
Yeah.
But of course, it doesn't work there either. Otherwise, Arizona would be flooded with people.
Exactly.
They would be the hell out of California, because there's a lot of things about California that are awesome. There's also a lot of things about California that suck. Yeah. Taxes.
But again, you take the good with the bad everywhere, right?
Leave.
There's no utopia.
Because, okay, well, I'm going to say even during COVID, I think you can leave California.
Yeah.
There was a time, I guess, when like crossing
borders,
cities or something.
Well, California has, they also have customs checkpoints or something like around
border checkpoints, primarily.
No, but like inland.
Yeah, exactly.
Like interstate commerce checkpoints,
sort of, yeah. I mean, so going in and out of like San Diego County and Riverside County, there are ones. They will tell you that they're making sure you're not bringing plants or fruit up there, kind of thing. But at the end of the day, it's to make sure that there's no illegal aliens being muled up that far.
Yeah, but I'm sure like bringing unregistered fruits or plants is actually a big threat to agriculture in California.
It is, but I can tell you that
that's not. They'll tell you that's the reason, but I'm sure it's not the primary reason. But it's also still a big thing.
If it was, then they wouldn't be scanning the cars for humans. They would be looking in the backseat or checking the trunk for potential fruit.
Yeah, I like watching the videos of the people who don't stop at those. I get such a kick out of it.
You get, I don't know what it's called, but it's that metal thing that you throw out.
Yeah,
that they
spikes.
Just thought, I don't.
So, but we didn't talk much about the Hill Tribe today. Aztec, we did give an update, Mike. I believe it's 31,000 on the PayPal.
That's accurate.
We've raised 31,000 baht so far. It's about $1,000. And we're trying to put the budget together. And we were talking to Aztec that Hugh has been a huge help as far as like technical information, because he's done a lot of off-grid projects. So that is sort of the direction that we're heading in. Hopefully in the next week or two, we'll have a budget update to give you guys about what we're looking to raise for a total and kind of a time frame.
So here, and there's no names. No, there are names up there. Damn it. How do I get rid of those names? Okay, there we go. And I think he did. Anyway, the short answer is it's 30,614 baht, and there's like names on there and stuff. So
we're not going to show the names because someone made that mistake on a 11-hour live stream.
Here's the drag though, is that I didn't realize they did this, but for 3,000, because a couple people give us 3,000 baht, I migrated 3,000 baht over. Yeah. It ends up giving us 2,857 baht.
Oh, it takes a big chunk.
So 143 baht.
For PayPal to PayPal?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're getting greedy.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a drag, but remember, this is a Thai PayPal account, right? And remember how we went to PayPal before? You cannot create a new PayPal account
right now
in Thailand right now. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, they've closed operations in Thailand, so you can't open a new one.
Yeah.
That's actually why we don't have one officially, like we used Mike's, because Thailand's closed creating new ones. I only know one singular, not plural. I'm talking about Ladyboy bars.
Where?
Well, I guess he knows the one on Cowboy, Cockatoo.
Oh, yeah.
That's like the one everyone knows.
Mm-hmm.
There's Soy Cowboy is wow. Where you get the spicy sausage. Yeah. So here we got man. Cody's got all this information. KS99 Ladyboys are fun to drink with, and I have dated one, not a bar girl.
Where did you meet them, Cody? How did you meet? Because I'll tell you right now, like I wanted to have an interview with one, and I wanted to ask them, and ideally I wanted them to be not a bar girl. I wanted them to be professional, not necessarily having graduated college or whatever, but like, out doing like regular things.
Yeah, regular life.
Yeah, and because again, the sort of discussion over here is that in Thailand they're accepted. A lot of people will label it that way, and then you ask them, and they're like,
"Yeah, not so much."
Well, first of all, if a white male asks them that, they're like, "You have no idea. Like, we're not accepted dude everywhere."
Yeah.
So there's that. And but I wanted to have a discussion with him. So my buddy, he's like, hey, I know this one. Great. So I go meet her for coffee.
Yep.
And, again, no real fault of her own. She was basically hustling. She's trying to get money. She's got she doesn't have she's zero education, had to stop working at like grade 8, to support the family and that sort of thing, which had nothing to do with her reasoning behind, wanting to be. She didn't do this. One of the things I wanted to get to during a potential interview was the fact that she did not sit there at home and her family was like, okay, you're a boy, but if you basically become a girl, then you can go work in the bars and you can bring money back to the family. That is very.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it goes.
And many guys think that. They think, oh, this is the reason why these girls, come. They come because, yes, they can make money doing that. I met one that had the full operation. And one of the best things I ever heard from anybody, quite frankly, is she told me about how she had the full operation. It was like 210,000 baht or whatever it was. She said, I finally, because obviously there's bruising and everything, just like with the boob job. So she gets out. She says, finally, all that's gone. And I get out of the shower naked and I look at myself in the mirror and she's like, finally, I felt normal. Oh. And I can't imagine, because I look at myself in the mirror and I'm like, well, whatever. I'll tell you one of the things, I'm like, how does Gracie, why is this attractive? Because I look at her. Yeah. She's attractive to me. Yeah. And I'm like, this is a big delta. Yeah. Big delta. From a cute Filipino.
See, I have the different mindset. I look at myself naked every day in the mirror and I say, the world is lucky to have me.
Wow. Interesting. That is a very, only child. That's I'm not shocked by that. So, but that's good. So, because I wondered, I took that old GoPro you had and I actually put that in the bathroom. Yeah. So I should have you quoted saying that to yourself from this morning. Every day. Yeah. So I'll just, oh, shit, you brought it back. Okay. You probably found it. No big whoop.
It would be really low res on that 4.
See, here's what's funny. My first GoPro was like whatever. I didn't think it had the number on it.
Yeah, the first GoPro.
Yeah.
So I had that one too, but I've also got this one's a Yi 4K. This is actually a nice little 4K camera, but I mostly just use it for time lapses.
Why? Because what's the battery? Oh wow, it's actually made quite well. Yeah. Is this like a? Oh, it's interesting. It's got like a curved edge.
Yeah, it's like a Chinese action cam.
Nice.
The Yi is probably the most well-known Chinese action.
How long? I think SJ Cam is pretty popular. Actually, that seems like a secondary.
Is made by.
Well, this is good quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it stabilization is shit. So it's really just for time lapses.
It's for guys like me that need to travel with a friggin' gimbal.
Yeah, so it's not for you. You need the 9.
Tell me about it.
This is it's got a quarter 20 on the bottom.
That's pretty nice.
Just throw it on.
Yeah, I like that shit. That's pretty tight, dude.
So Joe P says, Aztec, I will stop now. No, you won't, Joe. You will not. Cockatoo, is Cockatoo an Australian ladyboy bar?
Australian ladyboys? No, dude, they're all Thai. Some of them are from the Philippines.
I think he means it's Australian owned. So it's a 31K. Oh, live my ass. Yeah. So actually 99% of that cash came from the live my ass off 11-hour live stream.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you guys and a few guys. Who gave us 10K? Someone dropped 10K.
I can't tell you.
Yeah. Oh, so we can't say. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So,
and again, guys, here's the deal. I really apologize for that because a lot of you guys here are the core team that's over at the Cool Kids table, and and I totally know better. It was an absolute, silly just mistake because again, I've been president of plenty of 501c3s, and I know that when someone gives you money, the last thing you do is to publish it before asking them. But I want to know from Cody.
Yeah. So where'd you meet your lady?
Where did you meet his lady?
The one you dated. So he says the SJ is the Sony.
No. SJ Cam is the name of the company. And usually the SJ4000 or the SJ5, if you just Google SJ Cam, that's it's a knockoff.
GoPro is. The more I see that Insta360 1-inch, obviously the low light looks phenomenal on the 1-inch, but again, I loathe first generation tech.
Yeah, but it's not first generation.
It's first generation hardware for the.
Come on, just look at the firmware version. It's probably 17.9.
Yeah, they've done 20 firmware updates, but the hardware.
Have you seen the firmware for the GoPro?
It's already on 16. It's
no, dude, release. It's 170 or something.
No, but for the new 9.
Oh,
it's on the 16th release, and they just launched.
And they're probably doing it pretty regularly, but yeah.
But yeah, so Insta's put a lot of firmware out, but that's still first gen hardware. I'm not willing to pay for first gen hardware.
Well, dude, plus, bang for the buck.
Yeah, GoPro all day.
Here's the deal with the GoPro is that I looked at the cart, and if you buy it the way you buy it with the deal, it becomes $299.
Yeah, plus $49 for the thing, so it's like $50
for the body.
Yeah.
But I mean, come on.
Yeah. And no,
it's free.
Like I said, it was cheaper for me to buy it and have it shipped than it was to buy it here.
Here's the other thing. Is there any other camera on the market, even for like $70,000, that has the horizontal thing? I mean, like a 20,000, like 100,000 baht Olympus?
Yeah. So
no, but you know what I mean. It can't. What's an inside joke, big time? But
such a non-professional camera.
Generic. But Canon.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, do they make? Nobody has stuff like that.
I have 100,000 baht Canon. No, it doesn't do that.
No, but like anything you can buy today. Like in other words, 1 month ago,
I don't know
that was not available.
1 month ago, I do not know of any. 2 weeks ago, there was no camera that did 360 horizon leveling that I know of.
And here's the thing: they just must have horrendous leadership, because the technology. I mean, it is literally the only technology on the market that will do that. And their stock is still at freaking $4.
Yeah. So
what the hell?
They IPO'd at 34, so they're down $30 in 2 years.
And if you look at them for 5 years, I mean, literally, dude.
Yeah.
They basically didn't really sort of waver in March. I mean, obviously they went down a little.
They're like cents.
Yeah, but I mean, they've been going down every single quarter.
So
what the fuck?
We were discussing this. So how is the board not outed the CEO, ousted, and then he must be the primary shareholder?
I guess, yeah, that would probably be the deal.
But for a hardware company, I don't know how that's possible, because how do you start a hardware, having founded a hardware company in the past?
Yes.
Right, the amount of money it takes, and I wasn't even doing anything as complicated as cameras. So, and then the software side, obviously, the 360 horizon stabilization is. Obviously, there's a hardware component, because you need the max lens to do it, because you need it needs the extra width on the lens.
Well, you need GPU out the ass.
You need GPU, but also there's software there that's just insane.
Right. That's yeah. I mean, that's all it is, right? I mean, in other words,
but I mean, there's, like I said, there's a hardware aspect, because you can only do 360 with the expanded lens.
Sure, yeah.
Because you need more data for the sensor.
Correct.
But yeah, as far as like their overhead,
stabilization. I mean,
their overhead's going to be insane.
I can't imagine the amount of money you'd have to put into design to get a guy to code, more than one guy, I'm sure, so that it does. Like, I mean, the iterations before this, like when it kind of worked and it didn't work, and it was in alpha and it was like kind of jittery. The amount of iterations it takes to get that so perfect. I mean, it's tons of sprints.
Yeah,
it's one after another. Is Cody telling us where he met his ladyboy?
No, he's not. He's not dropping it.
That's fine if you don't want to do. I was just kind of curious, because I mean,
most of them are poor families, only have 6th and 9th grade education, because it's free until then, depending on the product. Yeah.
Well, there's also the whole that now they're big enough to work, like in the fields and things. Yeah, but you're right.
Cockatoo, parrots, cockies, very Aussie animal. Okay.
Ah, there you go. Yeah.
So Cody's got some comments. So I have issues with GoPros that it's buggy, but with that being said, I just ordered the 9 after I busted my 7. So Cody, on a previous episode, I gave the whole story of I ordered an 8 a year ago. I still don't have it. It's in Mexico right now.
And the 9's been produced since you ordered the 8.
The 9 has been made, and I now have the 9 in hand. The 9 is magic. The 9 is amazing. My 7 was a rock star. I never had issues with the 7. A lot of people had issues with the 8. My 7 never overheated. It never froze up on me.
Those were the issues people were having?
People have those issues with the 8. It will freeze. You got to pull the battery. They get lost files.
Okay, I get that, but like make a fucking firmware update.
So
like, did they not?
They've done like 20 firmware updates. It's supposedly not fixed.
Really?
So yeah, I got and also it didn't have a removable lens on the 8. They took that feature away. They brought it back with the 7. Because so many people
they brought it back with the 9.
With the 9, yeah. So many people voice their opinions on that.
Mm-hmm.
So. And they actually made it it's not like a proper mount, right? Because you're really just putting a lens cover on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But they put like a metal mount as opposed to the plastic mount that they had previously.
It's still a plastic body, right? Not like metal like that.
It's a plastic body.
Yeah.
So Cody, I never had issues with the 7. I have not yet had issues with the 9. There's obviously there's some bugginess in the touchscreen. It's not fantastic. Supposedly the new firmware update made it more responsive, but I still find the touchscreen to be a little glitchy. And actually, Mike accidentally swapped.
Oh, yeah.
Tell
yeah.
So yeah, I'd handed Mike the camera in record mode, and he had I handed him the camera in time-lapse mode, and he must have accidentally hit the screen and swapped it over to video mode, and then we're having some issues.
Which is weird because I don't believe that's just like one thing. Like don't you have to go through menus?
Left to right.
Oh, seriously? And then that changes it?
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
So the other thing with the 9, because it now shoots in 5K and 4K, the 9 has a lower frame rate on the front screen, so you don't see it in real time. But you see it in real time, but it's dropping 50% of the frames. I saw it.
It was funny because I held it, right? Like the day he gets it, I'm walking, I'm looking at it, I'm going, holy shit, I've already broken it. Like, I mean, this is, but again, it's just, it's so small. And at the end of the day, you're looking at that because you're like, okay, is what I'm shooting like in frame?
Yeah.
I mean, that's really all I would really
That's all that
about.
Screen is for. And so, but the idea is, so it's 50% frame drop, right? Which is why it looks choppy.
Yeah.
The issue is that it was either that or lag. So the DJI Action Cam lags. There's like a 2-second lag.
Ooh, no.
Yeah.
Definitely don't want that.
So I'd rather have frame drop than lag.
Because it's there from an engineering perspective.
It's just there to frame.
It's a totally efficient way to do it. I mean, thank God the engineers. I mean, DJ at 2 seconds. What?
Yeah.
That's a lifetime.
Yeah.
That's like let's put a 2-second lag and get better audio quality in our telephone call.
So
fucking come
so the
on.
Insta360 does the 1R.
Yeah.
Does not have any lag, but it's only one screen. And
on the back.
And well, you flip it, so either way. So
okay,
because it's modular.
Sure, right.
And again, I like the way the battery connects to the Insta360 because now with the media mod on the 9, I've got to pull it out of the media mod, swap the battery, and then put it back in, redo it all.
What do you mean you have to swap the battery?
So when on the Hero 9, when I need to change the battery, I need to pull the camera out of the media mod, take the battery out, put a new one in, put it back in the media mod, and then reconnect it.
No, that's not a deal breaker.
It's not a deal breaker, but it's not the most efficient use of not the most efficient use of time.
Have you turned it on, recorded nonstop, and then done it until the battery wore out rather?
Yeah.
How long?
Well, no, not 100% died, but I was down to like 10%.
Yeah,
It was almost 2 hours.
Almost 2 hours. And you're
record time.
Okay, which like nonstop record kind of thing?
No, so I'd probably been using it for like 6, like on and off, and then 2 hours of recorded time.
Wait, so you used it for like our whole thing in and out, on, off for like 6 hours?
So when we got back from the day out, like when we got your laptop,
how much video
that would drop. So I recorded about an hour or so of video in total.
Okay.
And we were down to 31% battery.
After recording how many?
An hour or something. And then also like on and off, like on the train and like leaving it on while we were walking around.
Can you record while can you power it while it's recording?
It has a USB-C input.
Right.
I don't know if I believe if you have the battery plugged in with a certain charge, you can sort of keep it above level.
Okay.
You have to have a power bank that has like a higher voltage output.
Well, no, same voltage, different current.
Yeah, different wattage output.
Now because here's the thing: if it live streams, clearly I need it to be able to live stream for 10 hours.
Yeah.
And
so that I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. Give it a shot.
Now, obviously, you'd have to take the media mod off. I get that because it's using the USB-C for the microphone. No, correct?
The media mod has a USB-C in it as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So I could go into the mod tight.
Yeah, but you might need to use like the rapid charger and like plug it into a power outlet.
That's fine.
Yeah. So yeah, Cody says I was really looking at the Insta360R, but decided on the GoPro because the 1-inch and 360 with batteries, it was going to be 800.
Yeah, no, big time.
Yeah, so yeah,
you can get up there.
But I would like to have the 360 mod and the 1-inch. But the more I look at the 1-inch, the less I'm impressed by it for what I do, Cody, because it's got a 90 centimeter minimal focal distance, which means you can't really vlog with it unless you're like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. So you need to have it minimum 90 centimeters away from what it is you want it to focus on. And if you look at some people's vlog material, their focus is really soft on their face, but everything behind them is in focus.
Right.
And that's just a function of the lens. Firmware can't fix that. The 360, a lot of people say that the 360 mod on the Insta360 1R outperforms the GoPro Max, which I've seen the GoPro Max footage. I wouldn't doubt that.
GoPro Max is the 7 series or the 8?
No, Max is the 360 camera.
Oh, got it. I don't understand the 360. I mean, I've seen video with it. I'm like, this is annoying. It's like distracting. It's weird.
So, like, if you're viewing it through VR, it looks amazing. And then you can do the 360 lens gives you the ability to create different effects. So you can create like a pan effect.
Yeah, that's true. And then just use a portion of it.
Or I could put a 360 in between us here.
Yeah.
Capture you in one view and capture me in another.
Okay, so
and then splice them together.
And you can how do you do that? Do you do that in post inside of
that in post
Premiere?
Yeah. So with Insta, they have their own workflow with the software. So you can actually do it in the software, then export those files directly.
But what about Premiere?
You can do it in Premiere.
You can pull in a 360-degree film.
Yeah,
basically.
the newest updates to Premiere support 360. I believe Final Cut does now as well.
I wonder if that other one does it. What's it called? DaVinci?
I'm sure it does. DaVinci, yeah. There's some amazing FPV drone footage with 360, yeah. Yeah, you can do some really interesting stuff with 360.
I was thinking about a drone because I know how we talked about that. And you're like, dude, you travel so friggin' much. And occasionally I go to the beach.
Yeah,
like, for example, tomorrow.
Are you going somewhere tomorrow?
I'm going to go to Krabi tomorrow.
Is there a beach there?
There's a great beach down. It's called Rayleigh Beach, and I'm probably going to go to that. I might
tomorrow.
You going tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow I might go to, because I mean, I think Air Asia.
Yeah.
Turns out they fly there.
So you have some type of pass?
Turns out I have the Air Asia Unlimited pass. I never mentioned that to you before.
No, I don't think
here's what the beauty it is like basically for 3,000 baht, I have the ability to fly all over Thailand, and each way I basically pay taxes, and so round trip is 150 baht.
Well, what if you want to upgrade?
So that's the thing. I need legroom.
Yeah.
And so I'm basically, and it's bizarre because it's like, I mean, it's an hour and a half flight one way, an hour and a half flight the other way. Going down there, 358 baht, coming back, 551 baht.
You're paying.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So I almost have to pay 1,000 baht for a round trip airline ticket with extra legroom. That is bullshit.
That's crazy.
No wonder I can't afford a friggin' 8.
Yeah.
I can only afford a 9.
Yeah. So you should buy the drone. So here's the thing. I would, if you can't really use it in Bangkok.
No, and you can't use it a lot of other places too. And if the weather isn't awesome,
well, you can use it at the beaches.
I like to go to the beaches.
Yeah, I've heard. So,
I'm gonna go this weekend, I think.
So you could. Are you going?
I'm gonna go down
to where?
I'm gonna go down to Krabi this weekend.
This weekend?
Just this weekend, yeah.
How are you going?
It's funny. I'm up top. I'm flying Air. I was doing pretty serious there for a while. Clearly, it's the friggin' 3-in-1. I couldn't hold it together. Plus, I'm thinking about Cody, and his beautiful ladyboy girlmegirlfriend. But of course, he won't confess. I think he was joking.
It might have been.
Yeah, like, I was dating. I mean, we were buddies.
Now you want more info?
Yeah, she was actually working at Orange Julius, and so I used to go there once a week. But remember Orange Julius?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, buddy.
1990s, baby.
Big time. Yes. Yeah. Right after going to Spencer Gifts, I would go
right
over
mall.
to freaking Orange Julius.
So yeah, there's you should get the drone because you could use it at Krabi. You could use it if you ever go there.
I may go this weekend.
This weekend? How are you gonna go?
I mean, pretty much what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to BTS, ARL, and then from there, from Savarna Boom, I'm gonna take Air Asia down to Krabi.
Right.
Yeah,
you have the pass.
I have the pass, which is great because here's the thing: when I do a round trip ticket, it's only 150 baht. But I need extra.
So I keep putting the URL in chat.
Oh wait, what? For what?
So Joe says, I hear the beach is covered with feces. Oh, so Cody, for whatever reason, it's not popping up in chat with your URL.
That's what happens.
Yeah. So we don't see it in StreamYard. Mike's gonna check the app.
So Mariano, thank you for that. He actually sent me a link to. I think I know what he's doing. He's putting up Serena, Thailand. Have you heard of Serena, Thailand?
No.
She's a ladyboy. She's originally from Phuket. She's now up in the hills, basically. She's, her farmland. And arguably, she's pretty attractive.
Yeah.
But she's like that kind of attractive where it's like, you kind of look at her, you're like, yeah, you're a little bit, again, you and I are kind of like girl next door, really adorable. Yep. I mean, we sing, and she's like sexy.
Yeah.
She's like the kind of girl that, quite frankly, I would be embarrassed to introduce my mom. Because she'd be like, Michael, she seems a little adult,
yes,
kind of thing. But anyway, yeah. So Serena, Thailand, she's interesting. I would actually love to interview her, but the problem is that I don't know in what industries she worked in Phuket.
Yeah,
there's a part of me that thinks it might have been the adult kind of thing.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I get it. But it's just like, again, that's not Bangkok Strange.
Yeah.
That's every other friggin' thing out there. That's not Live My Ass Off. Yeah. It's like, oh my God, Mike interviewed some beautiful Thai woman who works at a strip club.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's been done.
Yeah, been there, done that, bought the shirt, dude.
So Cody, Mike's gonna check your link. Appreciate. So yeah, the footage. So it's really looking at the so the Insta360. Yeah, it's expensive, but I guess like if you really want that interchangeability, the modularization, it's definitely interesting. Also, the larger battery capacity is interesting because you can buy the plus size battery. Again, if they had better minimal focal distance on the 1 inch, I would be much more interested in, because lower pixel density, larger sensor, great low light performance, great footage, and the ability to really dial it in quite nice. The colors out of the 160 don't seem so fantastic to me, whereas the GoPro color is really nice and punched in. I really, really like it.
The 9 really, I mean, it's just so much better than one more iteration of because 7 to 8, right? It's like, more features maybe.
A lot of people would argue that 8 was a step back. Oh,
so it was the Windows ME of...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, Cody, I'm actually not seeing your URL, so I don't know why it's not... Well, I'll tell you what, here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Put user in timeout, hide user. Oh, see, that's what sucks, is that, like, from the app, I can't... Here, let me do this.
Right. He's pulling out the tough.
Dude, I'm about to put a big, thick piece of black something right in front of my face.
Not an unusual statement for you.
I mean, I'm pretty open-minded, which is, of course, why I'm going to Krabi. I mean,
when are you going to Krabi?
I'm going to go this weekend, dude. You want to
Really?
go? Up
Nice.
top. We could go down there because I know how you love the beaches. And as it turns out down there, most of the fecal matter in Thailand is moved. It's muled down to the beach in Krabi.
So Joe says he actually heard the beaches are covered in feces.
Are you serious? Where did you hear? I've never heard that before.
It's in the chat. Must be true.
Jesus Christ, it's on the internet.
It's in the chat. Must be true.
You know what I don't like? No, this isn't touchscreen. It kind of bugs me.
Joe P, please subscribe to BS. Yes, please subscribe to BS.
You want more BS? You subscribe. Abstitute.
So I said, okay, Mike, here's the thing about your settings for your channels.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ, why can't I get that?
If you're going to set to censor possibly offensive comments, you need to have more than one mod. So make stuck a mod.
But no, I'll make Cody a mod. But the weird part, dude, is that wait, what?
Because if I'm not here, people messages remain hidden.
So now I got to go into YouTube Studio because it's not my channel.
Is stuck not a mod? No, so you're on the.
No. I got to go in, and then I got to go over to here, and then I go to switch account, and then I got to choose friggin' Bangkok Strange.
Workflow, man. Workflow.
I'm telling you what, dude. There are some things that YouTube just is in freaking competent at.
So let's make stuck and hike mods.
Yeah. No, I'm absolutely doing that. I'm also going to do it with Cody. So let me see if I can go to this video.
All right, so Mike is over here. He's going to be he's going to be making some mods.
I'm going to making some mods.
Turn your audio off.
Like some video mods.
He's going to update some people.
I think I'm
muted.
Then
turn off offensive comment filtering.
Okay. I didn't know I needed to do that.
Apparently, we have some type of filtering on our comments where people can't post URLs and stuff. What are we doing for subs? How are we looking? 95. Okay.
Guys, like you all don't have 5 goddamn friends. Hey, you know what, Cody? Ping your lady boyfriend and get her to subscribe.
Absolutely.
Because that would be great. That way I want to interview her.
Yeah.
Wait, what do we got going on then? No.
So, gotta love Thailand. What is a mod? But you see Aztec?
Yeah. But he doesn't know Dave like I know Dave. Maybe you wouldn't make me a mod. Is that what you mean?
No, he's saying Cody.
This channel is not for kids.
Cody says I wouldn't either.
Yeah. All right. So entire feature ability. Well, guys, you got to remember the other thing is without 100 subs, there are some features that we don't friggin' have, which pisses me off.
We gotta get to 100. The next stop is 1,000 after that.
Oh, hold potentially inappropriate comments for review, but nonetheless, they should be grayed out. Like you're logged in as you're not logged in. You're not logged in.
No, I'm not logged in.
Yeah, so there you go.
We don't take any more. Long story.
You want me to allow all comments? We can always turn it off for Christ's sake.
Oh, he says we don't talk anymore. Long story.
Oh my God.
I've got some of those long stories too, Cody.
Yeah, I'm telling you what.
They're rough.
The longer the better. Speaking of lady boys.
You know what? Sometimes it's a long story for them and not such a long story for us.
True. Yeah, they're just like, you know what? He was an asshole. So broke up with him.
Or like one time this girl just became way too clingy. and just
they
I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, and here's what I love: unable to submit some changes. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? It's a website with 7 inputs on this one page. Friggin' piece of shit.
Yeah,
worth everything we pay for it. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like those rose-colored glasses I threw up on.
Dude, those are hot. I was looking at those, going, did he just like buy those at Spencer Gifts? Spencer Gifts. After he went to the Orange Julius?
After and before.
Really? Yeah. Up top, guy. Absolutely.
Orange Julius. There's always a pretzel spot next to Orange Julius as well.
Auntie Anne's.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I get it.
The auntie. You know that they're Mennonites? Auntie Anne's?
So weird. I don't understand that. How is this that was unchecked, by the way, before. How is that unchecked and then live chat showing up?
What is slow mode?
Every 60, it waits 60 seconds between chats.
Oh, that's
pain in the ass. Yeah, absolutely.
Undo the censor message or make more mods. We don't talk anymore. Long story. Yeah. I can subscribe in my other name, right? That would give you another subscriber. Absolutely. But then you got to watch the videos twice.
I want some Ladyboy subs. I mean, we're having trouble saving. Wait for 5 seconds. What, running an YouTube Oracle database, for Christ's sake? What the fuck is this nonsense?
YouTube's being super glitchy.
Dude, this is Earth gay. This is so gay.
So yeah, we've got some YouTube troubles going on apparently. And we're pushing 540. I think we'll wrap this up in 6 hours.
Done. Up top.
Yeah.
Boom.
We don't want to go hard like Mike did with his 11-hour stream.
Actually, it was wicked hot.
Wicked hot.
It was wicked hot. I mean, it was possibly pissa.
It was a pissa.
It was fucking pissa. It was a pissa. You're such a pissa.
Wicked pissa.
Oh, that was wicked fucking pissa.
Wicked pissa.
We don't have any. Oh, dude, we don't have any playlists yet. No wonder our analytics.
I got two playlists set up
in the channel.
Yeah.
Stand by.
3 playlists.
Live stream.
No, don't put it in podcast episodes. That's just the actual podcast episode.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Boom.
Man.
Of course, am I going to be able to save it?
Yeah. Let's see. I don't know if you can save. It can't save while you're in the video live.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, let me go. Okay. Well, let me go over to the channel, and then let me go here, and then let me go. Let's see.
Stuck.
Yeah, but I don't. Oh, you know what? Oh wait, actually, I know what I got to
get. TT Porn to subscribe.
I get Titty Porn is a friggin' rock star. She would probably end up going to Krabi at some point with you. I mean, you could probably coax her to go down.
When's the last time you went to Krabi?
You know what? It's funny. I haven't been, but I'm going this weekend.
Hey, going this weekend?
Yeah, and I'm gonna go. There's this amazing beach called Rayleigh Beach.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go over there.
They got sunrises
and sunsets, as it turns out, on the west side. Friggin' epic, dude. I mean, I'm gonna be living the friggin' dream over there.
Aztec says, just make it happen for the next stream. Hell yeah!
No,
Aztec.
We're gonna make it happen right goddamn now because I want it to. And let's see. Well, see, here's the deal: is a lot of these guys don't actually have channels, right? And so to add them without adding the channel,
you gotta find the URL.
Yeah.
So the other day I love funk music, like modern funk, and I played there's a band called Scary Pockets, and it's the guy who founded Patreon is the keyboard player, and they did a song with this singer named Judith Hill, who I'm in love with. She's fantastic. And I played a version of Walk This Way from Mike, and he's like, that is the worst version of this song I've ever heard.
It was horrible. I mean,
it was amazing.
Arguably Aerosmith, yes, the originators and like the first one, and then of course Beastie Boys. They pretty much did they did their version of it, which was not like the original kind of thing. So that was cool. I like that.
You think of Run DMC?
What did I say? Oh, Beastie. Yeah, Run DMC. Sorry. And same kind of vintage.
Yeah,
pretty much, right? And
a generation different.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I was listening to both of those at the same time in high school.
Yeah, you were probably at the end of
86
DC, Run DMC, and the beginning of Beastie Boys.
Yeah, it could have been the overlap. That's true.
So, amazing version of this song. Amazing version of this song. And he's like, yeah, it's probably the worst version I've ever heard.
It's shitty.
It's pretty.
But you got to, it's funny. I was thinking about that the other day. Like, what do we like that's the same? What do we like? And EDM. And I'm sure you don't like EDM.
Not a huge EDM.
Yeah, and I'm a huge fan. I think the Chainsmokers are fucking awesome.
They're not bad, but they're not.
I really think they're. I mean, because
phenomenal.
Again, I'm not expecting them to like have huge guitar riffs.
So
it's
like
all
Steve
electronic.
Aoki and
Stevie Aoki's okay.
Who's the guy with the half shaved head?
Martin Garrix?
No, is
No.
it like a one name?
You know Martin? Sorry, you know who Steve Aoki's father is?
Who?
Steve Wynn.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
From Vegas.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dead Mouse.
Yes.
Skrillex. You like Skrillex?
Yes.
He's the half-shaved head guy.
Dude, sometimes I live my life with the Skrillex remix. I love Skrillex. Big Eye Radio plays Skrillex.
I find him so annoying.
I don't care who he is, really. It's the
no,
music.
just like his music too.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, again, it's not like something you can listen to for like 3 hours straight. They would use that to basically torture people down in, what is it?
Oh, hey, Joe.
Guantanamo.
Joe just gave us a good tip. YouTube works better in Krabi.
Dude, you know what's funny about that?
What?
I'm going to actually, this laptop, I'm taking it with me to friggin' Krabi this weekend.
No way.
I swear to God.
Boom.
Joe, what are you, friggin' mind reader? God, Jesus.
Who would have thought that?
You know what's funny? I just felt like Joe gave a ton of money in PayPal to this channel.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Insane.
Wow. Hold on. I just said it on the internet, so clearly it's true.
Must be true.
Gotta be true. So I can't make any modification.
Oh shit. 99 subs.
Spring break. Whoop whoop.
One away.
I may go topless.
100, 101.
Actually, if we do 100.
We're at 101.
100.
101.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, you guys, thank you.
Thank you so
very much. That's friggin' awesome, dude. Up top.
There we go. Boom.
Will we at number 10 now? Can't even remember.
We're going 541 here. 100 subs. Congrats. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, you guys. That's awesome.
It's all of you guys helping us out with that. Yeah.
Friggin' spectacular.
Fantastic. So next goal, 1,000. Maybe we'll set like a 500 goal in the middle somewhere.
I mean, yes, you don't get any sort of technical upgrade until 1,000 and 4,000 hours.
But it's a nice little niche.
It totally is.
500 is a nice little milestone.
Yes.
Thank you for 100, guys. We got to figure out something special to do for 500.
I mean, did you see my 1,000 video?
No.
When I thanked my 1,000 subs, it's pretty cool. I thought it was pretty creative.
You went through every person and thanked them?
No, but I tried to find scenarios and videos where there was 1,000 people singing at the exact same time. It's pretty fun.
Got a lot of time. Okay, I subscribed and go buy 2 other games.
Whoa, look at this, dude.
106.
And the only way they get that is from an API call. I don't know how we did that, but guys, thank you very much.
Wow.
Oh my God. That is just amazing. Let's see. Hold on. Let me see. How do I get
Joe P says 101 million Filipinos.
Yes, that's how many are watching. I totally get that. How do you go to the
Pravi Opa 106? Yay. Yeah. That is awesome. So now we can do all the branding, everything. We'll get that all set. I think I have to do a channel banner too before we can get the name.
Oh yeah, behind.
Yeah.
That'll be good. I'm psyched about that, dude. That's gonna be
awesome.
giant.
It's so awesome, dude. Yeah. I'll do that tonight. Man, that's a great day. 8 subs on the live stream.
Look at that. Can you get
Cody just sent us an email. Thank you, Cody.
Can we see? Wait.
Probably not. It's going to be overexposed.
No, it's all right.
So it can only expose because it's a webcam. It can only expose for one thing.
Yeah, but dude, I mean, dude, I'm going to take this laptop to Krabi. It can fucking display anything.
When?
Here's the thing: I'm going to go this week. My plan is to go this weekend.
Like today?
No. Like tomorrow.
Oh,
I'm going to go to Krabi tomorrow.
Okay.
Be there the whole week.
Damn.
I'm going to go over to this beach.
So we're going to live stream with you and Krabi?
Dude, Tuesday on this baby right here.
That's insane.
Dude, 4 gigs of RAM on my video card. Did I tell you that apparently I have 2 GPUs on this thing?
You did tell me that, actually.
Isn't that weird?
That is insane.
Because they only talk about basically having the NVIDIA.
That definitely wasn't on the list of specs.
I was like, this is for... Oh, and I sent you the spec sheet too, right?
Yeah.
So you can put that in the video. Yeah, but 106.
Insane.
Dude, we literally got 10 more subs today.
Yeah.
Up top.
Boom.
You know how much?
No, we started at 192.
What? Not really?
Yeah.
Dude. You know how I'm going to celebrate? Going to the beach.
Where?
Krabi, bitch. Fucking Krabi.
I thought you were going to crack a nice 3-in-1.
You know, I only brought 2 with me. I mean, because I didn't want to overdo it.
You ever buy those little birdie drinks, the birdie coffees?
No, what's birdie?
It's like 3-in-1 in a can.
Oh, like iced coffee?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I've seen those before.
It's basically just 3-in-1.
Which is also like the Starbucks things they sell for like $5 back home. And it's just like, that's just crazy.
So only exposed for one thing. Not like that. Not like that. I use a Logitech 922 webcam, right? So I run some software on it, Cody, that fixes my exposure for the studio, right? So I run lights and I've got the exposure fixed, so it won't auto expose if you turn a screen around. That's all I meant. Not that I have my penis out under the table, which I do, but so does Mike.
Man, it must be cold in here.
Unfortunately, no. No gratitude. No gratitude for my penile genetics.
You know what? I'm so okay with what I got.
What settings did you just change? Because now I have to click show on every second message.
Well, I literally, really, because see, here's the thing. Obviously, I can't save this. And so therefore, well, that's crazy because I changed it. I'll tell you what I changed
You did the opposite.
No, I changed it to allow all comments.
You did allow all comments. Yeah.
As well as enable live chat.
Go to that question mark and see, like, just hover over it, see what it says.
This lets fans communicate with you and each other while your live stream is in progress. Obviously, live chat. I get it.
Oh, that's interesting.
And allow it to replay, which, by the way, provided you don't edit it.
Yeah.
It's fucking important safety tip. Much.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm sure we'll figure it out. I mean, dude, I don't know. I think what time we got right now?
So we're at 5:45. We'll go for 15 more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We're gonna totally do that. That's gonna be amazing.
As like 7 of those are me, Mike. Chill.
Yeah.
Face.
Yeah. Absolutely, dude. Look at you with all your freaking channels. It's freaking out.
Gotta love Thailand. Do you still love the laptop?
So, dude, this thing. I mean, I'll tell you something. Even if I had paid $1,000 for this thing, I would still feel like I got decent horsepower.
So, looking at the spec sheet, like I was just blown away. This is the thing.
Both of us.
I'll put the video up. We made a little short about has Mike broken the comment section? Why was my comment deleted?
God
and it was
damn it.
Well-behaved G comment from Dennis Maloney.
Pissing me off. Oh, hey, Dennis. Good to see you, buddy.
Mike has broken the comment section. I will fix it after the live stream ends, guys.
Freaking annoying.
Azus is a good, damn right. Azus is a good brand. And so we went to 3 different shops in Fortune Town, including the Asus shop itself, and looked at 3 different Asus laptops, as well as an HP and a few other. There was another brand we looked at, not Asus, but
I don't think we looked at Acer. I mean, we might Lenovo. We looked at the Lenovo's,
and we did look at Acer as well.
Okay,
it just because it was next to the HP. Remember?
Yeah. That's right.
And so we got to this Asus, and the spec sheet and the price based on the other items we had looked at did not make sense. It just is stupid how cheap half the price of another laptop that was more powerful, yes, but not double the price powerful.
It had cute little LEDs on the back.
That cost $4,000.
Yeah, he goes, well, if you don't want these, then it's $4,000 baht cheaper. And I'm like, okay, I do, which would have made it basically 38,000 baht.
But still almost double.
Yeah, this was 22,000 baht.
Yeah.
I mean, it came with a backpack and like a wireless mouse.
With backpack. Yeah, but the guy just showed the mouse wasn't even listed. He was just like, here's a mouse.
Yeah, it's got this crazy cleaning screen. It's got a mouse pad too, and I was looking for a mouse pad.
People still use mouse pads?
Here's why. Because my kitchen table has a big sheet of glass on it.
Yeah.
So therefore, when the LED inside of the mouse like moves around, it doesn't do it very accurately. So yeah, I need it.
I don't like glass tops. I'm not a fan. So
came with the place.
Joe says, Mike, you need to learn how to computer.
Dude, I don't even know what's going on over here. I mean, here's the thing. I put the quarters in the side of it. And what's funny is I can only put in so many. So I'm thinking, okay, I've got to find an infinite amount of time because I can only fit in a finite amount of quarters.
Mike's the type of guy who racks servers in between RUs.
Well, and the other thing too is what I realized is if you do it like if you don't do it completely horizontally and you don't, because why would you use a level ever, right? You just try to do it by eye. And then what you do is you grab like a Makita and then because
strip out the whole.
Yeah, because sometimes the threads don't want to take the screws that I just found on the ground, which of course I'm going to reuse because I'm big into recycling.
Because the racks don't come with the screws up top.
No, not at all.
So, oh god, so I have seen people who misracked a 1 RU unit.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
How do you? Because I mean, if it's really long and it's like a Dell server and it's heavy, I get it. You know, but it's just like
1 RU switch. So it's not like a server.
No, it's not even half deep.
No, and and it doesn't go all the way. The brackets make up the difference.
Oh, okay. But again, all you got to do is put it in. You look at it, and you're like, oh, I did it wrong.
But
and you take out one side.
But if you use the blocking panels like you're supposed to, it's impossible.
It is literally impossible.
Rack an item.
Literally impossible.
little nerd talk.
Just friggin' ridiculous.
So what we got here, Mr. Mitch. For once, I'm happy I had to get up to pee in the middle of the night. You guys are still going.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. All right, so stuck to the bottom. Let me find out here if I can do this.
Dennis tell me to fire you. They're gonna fire him.
All right, here we go.
You're fired. You're fired.
Stuck. Who else are we gonna do? Because I already got Aztec. I got Stuck.
Stuck.
Joe.
Hike.
Joe P.
Let's give Hike. Yeah, Joe.
Hold on. Oh, Joe says free T-shirts, so obviously he's chewing into our revenue.
Hey, Mike Mod, Stuck in Florida is a good mod.
Oh, Pravit, good
Mr.
to see
Mitch.
you, man.
Let's do Mr. Mitch.
Where's he at?
Mr. Mitch is at the bottom of the comments.
There we go. Oh, what about Cody? Is he on the fence?
Yeah.
No, but he's...
I think Aztec said no. And then Cody said, I wouldn't make me a mod.
There we go.
Aztec's calling shots on his show. He's like, I mean, if you want to, give it to him. It's not like we can't take it away.
No, I know, totally. If
he
screws
give it to him.
Yeah, totally, dude.
Yeah.
Well, plus, I mean, here's what you owe us.
First day on the stream, Cody, you're a mod.
Yeah, dude, you're so modding right now.
And
here's why.
He sent us an email, so.
I need to see a picture of his ladyboy girlfriend.
He said he sent us emails, so we'll check it out.
All right, fair enough. We got to make that a distribution list. So it goes to both of us.
Aztec said he's a drifter.
Like in what's the name of that movie series where they drive?
What?
Oh, fuck. They drive the fast cars.
Oh, Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious. Yeah, the drifters.
I think even drifter is in like a carny.
Oh. Well, that's how you meet good quality ladyboys.
Like carnies.
The more carnivals you go to?
In high school, I hooked up with a chick who was traveling with the carnival.
Really? Did she have teeth?
Yeah. She was like 20.
Did she have teeth, though?
Yeah, she had teeth.
Oh, she's not a carny. Yeah.
All of her teeth.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That must have been tough.
You need a token Alaskan mod.
Yeah, absolutely. Big fan of the natives.
So Cody, Alaska. So do you call it a snow machine or a snowmobile, or is there a difference between the two?
Oh, you mean the ones they like individuals drive through? Yeah. I grew up calling it a snowmobile.
Yeah. So in New England, where we grew up, the snowmobile is the thing you ride. The snow machine is what they have at the ski resorts, blowing water mist over chillers.
And then the snow cat was
the one with the treads.
Right, absolutely. Drive people up through the
machine. All day long machine.
Really?
So what do you call the things that make snow at ski resorts? Maybe they don't have ski resorts in Alaska.
You know, that's a really good question. I don't know if they do.
Because everyone lives on the coast, right?
And quite frankly, would you have to have a snow machine? Would you have to have a snowmaker?
No, probably not.
Probably not, dude.
Only lower 48ers call it a snowmobile here.
Really? That's very
I like how he calls us lower 48ers.
That's all right. All my Canadian relatives used to call me a Yankee.
All my Russian friends, I mean Alaskans.
Can you see it from your backyard?
Can you see Russia from your porch?
That's really good.
Have you ever seen the porno Nail and Palin?
No. I haven't watched it in forever. I mean, I've seen, the website, right? Things stuff. But I mean, actually getting a movie?
Joe P says he wish he could go to Krabi.
You know what, Joe? Joe, where are you at right now? If you're in town, dude, I'm thinking about going there tomorrow. I may swing down. I've already got reservations on a plane. And, so we could go tomorrow if you want to meet me on the BTS or the
you going to Krabi
MRT.
Tomorrow?
I'm going to, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get up and I take the BTS to the MRT. And then from the MRT, I'm going to take the ARL. Then on the ARL, I'm going to go all the way to Savarnabhum. Then on Savarnabhum, I'm going to grab a plane made by AirAsia.
Made by AirAsia?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No,
Tony turns the wrenches.
You might just think that they're branded. In fact, and you think, oh yeah, Airbus. No. They're actual AirAsia, not Airbus, AirAsia, which is why it's the only way you can get the seats that close together.
That's true. The new seats suck. The plastic ones, like bus seats.
That's Alaska Airlines, actually.
Where's Mr. Mitch from? Where are you from, Mr. Mitch?
He's on my Facebook.
He says they call them sleds.
Oh, I'd never use that phrasing for that. You ever use Canva? I use that for the things sometimes.
I'm a Photoshop guy.
Yeah. Okay,
I have two lady friends from Canada that own games.
Lady friends or lady boys?
Amazing. He says lady friends, but he could mean either.
Yeah, I mean.
It's amazing how much they made. So the carnivals I was made, how much I made. I said a pretty decent ski resort.
Whoa.
Oh, they do have a.
This is one of the guys that hangs out on my channel. What do we got going on there?
Yeah, who's that?
I don't know. It's his buddy, though, apparently.
A buddy. Hell of a buddy.
Butt buddy. Wait, what? Oh, my God. Did I just throw that over the net?
I'm on blue. Thanks, guys. Blue?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm blue. Oh, okay. The mod. No problem, sir. No problem.
Yeah, you should have a spanner.
Ready to hop on the cargo plane and go to Krabi.
Dude, I'm telling you what. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going tomorrow.
As far as you're concerned. Man. Alaska is beautiful. Yeah, everyone tells me. I had a friend who was in the army band, was stationed in Alaska, and he said for like a month out of the year, it was the most beautiful place on the planet. And I said, you've never been to Borneo.
Right. I still need to go there.
When travel's open.
Which means I need to be able to go to what? Malaysia?
Yeah.
Do I fly directly into Borneo, or do I go there and then like ferry it over?
So Air Asia used to have, no, you can't ferry it.
Okay.
It's like for even from KK, it's like a 3-hour flight. From KL, it's a 3-hour flight to KK. So you can fly. So it's 2.5 from KL. It's 3.5 from Bangkok. There used to be a direct Air Asia flight. I don't know if they used to do it twice a week. I don't know if they still do. So Mr. Mitch from Seattle. Okay. And you call a snowmobile a sled in Seattle? I like Seattle. It's nice. I'll tell you, the first time
you could take a ferry, dude, from friggin' Indonesia.
Yeah, but not from mainland Malaysia.
No, not from mainland Malaysia. You're right.
So, and also not around Kalimantan.
Where do you go in Borneo?
Kota Kinabalu. You can either go to Kota Kinabalu or Kunming. So actually, the first time I went to Seattle, Mr. Mitch, it was I got ruined by the weather, right? So it didn't rain the whole first time I was in Seattle. It was just beautiful the whole time. And it was just gorgeous. And then the next couple times I went, it just rained nonstop.
So hold on.
But yeah, it is beautifully lush and green.
Borneo is like a portion of Borneo in Indonesia, and the other portion is in Malaysia.
So Borneo, is the Malaysian part of the island. Kalimantan is where they're moving the capital of Indonesia. That's the other part of the island, and then Brunei is there as well.
Yeah, Brunei. Yeah, I've actually wanted to go there before, but right now, I mean, all I want to do is be able to get friggin' Gracie out of the Philippines over here.
Oh, Miss Tech. Oh, shit. From my Twitter, right? Like I know you from Twitter. So when travel opens for Americans, period. I believe Miss Tech. I think we're Twitter connected because I think it's a similar icon. And used to train Muay Thai in Thailand, right? Kind of a badass. Talks fight shit. Yes, that's her. Yeah, awesome. I recognize the avatar.
That's what I was thinking. Avatar. Yeah. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, what do I call these pictures of people? My old brain is killing me.
Photos.
So yeah, so she used to train Muay Thai, and she actually has a great video on her YouTube channel of like a bunch of penises.
Really?
Yeah.
Did she see him over in Railay Beach?
No, it was in Thailand. Where'd you find all those cocks, Miss Tech?
I mean, because there's this place over in Railay Beach where they have like all of these, phallic pieces of wood and stuff like in this cave.
And it was like a river with a bunch of like dicks carved in the river.
Really?
Yeah.
You sure this was just a fantasy dream you were having, like dicks everywhere? Like
it was definitely one of her videos.
All right, fair enough. That's good.
I may have had an edible before I watched it. I don't remember.
I can't imagine. I wonder if that's available to me in Krabi. Like if I go to Krabi, like just on some random whim.
When do you think you're going to go to Krabi next?
I'm pretty much planning to do it tomorrow. This weekend, I thought I'd go down. And so where's Miss Tech from?
Yeah, you're West Coast, right, Miss Tech?
Oh, my God.
Oh, so sorry. The Dick River's in Cambodia, not in Thailand.
Well, you know why the Dick River's in Cambodia.
Yeah, scumbags.
Because of the fucking scumbag. Is Miss Tech was probably freaked out. She's like, what the hell's all these scumbags?
Probably.
Doing the West Coast. So like, you mean like California or Oregon?
You're Miss Tech. You live in the West Coast now. Is that right? Whereabouts, if you don't mind. If you don't mind us asking. Oh, she lives in Chicago. Totally not the West Coast.
Jesus, dude, focus. So you live kind of like to the left or to the middle? No, I live in the direct goddamn middle.
Right.
Like there is
the fucking center.
There is the exact same amount of friggin' real estate to my right as well as my left.
You live in the west of where I grew up, so
friggin' Chicago.
You got water there, right?
Right now, September. Weather's okay there now. Weather's okay there now. I'd tolerate it. That's for sure.
Miss Tech is no association. Aztec.
Miss. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Tech. I mean, pretty much. There's Az, and then
so yeah,
Ms. Aztec, Miss Tech, and Aztec.
So yeah, oh man, winters in Chicago.
Fuck that.
Yeah,
winters. I mean, look at dude. Even the winter in San Diego, as far as I'm concerned, I lost interest in it big time.
When I lived in Cleveland, winters were rough, and I visited Chicago twice in the wintertime.
St. Louis,
it was way rougher than Cleveland.
I will tell you though, what do you think about the winters? I mean, again, I can't imagine where I lived near Boston, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. Pretty similar winters, right?
No.
So was yours milder?
So
in Rhode
I
Island?
lived in Rhode Island and Boston. When I lived, the winters were never as bad as Cleveland.
Really?
So here's the thing: like Chicago has rough winters, but at least it's a cool city.
Lake effect. Yeah. For sure, you can do stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like Cleveland is like it's an okay city, but winter kind of kills it.
So when you turn on the tap, there's not water that comes out; it's just lame sauce.
Yeah,
it's just the only thing that's available
like
to you.
Chunks of ice.
Yeah,
falling
you're like,
out.
Jesus! Smell this Cleveland. What's the biggest? Like the Hall of Fame, baseball Hall of Fame, or something?
So I think this must be where it is, where all the dicks in Cambodia are. So if you want to see countless dicks, it's here in Cambodia.
You sure it's not over at Soy Cowboy?
Go over to Miss Tech's channel. She's got the video up there.
I don't know. I think if we go over to Cowboy.
Yeah. No, most of the dicks will be hidden at Cowboy.
It's all right. Tuck back.
Tuck back.
Whatever it takes.
Tuck and twist.
But I'll tell you what, it gets warm at night. Those things fly right out there, I bet you.
Winter sucks. And where's Joe at? You in Chicago also, Joe? Too cold?
I know where Stuck in Florida is.
Yeah, clearly.
Fucking engineer right here,
right
dude.
there.
Master.
Brilliant.
Painfully obvious right here.
I don't like the winter in northern Florida, but way better than Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, Chicago was rough when I visited in the wintertime. In Cleveland, to me, Rhode Island winters sucked, but it wasn't as rough. It wasn't as cold. It wasn't as dreary as Cleveland.
St. Louis had pretty dreary winters too. Yeah,
I think it's just that Midwest strip. I mean, you're North Midwest. It's going to be cold. It's going to be dreary.
And it's funny. I like hot and humid, but I did not like the summers in St. Louis. There's about 2 good weeks of weather in the spring and 2 weeks in the fall.
Summers in Cleveland were great. You're near the lake.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. St. Louis is in the middle of the friggin' city.
Chicago was hot when I went there. It was very manageable when I went in the summer.
Yeah, I never. What's the latest? Probably late August, early September.
Yeah,
was when I was in Chicago, so it wasn't too bad.
Definitely not as hot as Thailand.
Hot, although I'll tell you, I mean, before like about 8 in the morning, man, it's totally doable here. I dig it.
So yeah,
I like it a lot.
Actually, so if I go out to the market like before, I would say before 10.
Okay.
So like I look at my watch. So now what are we?
Direct sunlight around 9:30 can get intense, but yeah
it's
3
o'clock. Yeah. UV index is already down to 7.
Okay.
Right. So, but like mid, like I don't go outside at all midday. Like from 11 until like 3, UV index is peak.
So you know what's funny? I love going to Lumpini Park at like 3 in the afternoon. Nobody there. Because they're all just like afraid of all the photons that are going to just like pummel them. That's the time to go. That's when we should go to Lumpini Park.
No.
3 p.m., dude. Be epic.
Fuck no.
Dude, there's friggin' monitor lizards everywhere.
2 bald-ass white dudes walking through Lumpini Park at 3 p.m. We'll just die.
Love it. Everything
I got
about
blisters on my...
Dude, I'll lose friggin' 2 kilos in sweat.
I'll be wearing my linen hat.
I'll probably be wearing my yellow raincoat. And then I'll just
the body condom.
Sweat the shit out of it, man.
Some white kid died in Ubon Ratchathani, like
serves him right.
4 years ago.
He's white. I hate white people.
As we all.
That's right.
But he was cutting weight for a Muay Thai fight in Ubon Ratchathani. He went for a run with the sweatsuit on, the rubber suit.
Yeah,
and just died.
Because I mean, obviously, he just did not drink enough water ahead of time.
So
it's not just wearing that one suit.
No, it's not. But he was dehydrated. Clearly. He went for a run to cut weight.
Yeah.
I believe he was trying to cut like way too much, like maybe 10 kilos.
Okay.
So he was like at the end of a 10 kilo
cut. Yeah,
cut.
Starving himself kind of thing, getting ketosis.
Normally, like you wouldn't go out and cut on your own anyway.
I bet his heart probably gave out because, I mean, if you get into ketosis enough, man, you start using up your muscle and then your potassium goes down. And then all of a sudden you're like, fuck, I'm not even going to bother going to Krabi this weekend.
Are you going this weekend?
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it tomorrow.
Not in ketosis, though.
No. This is my plan. I've been having enough donuts where even if I got into ketosis right now, I got easily 3 days of fuel. Easily 3 days.
I think I could get a couple weeks going.
You're doing pretty good over there, actually. Yeah. What size T-shirt is that? An extra small?
Yeah, this is like a double XS.
And yeah, double XS, and then you get about like what one? You shaved this morning,
but this is a double XS for wrong size. But this is like in Thai size. It's like a 5XL.
Oh yeah, same thing. Same. That's why they say same twice, because it's like twice as big.
Same but different.
It's twice the same. Can you believe?
And I shaved this morning. Yeah.
We have these T-shirts that say Bangkok Strange on it that are friggin' amazing. Yet I walk down the sidewalk and what do I see? People wearing a T-shirt that says same but different.
Yeah.
What the fuck? What kind of loser ass shirt is that?
You'll be able in fact, get that shirt on the Bangkok Strange shop pretty soon.
Here's what I think we should do: is that if we walk down the street and we see someone with the same but different T-shirt, punch him right in the face. Well, how could that go? How could that go wrong? The other one that I don't like is I don't need Google. My wife knows everything. Set fire to that person's shirt.
My favorite is still the old guy in the grocery store.
Yeah.
Old uncle, old grandpa, and Thai grandpa in the grocery store looking at the fruit section.
Yeah.
The pre-cut fruit. Wearing a pink shirt.
You porn.
That says, no, I have the pussy. I make the decisions.
What? You had to have taken a picture of that. Please.
I was trying to, but he kept turning away from me. I was like trying to position.
And it's pink.
Yeah. Jib came over. I was like, Jib, come check this out.
Yeah.
And she's like,
you gotta be kidding. Yeah.
She's like, clearly doesn't speak English.
I've got the pussy.
I make the
decisions.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
How very Western female of you.
Joe P. I'll shave my head. I'm in. He's coming to Lumpini, 3 p.m.
Dude, up top. Boom.
Boom.
Fucking Joe. He's gonna show up.
Oh man, I get 3 p.m. Lumpini. I'm gonna be walking with my parasol.
It's funny because I was over there and I'm like, this is great. There's like nobody here. Like everyone seems to show up in the morning and in the afternoon. I wonder why I'm the only person here. After walking about 36 steps, I realized because I was sweating my nutsack off. What do you got going on?
Oh, what was it?
You're very distracted by
stuck submiss tech. And then she says, like, there'll be more content starting next month. I get to travel again, finally.
Well, she's in Chicago. I can imagine.
Traveling domestically?
Get the hell out.
Like, can you go to any state, Miss Tech? We're curious about this.
You can, pretty much.
Really?
Yeah, Southwest is bombarding me with friggin' stuff right now. I mean, companion passes, they're trying to get it. They're at about 30% capacity, most of the airlines.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, it's not like you can go Disneyland, as far as I know, isn't friggin' open.
Yeah.
Disney World.
No, they're closed. Disneyland completely closed.
Yeah. I think Disney World is still closed too. I mean, Florida had some big problems there for a while, but I can't imagine they opened.
So where the hell are you finding big shirts in Thailand? So this
Online.
shirt, this shirt is from a company called what is the name? They haven't ordered from them in a while, but this is one particular shirt company.
Black Hawk?
No, not Black Hawk's that beautiful Thai moonshine.
Ah, nice work. Okay, I got the two confused.
And then there's a few. You can go to a fashion mall and find larger sizes if you buy in bulk. So I'll just buy like 10.
Honestly, I've been able to find things that are my size fairly easily at Tokyo.
Yeah.
Over at
Tokyo, MBK.
MBK.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I actually didn't realize until they gave me the paper bag. I'm like, oh, I remember this place. I got like boxer shorts there. And it's not like I had to get the 5XL.
Oh, Joe P, you have the Bangkok Strange t-shirt? We haven't even gotten ours yet.
Dude, you got to take a picture of it and send it to us.
We got the mugs. We got the stickers. The t-shirts have not yet arrived. And I have not heard the bells ring.
They do a run though, right?
Yeah.
Then because in other words, if you order a t-shirt today, we may not necessarily get it because they got to like wait till what they have.
They send it for it's queued.
Yeah.
Right. So they don't wait for ours, but they queue it with everything else waiting to be printed.
Oh, okay.
Because it's all POD. They can only do so many at a time.
Okay, fair enough. Payable on death, like that awesome group
going to Mexico to do cave diving.
Oh Jesus, she is.
So there may be new content.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
may be. So cave diving some scary shit.
I mean, if you do that in Thailand, too soon. Yeah, too soon. Have you seen the movie?
Oh, the cave?
Yeah.
No, I have a couple friends who are in it though.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I haven't. I kind of. Oh, you know what's out? Tesla. I was over at
is it out?
AISDC. Yeah, that was out. I almost went yesterday, but then of course I didn't want to freeze my balls off by going to the friggin' movie theater.
Maybe I'll go next week.
Mm-hmm. You know where I'm going to be next week?
Where?
Fucking Krabi.
When you going?
Dude, tomorrow. Damn. I am on the goddamn Air Asia plane.
On the plane.
Heading to friggin' Krabi. It's going to be great.
Plane.
Yeah. I don't know if they have movie theaters down there or not.
Really?
I don't think so.
Huh.
I mean, Krabi's not, it's not really, it's not underdeveloped.
There's a guy with a thing.
Yeah, I mean, and then they get like the sheet outdoors.
Also, I don't know if I told these guys I did I had an acting audition yesterday
for, was it Black Hawk or something like that? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was a porno.
Yeah,
and so it showed up. And there's a bunch of no couch.
You were banging Palin? Were you in
Nailing Palin?
Nailing Palin, dude?
No, it was an audition for a Chinese TV commercial. So our friend Bear, I did tell this, Bear Williams, friend of the show.
Absolutely.
He'll be in Tremors 7 coming out next month.
It's October 21st?
20th?
20th, okay.
So Tremors 7 or 407, whatever it is, Shrieker Island. Our friends Bear and David are both in it. Bear's like one of the main characters. He tagged me in a casting agent's post saying, he goes, Dana Bluen, I'm sorry, but you're welcome. LOL. I'm like, what? And I scroll up. It's like the post is looking for a 30 or 40-ish bearded, chubby Farong with a funny looking face. I was like, well, that's me. So I posted a photo and right away the agent's like, the director wants to see you. Going for casting Friday.
And so what happens? I mean, did you show up? Did you have to wait long? I mean, you were texting.
Yeah, so like you show up, the place is a little bit out of town. Is it Town and Town?
That's what I was asking. Town and Town. Okay, yeah.
It's over there. So you go in there, going for casting. They remembered me from Hard Target. I was in Hard Target 2 6 years ago.
Right.
And they remembered me from that.
I gotta watch that.
Yeah.
Like frame by frame to see how well you
definitely don't want to watch that movie.
You don't think?
It's not so great.
Is it better than Nailing Palin?
Well, no. But
okay, fair enough. Yeah.
No, but yeah, I found it, like I said, I found it on Pirate Bay when it first came out, before it came out.
Sure.
So they remember me from that. And so like there was no lines. It was just like reactions. So like, just do this. And they shot it a few times. I need to make a snow angel on the floor.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah.
So it's beer for kids?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's sweet. Well, I mean, the Chinese, they're very open-minded. Either give them beer or basically, tainted milk formula.
Big Farong, big store.
big store.
Cave diving, never done. Yeah, so cave diving is, what's this, pink dolphin?
I probably would have gone in.
Really, the pink dolphins and Krabi? So pink dolphins are albino dolphins, or is that different?
Where have I seen pink? I don't think they have those in the Keys. I can't remember. Dolphins. So you can like swim with dolphins in Krabi? I didn't know that.
I have no idea. We got some good advice from Stuck. Make sure to go to the beach while you're there. They have one, right?
In Krabi?
Yeah. Apparently.
You know what? Hold on. I think I saw this YouTube video where some guy was at this beach called Rayleigh.
Yeah.
And apparently...
Is that in Krabi?
Apparently they have a west side and an east side.
So you get sunrise and sunset?
Apparently. This is the data that I've received from the internet. So clearly I trust it 100%. Yeah. Because, if I go down there, probably what I'm going to do... I mean, I'll probably go like tomorrow and then I'll just like fly down. And then I'm thinking I'll go over to Krabi. From Krabi.
So... Miss Tech, I read your bio. If you're easily offended, that's enough. I subbed immediately.
Nice. That's tight. Yeah,
definitely.
What is she said MMA fighter? Is that
she trained Muay Thai when she was in Thailand.
Got it.
And like I said, she made an amazing video with like thousands of dicks.
Is it tech though? Is it tech related or is it vaginal? It sounds like more vaginal, really.
More vaginal.
Yeah. All the dicks.
Oh no, is it?
I know where those go.
They were like carved. They would be hard to put them anywhere.
Really?
Because they were like carved into like stones on the bottom of the river.
I don't know. I've seen some pretty creative women.
They were kind of two-dimensional dicks.
We call them Cambodians. Too soon?
Too soon.
Okay, fair enough.
Too soon.
Yeah.
Too soon.
I could really go for another 3-in-1. Jesus Christ. Are we at hour 6 yet?
Yeah, we have surpassed hour 6. We're at 6:12. Be careful in Krabi. Lots of feces on the beach.
I have heard that, but I disagree.
It's on the internet now, so it must be true.
See, here's the thing with the beaches.
If it's in the comments of the live stream, it must be true.
I'm going to actually go for a long walk on the beach and see if there is, in fact, poop on the bottoms of my feet afterwards.
If there's Chinese tourists, there might be. So she said no. I'm assuming, Miss Tech, you saying no, I guess, about the pink dolphins are not albino dolphins?
No, she said no, there's not vaginal comments.
No, she said no.
Topics.
She said no before that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because I went back.
I don't know. I was kind of hoping she was referring to the sort of vaginal reference.
No. So pink dolphins must be different than albino dolphins.
Do pink dolphins have vaginas?
So,
I mean, you're talking about dicks, for Christ's sake. I'm trying to turn us in the right direction, for Christ's sake.
So I once read a news story about a guy who got arrested in Florida.
No, fucking a dolphin.
They caught him in the act.
And it's because of that, can he not leave? And therefore he's stuck in Florida? Up top. How you doing, buddy? Chest bump.
So this is a real story. This guy, he swam. It was in the Gulf of Mexico.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
So he swam out and was able to attract these dolphins into shallow water, and then got caught by park rangers
mounting it,
having sex in the shallows with a dolphin.
You think he was top or bottom?
Oh, that's a good. I assume top, but it's a very good question.
He could have been underneath, just like basically taking it.
So here, shh, don't tell everyone.
Yeah. Sorry, I let it slip.
My bad. So
when we meet him, instead of saying, "Hey, buddy, what's up?" he's gonna go.
Pink albino dolphins in Krabi near Kanong Beach.
Kanong Beach. Wait, is Kanong Beach in Krabi? Or no, wait, is that the one to the west of it, where you basically go to the west of it, to the west of Ao Nang? But I don't know. What if there were only a global information network where I could like type in questions like
Ask Jeeves?
I don't know.
Web crawler?
No, Dogpile is usually my go-to.
Dogpile, yeah.
And then, and then just, I don't know, Hotmail.
That little thing in the little eyeglass in the corner of Internet Explorer.
IE7 for reliability.
IE7,
yeah. Written in Java for speed.
I'm sorry, it was true.
That's all right. But see, here's the thing. If we had I wonder if there's a YouTube video about that. You think the park rangers were like, dude, come here. No, we got to, no. He's not going to really do a whole lot of damage, Steve. Get your freaking camera. But Billy, I can't go. No. Come on. 1,000 views. Easy.
That would go viral. Like a guy arrested assaulting dolphins.
I mean, he smells like fish. I mean, the comedy just writes itself, for God's sake. What were you doing? Well, I put my penis in this big pink thing.
So you heard of I don't think they have the pink ones in the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, maybe that's why she's going there. Because she's like, those goddamn pink ones in Krabi.
Yeah,
they get raped all the time. But if I stay in Mexico,
so there was a experiment. It's like in the 1960s or something, where they had like a house or a habitat built with like half water, half land.
Okay,
and there was people living with these dolphins. And so
did they call him Flipper faster than lightning?
So there was always this story about one of the women had sex with the dolphins.
Male, I assume.
So she was one of the researchers.
Okay. And
so she never really talked about it. It was just always kind of like an urban legend. But then I saw an interview with her like maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, where she was saying like this one dolphin they were basically trying to teach the dolphins to talk and live with humans, and they were trying to like build communication, kind of like immersion, like we were talking about language earlier.
Try the mating.
No, but she said this one dolphin was just always aroused and he wouldn't focus on his tasks. And so I
can't relate to that at all.
She would basically just like relieve him like once a day and then let him do whatever. And she said it's just part.
And you can do that, I guess. I didn't know dolphins had like this whole thing hanging out there. Did you?
It's huge, apparently.
Really?
Huge.
Well, then I wouldn't have had sex with. I would have felt intimidated.
Have you seen what was it, Blackfish or whatever, the SeaWorld documentary?
No. And of course I lived there. Right?
There was some supplemental content I saw online. This woman was talking about a dolphin. She was a trainer.
Yeah.
And the dolphin wrapped its penis around her ankle.
Huh.
Yeah, and like pulled her
intentionally.
Intentionally.
I do not have that ability, kind of control. Yeah. That would be amazing. I mean, maybe I could pick up like, I don't know, paper clips. I don't know. I guess I could. I mean, maybe a playing card.
I
probably could take. I've been playing with this thing for a while. Maybe this could be like urethra. No, urethra.
Yeah. So we are definitely going off the rails now. It's 6 hours.
I should easily get. Well, I mean, Miss Tech's here. Right. So I'm trying to impress her, obviously, with my high skill level of.
I was about to say Alta Vista dating yourself.
Yeah, Alta Vista would be good.
It's a good one. So someone just tuned in. To hear Mike, is that tech related or vaginal? Love it.
I mean, come on, dude. See, these are the moments that are just gold, and you don't get these in hour 5. You got to fucking commit, dude. You got to just like show up. I mean, Miss Tech, she's in Chicago. So what time we got going on right now? It is like midnight.
It is 5:22.
3, 4, 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
1:22 in the morning, and Miss Tech's up.
Yeah.
I want to hang out with her all day long.
Yeah. What are you doing up so late?
Yeah. Oh, you know why? You know what she's probably doing tomorrow?
Probably going to Krabi.
She's probably going to fucking Krabi because from Krabi you could go to Mexico all day long. How come that one's there?
3:22 a.m. Oh, so this is when I do solo pod, like when I do Dapper Villains. I move this one to here so I can sit
in the center. Yeah. Makes sense to me. Totally.
3:22, 4:22 in Florida. You guys are awesome for rocking with us so late.
Here's the thing. Stuck gets up at like 6:30. I don't know how he survives.
Yeah. A lot of coffee.
Yeah, he's probably double clicking on some real coffee though.
No, that's
McDonald's. He's probably getting into McDonald's. What happened to Go More Hike? He bailed early.
Yeah.
You know why?
Why?
Alabama.
Yeah.
He sits there. He goes to the coast. He's like, man, look at all those pink dolphins. You know what? If I worked for the Forestry Service, I could go down there by myself with no supervision.
122 with Mr. Mitch in Seattle.
West Coast. Yeah. I think we've had an amazing podcast today.
6 hours, yeah.
And,
so guys, don't forget. So this is our first Saturday. We'll be doing Saturdays every week.
Yeah.
We've got the 1023 from Mariano. Where's Mariano?
Germany. Yeah.
So new episodes of the podcast drop iTunes, Google Play, Spotify, on the YouTube channel as well. Drop on iHeartRadio. We're at #1 if you search Bangkok. Those drop at 9 p.m. Bangkok time, 9 a.m. EST on Mondays.
10 a.m.
10 a.m. But
9 p here.
The 10 a.m. there?
Yeah.
Okay. We've got, man, my conversions are all off. We have the Tuesday live stream, Tuesday morning.
9 a.m. Bangkok.
We will recap the Monday episode and then talk about whatever else.
Vaginas, traditionally.
Usually there's some vagina talk, very little. We throw some in there, sometimes more than others. When we're 6 hours into a live stream,
I blither about anything.
Yeah, it starts to just go on.
Any vulgar terms, I'm in there.
And of course, we start to put topics for the live streams, but as you guys know, we cover those pretty quick and we get onto anything.
Pretty much it's just clickbait.
Yeah.
You know, we're looking for like a few nouns, few verbs, and then we get it's like, hey, how's it going? You know, we're going to talk about the Encyclopedia Britannica, but boy, what about those pink vaginas on those dolphins?
What about the reused condoms in Vietnam?
We could reuse. I mean, did they iron them though, just like they did with the face masks?
They were heating them and reshaping them on wooden phallics.
All the wooden phallics from Miss Tech's video?
Those were stone phallics.
Whoa.
But you know, they probably retain heat better.
I would think so.
So you probably get like more energy efficient condom
better molding.
Recycling. Yeah.
It would be more even. The distribution of the heat.
That's interesting. So someone should take that technology.
Are we on hour 7? It feels like it.
It could be.
It could be.
21.
Oh boy.
So anyway, Bangkok. Absolutely.
That's why they don't. Yeah, because they don't call it Bangkok, right? I mean, because that's from.
I love all this BS. Absolutely.
Yeah. Hashtag BS up top.
Boom.
Okay.
All right, guys. So check us out. BangkokStrange.com, shop.bangkokstrange.com for merch.
Yes.
We will be doing an update on the Hill Tribe solar project for the school soon. Again, thank you to all you guys. We're at 31,000 baht raised for the project.
Yeah.
I will be hopefully next time the teacher is down in town off the village, off the mountain, we'll get some updates with her on other things and we'll start to put that together. You guys have been rock stars with regards to that.
The biggest thank you I think for today is the fact that we made it over 100 subs.
Yeah. Boom.
We don't do that on our own.
No, absolutely. That's 100% you guys.
So much. We're going to be branded. Yeah. Someday it's going to just be youtube.com/Bangkok Strange. Yeah. Super simple.
Guys, again, thank you so much. And until next time, stay strange.
Peace.